From what I understand, she may write in a PowerPoint, here's what was said on the phone call, which is when I'm instructing the jurors that the closings aren't evidence, there's no difference than anyone else summarizing what a witness testified to. If you disagree with it, I suppose you could object to facts not in evidence, and I can instruct the jury that it's their decision of what the call actually said, and that's what's definitive. But my point is that what's on whatever this transcription isn't right now, or it sounds like if ever, going to be considered or admitted. So what is it that you believe is said on there by Mr. Souza that's
I mean, it's taken a bite of the apple two different times to say this isn't being offered for a truth of the matter asserted, but also an admission of a part. I mean, those are completely conflicting things. So I'm saying they are offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, and that the issue then is maintaining the hearsay objection there. If we're just doing that argument here.
all right? I agree with you that those two theories have two different effects. I'm not hearing why one of those wouldn't apply though.
Okay, so if the court, assuming that the court's saying this is not being offered for the truth of the matter.
Let's start with co-conspirator statement. Why you believe that the state hasn't met the requirements of admitting this as a admission as a co-conspirator.
Well, that was when I was requesting Mr. White to testify as to how he knows who's on the other line. Because we're still just doing this via proffers.
Okay. All right. Mr. Regis, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'd agree. If he can't authenticate the voice of the person on the line, I think we have difficulty in establishing that they are co-conspirators talking about in furtherance of or a recently committed crime. So I adopt and join, and I'd also add, I don't know if this would be considered a motion in limine or not. I have a concern that, and I don't know if this will happen, but I have a concern that in the direct examination of Mr. White, I'm concerned about the content of some of the questions. The questions may be, do you hear, or are you able to hear when X says this? Did you hear that? And even if he says no, now the jury has heard and the state's interpretation of what may have been there. And I'd ask that there be no such questions suggestive of what was said in that audio.
All right. Noted. And I think that you know how to raise that objection when we get there. So to the issue at hand, though, assuming Mr. White authenticates the recording, showing that it is one that he made, has personal knowledge, and verifies that it is an accurate copy. We'll have to, I think, hear what he says further about identifying the voices on that, how he knows who is what, and ultimately, I don't think that the recording itself is going to be barred or redacted in any way by the hearsay rule. If, based on his responses, he believes and can establish that it's Sosa on the other end of the phone, I think the co-conspirator exception is going to apply, which means it does come in for the truth of the matter asserted. If that's not shown, at least through the surrounding circumstances of it or through his testimony, then it also, since Mr. Oliver's the primary person heard and talking during the recording, I think it's certainly coming in for its non-hearsay effect, and I can instruct the jury accordingly. So it would be coming in under either of those two routes.
May I ask, what is the non-hearsay effect?
That the statements on the other end of the phone are prompting Mr. Oliver to then respond in substance regarding the incident. Yeah. So objections preserved, but overruled at this time. And as to clean up from yesterday, having reconsidered or just thought more and looked at some of the cases on this exact point and Mr. White's detail he provided about these incidents at the jail, I think on 403 grounds, we're just going to steer away from that entirely. So I'll ask you to instruct Mr. White accordingly, and that he should not be, we would just move on from that topic. And I didn't see any other reason why he would be detailing his stay at the Fulton County Jail. All right. Anything further?
And to that end, and I don't know that the state has, but I would ask if the state could make certain they instruct Mr. White to limit his response and not get into any of that. Because I don't want any bells rung that can't be unrung.
His attorney's present. I'll speak to Mr. November and let him know.
Okay. If you could go out in the hallway and do that in just a minute here. Is there anything further on behalf of the state?
No, Judge.
Anything on behalf of Mr. Oliver
No, yeah.
and Ms. Smith? Okay. While Ms. Charles, you're doing that and getting Mr. White in here, let's retrieve our jury. As I'm informed, they're all here. Deputy Scott. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back. And we will be resuming the state's evidence in just a moment, having conferred with the parties and seeing what is left in the case. I think we are on track, and certainly to have this case, I think, in your hands to begin deliberations potentially by the end of the day tomorrow, but certainly by Friday. And so with that, we're going to resume with the testimony of Mr. White. And Mr. White, I'll just remind you that you're still under the obligations of your oath from yesterday. Do you remember all those?
Yes.
All right, you can have a seat. Ms. Charles, when ready.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome back, Mr. White.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Now, do you remember speaking with detectives on February 15th of 2025?
Yes.
How did you come to encounter law enforcement in February of last year?
Search warrant, they had kicked the door down.
And were you arrested?
Yes.
And where did they take you?
They took me to an interrogation room.
And was that at the police headquarters or somewhere else?
From what I remember, it was next to a bonding company. I don't exactly know. It was my first time dealing with the law ever.
Sure. So you scared?
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous up here.
And when you sat with law enforcement, how long would you say you sat before they came and talked to you?
At least 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours? Okay. And how many detectives came and spoke with you?
1.
When he approached you, did he read you some rights?
Can't recall.
Did he advise you had a right to talk to an attorney before speaking with him?
No.
Did you nevertheless agree to speak with the detectives?
Yes.
Okay. And what information did you provide to the detective that you spoke to in February of 2025?
That Jeremiah was the murderer.
Let's unpack that a little bit. How did you know that Jeremiah Oliver was implicated in the situation for which you were detained?
Because he told me like everything that happened, and then a few days later the search warrant come, my door get kicked down. It's not a coincidence. At that point I'm like, okay, I know what I'm here for.
Understood. So let's unpack that a little bit. The night of the incident, where were you?
In my room.
How long after the incident did Jeremiah Oliver have a conversation with you?
Week later.
Okay.
2 weeks, a week.
Okay. And where did that conversation take place?
In the closet.
In the closet where?
My sister's room.
Okay. Did you and Jeremiah frequently go to the closet to have a conversation?
No,
So how did he get you to the closet? What were you doing before then?
I was on the video game, he came and knocked on my door, said I need to talk to you.
Okay. And then what happened next?
Next, I followed him, then we went to the closet and he began to tell me, like, I know you don't know what's been going on lately, but just putting me down on what happened.
Specifically, what did Mr. Oliver tell you as to what happened on the night of January 29th?
He told me that he killed someone.
How did he describe shooting and killing someone to you?
Well, he told me from the beginning how like it started all the way to the end. So from the beginning, told me when he walked out the house, he walked out, went towards the back stairs and wrapped around the park.
Show what's already in evidence as States Exhibit 9. So you can help orient the jury as to what you're describing.
Okay.
Judge, may I please have host capabilities, please?
We could have Ms. Charles as a co-host.
So looking behind you, there is a map of the location. Can you, as you're describing what Jeremiah, how he described his actions, do you indicate to the jury what you learned?
So
Okay.
Each one should go sit in that chair over there if that works.
right here, this is my apartment. It's 1960 Rambling Lane. So in the beginning of his story, he told me that he walked down the back stairs. We have front and back stairs. Right here is where the stairs begin. You have a flat level that's flat ground, and you can go downstairs to other buildings. So he told me he went down the back stairs, walked around the back, and come around the front because he knew he was going to be on camera. So he wanted to make everything like a coincidence. So as he came towards the front, that's when he wrapped around and then went to the victim's car.
Who was he with when he did the wrapping around?
His cousin Sosa. So
And what did he describe happened next?
after that, that's when Sosa went to the passenger side of the car, let out my cousin, and then Sosa was supposed to look for a book bag, but he didn't grab it. At that point, that's in the story where Jeremiah told me Sosa froze up. So Sosa froze and he ran, which left him outside with the victim. After that, that's when Jeremiah shot the victim in the leg and then either in the back of the head or the neck.
What, if anything, Jeremiah told you he said to the victim before shooting?
He asked him to hand me over the book bag, and the victim said, I don't got anything. You don't got to do this.
Did he tell you what, if anything, Jalecia was doing before he came downstairs? What was Jalecia supposed to do?
Just text the man and bring him over.
And when she brought him over, what was she supposed to do while in the car?
I guess just stall till they get outside.
Check on speculation. His response was, I guess, indicative of him not knowing.
You can, I think you need to lay further foundation for that, Ms. Charles.
Do you know why Jalecia was sitting in the car, according to what you learned from Mr. Oliver?
Just lure the man over.
Now, when he was telling you this, who else was in the room or the closet with the two of you?
Owen.
What was Nadeja Tucker?
I
You can have a seat, sir.
don't recall. What do I? Let's just leave this right here.
Yes, sir. And where was Jalecia Smith at that time?
She wasn't there.
Now, the night of the incident, was that the first time you ever met Sosa?
Yes.
And after the incident, where did Sosa go?
I don't know.
And when detectives were talking to you, you mentioned to them something about doing a forensic exam. Why did you say that?
Because when Jeremiah told me how he shot him and everything, I wanted them to make sure that everything I said was accurate. So I was telling them just go do the scans on everything. Everything that I know is what I've been told. I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything. So I just wanted to make sure it was, accuracy on everything that I said.
And then did detectives provide you with photographs of Jeremiah Oliver?
Yes,
Did you identify those photographs?
yes,
Do you see Jeremiah Oliver here in court today?
yes.
Could you stand up and point to where he's standing and maybe identify him by an article of clothing?
On the computer,
Oh, what is he wearing?
gray shirt, long sleeve,
Is it my left or my right? Just for the record.
to your left.
Yeah, let the record reflect Mr. White has made an in-court ID of Mr. Jeremiah Oliver.
The record was
Thank you. And then you also presented a photo of Jalecia Smith, correct?
Yes,
And you identified Jalecia Smith?
yes,
Do you see Jalecia Smith here in court today?
yes.
Can you stand and identify Ms. Smith by an article on clothing and indicate to where she's sitting in court?
Right there,
Is that left or right?
left side,
And what is she wearing?
black shirt.
Let the record reflect Mr. White has identified Ms. Jalecia Smith here in court today.
the record was so reflect.
Thank you. Now, who is Duda?
That would be a cousin of Jeremiah's.
How, to your knowledge, was Duda and Sosa and Jeremiah related? And were all three of them participants in this conversation or just Jeremiah and Sosa?
I wouldn't know, but I was told originally Duda was supposed to go outside with him.
Okay. Who told you that?
Jeremiah.
In the days after the incident, what was the atmosphere like in the apartment?
I mean, I just went about, my normal life, just because it was nothing to me. Like I didn't really understand anything. I didn't know what happened.
So how did you react when you heard this conversation, information from Mr. Oliver?
I was shocked. I was shocked.
What, if any, questions did you ask him?
As in like, like the situation that happened?
Yeah, he's telling you a pretty, heavy set of facts. How would you respond to that?
Like, oh, okay, why this happened? Why did he go outside with you? What was he supposed to do? And then that's when he got more and more to detail.
Okay. And then did he ask you to do anything afterwards?
No,
Well, so what happened next after you finished that conversation in the closet?
I just said, okay, and I walked out.
And what did Jeremiah do?
Stayed in the room.
So when for the first time did you learn that Jalecia was meeting Mr. Willis?
Can you say it again?
When did you become aware that Jalecia was planning to meet someone?
Not at all.
So you only knew based on what you were told by Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
Now, after the shooting, you had a recorded conversation, you recorded a conversation involving Mr. Jeremiah Oliver, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did that conversation take place?
At my house.
When did when did you make that recording?
It was the next day, early in the morning, around 11 and 12.
So tell me the circumstances. How is it that what prompted you to make that recording?
I was coming back home after seeing a friend, and then I just heard, screaming. Well, not screaming, but yelling from my sister's room.
Was the door open or closed?
Closed.
Was it all the way closed or?
All the way closed.
And do you recall when you spoke to the state about this, you mentioned the door was partially open?
No.
And when you heard this, what prompted you to record?
I just started recording because at first I came in under I'm thinking he's arguing with my sister because that's my sister's room and the door is closed and I'm hearing him yell. but I wasn't hearing my sister yell back. So therefore, I know he wasn't talking to my sister. Then that's when I heard an echo from the phone. In that moment, I'm not trying to like listen to everything right then and there. So I'm recording it so I can go back and listen.
Okay. And whose voice did you recognize as you're recording?
Jeremiah's.
And did anybody else know that you were recording?
No,
And when you made the recording, did you alter it in any way?
no,
Did you remove anything from the recording?
no.
Where were you standing when you made the recording?
On the side of the door.
And what room was that where you heard the recording?
My sister's room.
Is that the front room?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Nadeja Tucker at the time?
Don't know.
And did you add anything to the recording?
No.
Did you later listen to the recording?
Did I later listen on? Yes.
And how many voices did you observe on the recording?
2.
Did you know the identities of the people on the recording?
Yes.
Who were the people that you observed on that recording?
Jeremiah and Sosa.
How did you know that it was Sosa?
Jeremiah said his name twice.
And how do you recognize Jeremiah Oliver's voice?
I've been around. Nevertheless, we had a few conversations, so I know his voice.
And how long had you known Jeremiah Oliver by that point?
Still January, December, November, just 3 months, 2 months.
And you heard him speak regularly?
Yeah.
Do you have any doubt who the voices are on the recording?
No.
I'm handing you what's been marked as states 313. Can you take a look at 313 and tell me what that is a copy of?
Jeremiah's Oliver's recorded conversation.
And that's the recorded conversation that you took at your sister's house in your home as you stood by the door of the bedroom and you heard Jeremiah Oliver speaking. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it a FAN Act? Has it been altered or changed in any way?
No.
You're not distance they will tender into the record states 313.
Any objections, Ms. Fagan, other than those preserved already for the record? And Mr. Regis? All right, the objections made are preserved, overruled, and I believe it's admitted under 801 D2E.
Thank you, Judge. At this instead we'll move to publish states 313.
You proceed.
You ain't never been shit to nobody. You ain't got no boot, you ain't got nothing. Stop fucking playing with me, boy. Get your ass out there, goddamn field playing with them. You wanna do this shit, so. All this damn talking, yeah, all that gangster shit. Who put one down? Who ran up the steps, bitch ass nigga? Who beat the girl up the steps, bitch ass nigga? Shut the fuck up. Who beat the girl up the steps, bitch ass nigga? Shut the fuck up, hoe ass nigga. Shut the fuck up. Get off the phone, cuz. You a bitch. You came out there together. You wanted to go. You had to go, bitch ass nigga. Nigga, shit on you, dickhead. What's that you shit on me for? Obviously, I had it myself. Hoe ass nigga. You ain't do shit for me. But you moving too fast, nigga. We all agree with that. You ain't do shit. You wasn't supposed to shoot, dickhead. What the, look, boy, I'm gonna smack the dog shit out you, boy. You gonna have to see that bitch.
Mr. White, you have the recording before today, correct?
Yes.
When did you provide it to law enforcement?
Well, my dad gave it to him because I got arrested, so I couldn't turn in my evidence.
Okay. And so how when you say turn in your evidence, why did you consider this evidence for you?
Because I heard that somebody said,
Okay. Without telling what anyone says to you, Why do you think this was evidence in your case?
Because for one, him and Sosa went outside. At first, I was the person they tried to say I was Sosa. I wasn't Sosa. I didn't go outside with him. So I used this as evidence to clear my name because I didn't leave out the house.
Were you trying to become involved in a murder investigation?
No,
Were you trying to become a witness?
no,
Were you worried about the consequences of being arrested?
yes.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with Nadeja Tucker about the existence of the evidence that you had?
Yes.
And can you describe the context of that conversation with Ms. Tucker?
She had called my father and that was after she got arrested. And I told her she wouldn't be in jail long because I have a voice call of him admitting to what he did because he watched my sister get arrested at his court date. And for you to just watch her get arrested knowing she had nothing to do with
Don't,
Responsive.
yes. Just
Um,
stick to what you saw and heard, not add your
okay.
thoughts.
But basically, because I it would clear her, me, anybody.
When you spoke to your sister, you said you wanted to dead all this. What does that mean?
Clear our names from the situation.
Now, when you indicated to Ms. Tucker you had the recording, how did she respond?
I think she told me,
Don't say what she told you.
Well, it would be
Did she give you any
speculation.
instructions on what to do next?
I just remember hearing stop. Don't do it.
Okay. Now, at some point, you were together in the courthouse for a hearing. And you mentioned to law enforcement when you met with them after you were arrested that a note was passed to Mr. Oliver. How did you learn about a note being given to Mr. Oliver?
Well, me and Mr. Oliver was in the same holding tank out there. And he came back to the holding tank, said that my sister passed him a note, which the note read, Kamari has a recording, don't know how he got it. Said it had something to do with you admitting to the crime. And then after I read it, I handed it back to him, said, you know, it ain't gonna help you, right?
Who said it, you know it ain't gonna help you?
Jeremiah.
Told you the recording was not going to help you.
Yes.
Now, at any point on the night of January 29th, did you leave the apartment?
Yes.
Why did you leave the apartment, Mr. White?
Because I was gonna take my nephew to the hospital.
Are you familiar with the apartment complex, Brookside, because you've lived there for quite some time, correct?
Yes.
And was there a Ring video system mounted on your apartment door?
Yes.
How long had the Ring video camera been mounted there?
Since 2023.
Who had access to it?
No one, but it's on my mother's phone.
And who had access to your mom's phone?
I mean, anybody who could just grab the phone.
Did you have access to the phone?
Yes.
And when you talked about giving evidence to the law enforcement, what else besides the recordings did you turn over to law enforcement?
Ring camera footage.
And when you reviewed the Ring camera footage, were you able to identify the people in the videos?
Yes.
And the Ring camera footage that you turned over, was it related to January 29th, 2025?
Yes.
And did it fairly and accurately depict the people who were moving in and out of the apartment that night?
You said, did it fairly depict them?
The people who were moving in?
Yes.
And was also the time and date captured on the Ring video?
Yes, in the bottom right.
I'm handing you what's been marked as sticks 314 through 319. Can you take a look at what they are and tell me what you recognize them to be?
Ring videos.
And the Ring videos you turned over, did you alter or change them in any way?
No.
In addition, instead would tender into the record states 314 through 319.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Thank you. stop sharing the demonstrative and we'll move into first stage 314. Mr. White, who was that who just exited at stage 314?
That would be Duda.
And looking at the lower corner there, what date and time was recorded in that ring video?
January 29, 2025.
And how do you know that student?
At the end, or in another video, you will see him walk back and you see his face.
Into 315. Do you know why Doodle went outside at 8:55?
No,
Now, who is that walking out of the house?
Jeremiah.
And can you see in the lower bottom corner what time that is?
Says 2057.
What date is that?
January 29, 2025.
Go back a little bit to the beginning. What is Mr. Oliver wearing as he walks past the ring camera?
He's wearing a pullover hoodie with some shorts.
And what shoes is he wearing?
I believe some slides. You can rewind it. Look like slides or Crocs.
Moving to 316. Am I playing there for you?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Do you see on your screen or it says show? No, not yet. I think we got it up. Just starting from the beginning. Who do we now see on screen, Mr. White?
Jeremiah.
Okay. And what time is that on the ring video?
It says 21.
And what date is that?
January 29th, 2025.
And just pausing there, what is Mr. Oliver wearing?
A plaid jacket, some shorts, and look like some boots or shoes.
The boots light colored or dark colored?
It looks dark colored.
Moving to states 318. Now what are we looking at in states 318, is that right?
This is me and my sister leaving out to take my nephew to the hospital.
What time is that? Look at the time and date involved with.
21/24,
What date?
January 29th, 2025.
When you walked outside to take your nephew to the hospital, were you able to go to the hospital?
No,
Why not?
because the area was taped off.
When you went outside, did you speak to law enforcement at all?
Yes, I spoke to a black woman.
Okay, what was it? Why did you speak to her?
I asked her, could we leave to take my nephew to the hospital? And she says, no, it's a crime scene investigation right now. Nobody can enter or leave.
What did you do next?
Went back upstairs.
At all points, was Ms. Tucker with you?
Yes.
And sharing now 319. What time does it appear on the screen?
21/29.
And who are we looking at on screen right now?
Me, my sister, and my nephew, Nicholas.
Was it after you talked to the police like you just described?
Yes.
At that point, who else was inside of the apartment when you came back?
Jalicia, Sosa, and Duda.
Who was Mr. Oliver?
I have no idea.
Now, Mr. White, were you and Jeremiah not getting along at the time of the incident?
We wasn't talking.
But were you enemies? Were you?
No,
Did you have a hatred for Mr. Oliver?
no,
Was there anything going on between you and Jeremiah?
no.
Did you, some of your concerns about Mr. Oliver involve how he treated your sister?
Well, yeah, that's always gonna be a concern because if my sister's gonna be with somebody, I need her to be with somebody who's gonna treat her correctly.
Did any of those concerns influence what you told to law enforcement in February of 2015?
No,
Did any of those concerns influence when you made the recording the day after the incident in January 30th of 2015?
no,
And did any of those concerns influence your decision to turn over the recording and these ring recordings to law enforcement later on?
no.
If defense would suggest that you made up this story to implicate Jeremiah, how would you respond to that?
It's a lie.
Did you make up the story?
No.
After that night, when was the next time you saw Jalicia?
Jalicia, next time I saw her, she was still there.
Okay. And she stayed there a little longer than everybody else? And can you describe her demeanor that night when you saw her in the house?
When like after I left
Incident?
the night of the incident, just her,
What do you mean just her? What does that mean?
just Jalicia.
What was
Just-
she doing?
I remember seeing her roll or smoke.
Roll? That's what you said?
Yeah, roll or smoke. It was between one or the other. But I know she had a blunt because I could smell it.
And where in the house was she when you saw her roll of smoke?
In my sister's room.
And where did you sleep that night? In your sister's room or somewhere else?
I think my sister's room.
Now, Kamari, at some point, we talked about that there was a execution of a search warrant at the home,
Yes.
and several firearms were recovered. Was one of the firearms your firearm?
Yes.
How did you obtain that firearm?
I bought it from a private owner.
And what was the make and caliber of your gun?
It was a Glock 40,
What color was it?
black.
And where was it in the house when officers came?
See, because I have a nephew in the house, I had it inside of my tub.
And when you talked to law enforcement, they asked you about it. Did you tell them the same thing you told us here today? That it's your
Yes.
gun?
Yes.
Was it a secret that you had the gun?
No.
Did you ever own a 9mm handgun?
No. That was my first ever gun.
The Glock 40?
Yes.
Did you observe any other guns in the house, either before or after the incident?
Did I observe any guns?
Yes.
No.
Mr. White, what is your understanding of your obligation as you're sitting here today?
Can you repeat it again?
What is your understanding of your obligation as you're sitting here testifying today?
I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what those words mean.
Why are you testifying here today?
Prove my innocence.
Why is that important to you?
Because I have nothing to do with this. I just want to show everybody that I just got thrown into jail. I just got brought here.
And the only information that you have about this incident is because of what you were told by Jeremiah Oliver, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further from the state.
All right, let's start with prove your innocence. You are innocent, right?
Yes.
You were arrested and you sat in an interview room at the jail for 4.5 hours before anyone came to speak to you. You remember that?
Yes.
You remember that you were strapped down to the chair where you even had peed your pants. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you sat in your own pee for hours until the police came to talk to you, right?
Yes.
For something you didn't do, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's get past the proving you're innocent, right? So did you get to watch this on YouTube at all?
No.
Okay, so you didn't see when I said you didn't have anything to do with it?
No.
Would your sister be lying to say that you are watching it on YouTube?
That's what she's. Well, I don't know.
Okay, so would it be a lie to say you were watching it on YouTube?
Yes.
And then randomly, you knew it was actually a self-defense case?
No. Huh?
All right, so let's talk about this. So first and foremost, you're completely innocent and you're charged with murder, when in reality, you were just playing video games, right?
Yes.
And you're playing video games, you're not even knowing. When you walked out, when we just watched the ring camera of you walking out, you have no idea what just happened 30 minutes ago, right?
Yes.
And I mean, you're not talking about it. You were just trying to go to the hospital, right?
Yes.
And then you got turned around, correct?
Yes.
And so now you have no idea what's going on. The next day you hear Mr. Oliver arguing on the phone and you randomly decide to record, having no idea what just happened the day before, right?
Yes.
And then you and my client, you don't really have a relationship, right? Like,
No, we
he's your
don't.
friend, right? You don't relatively like him, right?
Wouldn't say that.
Okay, well, you would agree that on the day of the incident, you didn't know anything. The next day, after not knowing anything, you randomly start recording, right?
Yes.
And then a week later, it's just eating my client up inside that he has to come knock on your door and tell you to walk into the closet, right?
Yes.
A week later, all the friends and family he has, he decides to choose you to talk to, right?
Yes.
And so you would agree with me that when you went and spoke with, so you didn't even go and speak with the police. When the police came and manhandled you down to the jail to the point that you're peeing in your pants and sitting in your own urine for 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
Really 8 almost, because it's not even after the cop knows that you peed yourself, he still has you sit there in your own pee, right?
Yeah.
I mean, completely demoralizing, right?
Mhm.
After you told him, look, the only thing I've ever gotten is I haven't even gotten a speeding ticket, right?
Yes.
And then yesterday the state asked you if you have a job and you said you have no job, right?
As of right now, no.
And your dream has always to be an electrician, right?
Yes.
And because you get charged with a murder that you have nothing to do with, it's been hard for you to follow your dream, right?
Yes.
Because you're a 20-year-old man that's never been in trouble before, right? 20-year-old man that's still charged with murder, right?
Yes.
You're still on house arrest, right?
Yes.
And even after you've been so honest to the state, you've worked with the state, you've provided the state all the evidence to prove your innocence, they still haven't let you go, right?
Yes.
Because you still have to take that stand to testify, right?
Yes.
And even though they haven't made you any promise, you believe that they believe you're innocent, right?
Yes.
And you believe that by testifying, you're not going to have to go to prison, right?
Yes.
And you believe that by testifying, that as long as you say that Jeremiah told me all of this, then I should be able to be free after this, right?
Yes.
Have you ever talked to them about what happens in a self-defense case if that young man gets acquitted? What happens to you? Have you ever asked?
I have no knowledge on the law, literally.
I believe that. And have they told you that if they don't get a conviction, they're still going to come after you?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question was, have they told you that? Oh yeah, overruled.
They haven't told you that, right?
No.
And I mean, truth be told, you are a young man who you've lost a lot of family members, right?
Yes.
Lost a lot of family members, have had a hard time just trying to get back into school and get a job, right? Because, sorry, you have to say yes or no for them. I'm sorry, and it's sad, right? Because that's the truth, right? There's tissues in front of you. You tell me when you're ready. I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
Good. Okay. All right. So you're charged with murder for something you didn't do, and you're here because you believe you need to prove your innocence, right?
Yes.
And to prove your innocence means that you need to say Jeremiah did it, right?
Not exactly. I'm what he told me, and that's what I told them.
Okay. So now you said that you record something the day after, not knowing what happened the day before, and a week later he miraculously decides that, oh, we're alone in the house, no one else is here. Let me confide in him to make a full confession to this 19-year-old kid I don't even know that well. Right?
Yes.
And so in that, now what you don't do is you don't say, oh, I have this recording and he just told me this. Let me call the police and talk to them. You don't do that, right?
No.
Instead, you wait until you're peeing in a chair, correct? Right?
Yes.
And when you're peeing in that chair, you don't say, what you don't say is you don't say, hey, cop, a week ago, Jeremiah brought me in the closet and he told me everything. You didn't say that day, correct?
I did.
Okay, now have you seen your recording? Are you aware it's recorded?
What, right here?
Are you, well, how, you don't know if this is recording, right? Because you haven't watched YouTube.
No, I'm just looking at this say live. I thought that's what you meant.
No, my question is, have you heard your 7-hour recording where they really only talked to you for about an hour and a half? Have you heard it?
No.
So in your time with this case, now, let's be serious. You recently just met with the state, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not your first time, correct?
No.
It's not your second time, correct?
Yes, this is my second time.
There was Mr. Adkins, you remember him? You don't remember the white guy you sat with? He didn't record you.
Mr. Atkins? No.
Do you remember the DA before Ms. Charles took it?
No.
Okay, no worries. So, so you haven't heard your recording. Would it now tell me, would it refresh your recollection to look at your recording simply for the word Jeremiah told me, or he knocked on my door, or we went into the closet? Would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript of your interview for those words?
Yeah.
I may have finished. All right, Miss. Now, the question is, please find where you said Jeremiah told me, he knocked on my door, or we went into a closet. Okay? You tell me when you're ready. If you want some help, you never said those words, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, which page? That
You
was
never
on?
said it. It's not going to be in there because you never said it. You know that? And you probably don't because you were sitting there in your own peace, right?
Yeah, that got nothing to do with it.
Right. Nothing to do with why you never said Jeremiah knocked on my door, Jeremiah told me this. Nothing to do with the fact that you sat in a police interrogation room for 7.5 hours, sitting in your own pee. Nothing to do with it.
Mhm.
All right, so then you met with Miss Charles, what, a couple months ago, 2 months ago? You remember that?
Yeah.
And do you recall when Miss Charles said, how much of this, Kamari, is that you recall independently? Or how much have you read from the evidence in this case? Do you recall what your response was?
No.
You said, I seen majority of the stuff in the discovery. You remember saying that at 15 minutes and 29 seconds into the conversation?
No.
Okay, so it was never, oh, Jeremiah told me. It was, hey, I looked at what the cop said, and this is what the cop said happened, so I'm going to tell you what the cop said happened. You remember saying that?
No.
So, and this was what you just said recently, right? 2 months ago?
Yeah.
2 months ago, you said, I seen majority of the stuff in the discovery, right? And she even asked you, is this what you know personally, or did you get this from the evidence? Right? You remember that question?
Yes.
But, and then she asked you again, right? Now,
So is there a response to that question?
Oh no, I'm trying to see because I want to see it.
did you hear your recording?
No.
So you never listened to the recording?
No.
You never listened to the recording and you haven't watched any of this on YouTube?
No.
But you are expecting, as long as you say this was a planned armed robbery, that this will prove your innocence, right?
Yes.
As long as you say that this is an armed robbery, maybe they'll let you go, right? They should have been let you go, right?
Yes.
And you keep working for them, and they're not showing you any love. You're still on house arrest, right?
Yes.
You can't go back to school. You wanted to go to trade school, right?
Yes.
You wanted to be an electrician, right?
Yes.
And so because they know you're innocent and still won't let you go, you can't get your dreams done, right?
Yes.
Now, on January 29th, 2025, do you recall, maybe you don't, but do you recall hearing your sister and Jeremiah arguing about infidelity? Maybe you don't. Do you even know that they argued that night?
I heard screaming, but not exactly.
All right, your sister was screaming, right?
Yeah.
Man, right? Molly whopping his butt, right? You know that?
No.
And then after that, she went to her car. Did you know that?
No.
You didn't know she went to her car?
No.
Okay. And then Jeremiah and Tosa went to the store. Did you know they were going to the store?
No.
And then did you know Jalissa was meeting anyone?
No.
And then did you know that Jalissa was getting taken advantage of?
No.
And so you're like, oh, she was supposed to wait and lure him, right? For
Yes.
an armed robbery, right?
Yes.
If she was supposed to wait and the shoes are in here. Do you have the shoes? So if she was supposed to lure him in to wait for their armed robbery to be committed, why did she get so comfortable to take her shoes off and leave her shoes in the car?
I
You
don't
know that?
know.
Because it wasn't supposed to be an armed robbery, Mr. White. With your cousin getting taken advantage of, those boys were just trying to get her out of the situation. Did you know that?
That wasn't what I was told.
Did you know that, well, what you were told or what you saw in the discovery?
What I
From
was
the
told.
cop?
What I was told.
And you know that if you say, well, Jeremiah actually didn't tell me this, then they're not going to let you go, right?
Yeah.
If you say, look, Jeremiah really never said this, I just know what you want me to say, they won't let you go, right?
Yeah.
And if they don't get a conviction against Mr. Oliver, they don't let you go, right?
I don't know.
That's scary, right? Especially for a young man that didn't have anything to do with anything. You were just playing video games.
Yes.
Now, so you're unaware that the boys were just trying to get your cousin out of that car, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the man still had all his weed?
No.
Are you aware the man still had all his alcohol?
No.
Are you aware the man still had all his jewelry?
No.
Are you aware the man still had his phone?
No.
Are you aware the man still had his drugs?
No,
Are you aware that the man was threatening Jeremiah?
no,
Are you aware that before the man could go grab are you aware that before the man could go try to grab a weapon, he gets shot?
no.
Because all you are aware of is that you have to say Jeremiah told you this so that you can go home and prove your innocence. Right?
No,
You would agree that if we change your story up at all, it might be a problem for your future, right? You know, I mean, today, sitting at that table, you're still looking at a life sentence, right?
yes,
A life sentence where you believe that they believe you, right?
yes.
And if they believed you so much, wouldn't you think they would have already dismissed it?
Yes,
But they haven't, right?
no,
Because they want to make sure that you get that conviction, right?
no.
That's not what it's about.
No, I'm saying like what you saying, no.
That's not what I'm on the stand for. I'm just here to prove my innocence.
But you're not on trial, Mr. White.
I'm aware
So what does your innocence have anything to do with state of Georgia versus Jeremiah Oliver or versus Miss Smith?
because I still got incarcerated.
Right, and that's, I mean, you're mad about that, right? Like genuinely, you're innocent facing a murder charge, right? That you got to be angry.
Yes.
And you even added other stories. Do you remember talking about stories about Airbnbs and fights and getting items back? Do you remember all those stories you told the police?
Yes.
initially? You remember all those?
Yes.
The state didn't ask you any of those questions, right? Those weren't, that's not the story they wanted you to go with because that's what you told police initially, right?
Yes.
Now, a couple other questions. With the Ring camera, how come you have all the ones when people leave, but none of them when they come back?
Because he told me before that he walked down the back stairs. He wasn't caught on the camera. Plus, when I went to the camera footage, I just went to motion detected that night. I didn't know what I was looking for.
So you're saying that your camera doesn't capture somebody leaving the door and going right?
You seen in the first video, he covered the camera as he walked out.
The video, hold on. The video at, I just want to go through this real quick. So the video at 8:57, you see him walking out in slides, correct?
Yes.
The video at 9:01, you see him in boots, correct?
Yeah.
Are you aware 911 was before either of those videos? Do you know what time 911 call was?
No.
In the discovery. You remember that? I'm approaching you with States Exhibit 3 and 4. What time is that 911 call made?
2056.
That first Ring camera you show of Jeremiah was at 20:57, right?
Yes.
After, well after the shooting even occurred. You know that?
Yes.
You do know that? I didn't hear you.
Can you repeat it?
Are you aware the Ring cameras that you just showed this jury occurred after the shooting even occurred?
Oh, no.
Okay. What time was that 911 call?
It said
56?
8:06.
What time was your first Ring camera? 8:57, right?
Yes, it's a military time.
You know, right. They're the same. 2056 and 2057,
Oh,
both
okay.
military time, right?
Okay, yeah.
And are you aware that the people that called 911 didn't even call 911 until 5 minutes after the incident occurred? You know that?
No.
Now, you would agree, you just testified for the state, after the police picked you up, because you weren't, even after they held you for those 7 hours in your own pee, you weren't arrested then, right?
No.
You went home soaking in your own pee, right?
Yeah.
You weren't arrested at that point. But when the police brought you in, they didn't say, oh, you have the right to speak to a lawyer first. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wasn't told that.
I mean, you were also a 19-year-old kid, right? You were
Yeah.
19, 18. And never really had any experience with the law, you said, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
And ultimately, you would agree that you didn't see anything, right?
Yes.
You didn't know anything, right?
Yes.
You didn't hear anyone talking about robbing the guy on January 29th, 2025, correct?
No.
You didn't hear You didn't hear anyone making any plans, right?
No.
Now, on February 15th, when the police picked you up and you were soaking in your own pee, that is also the day they told you that you had a stolen firearm, right?
Yes.
And so this gun, because you're still not old enough to own a gun, right?
No.
No, I'm incorrect or no, I'm correct?
You're correct.
So this firearm, do you know this firearm?
Yes.
Whose gun is this?
It's mine.
Nothing to do with Jeremiah Oliver, correct?
Nothing at all.
Nothing to do with this case at all, correct?
Yeah, nothing at all.
This is just a stolen gun that you purchased, right?
Yes.
After you lied to the police and told them you bought them at a pawn shop in Savannah, correct?
Yeah.
So you would agree that on the very first day, you were lying to the police about this, right?
Not exactly. Cause I went.
You bought it from a pawn shop in Savannah and he confronted you to tell you it was a stolen gun, right?
Yeah.
So a young man that wasn't supposed to have a gun, furthermore has a stolen gun, then all of a sudden sitting in your own pee, charged with murder. Well, you weren't even charged yet. But you had to make sure you didn't get in trouble for that stolen gun, right?
No, I wasn't concerned about that.
Never got charged with it, right?
Not that I know of.
But you're guilty of that, right?
Of having purchasing that weapon. Yes.
A gun under age and having a stolen gun, right?
Yes, I didn't know it was stolen.
Thank you, sir.
And then after he lied about buying the gun from a pawn shop in Savannah, then you changed it after being confronted, right? You changed your story, didn't you?
Yeah.
You changed it to, well, I met a guy at a pawn shop in Savannah, right?
Yes.
So you told him one version of the story, and then when confronted with the truth, you slightly modified it, correct?
Yes.
All right. It's wrong what they're doing here, right?
Yeah.
And even though I represent Ms. Smith, Bacon represents Ms. Oliver, there's no disagreement about that. You agree with us that you shouldn't be in that seat, should you?
At all.
Now, it was like, what was that?
I shouldn't. No, I'm just like shouldn't be going through this period.
Because on that day, I think the word I heard them use were that on that February, was it 14 or 15
When
of 2025, when you went to that interrogation room?
the 15th.
The 15th, the day after Valentine's Day, I think the word they used were you were detained, correct?
I don't recall.
They didn't say you were arrested, they said detained, right?
Don't recall. I just woke up, guns in my face, throw the handcuffs.
You woke up with guns in your face, thrown in handcuffs, and brought to this police station or someplace next to the bus station or something like that, right?
Yes.
And then they put you in a room and they put you in a chair, right?
Yes.
And then while you sat in that chair, there was a chain around your ankle, right?
Yes.
And that chain around your ankle was connected to a table, right?
Yes.
You sat there like an animal caged, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you sat there, and you sat there, and you sat there for 4 hours and 38 minutes before Detective even bothered to come in that room, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And then he talked to you for about 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And then he left again for another couple of hours, right?
Yes.
All the while, you're sitting there chained for a crime you didn't commit, correct?
Yes.
And for a crime you told him you didn't commit, correct?
Yes.
And as bad as we would like to, as bad as I would like to, you know that I withdraw that. To some extent, there's still a chain around your ankle, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Because you are still under house arrest, correct?
Yes.
You still cannot come and go freely, correct?
Yes.
as bad as I would like to. You know that I cannot take that chain from around your ankle, can I?
No,
As bad as Miss Fagan would like to, you know that she cannot take that chain from around your ankle, can she?
no,
But you know who can? The state can. Isn't that correct?
yes,
Your lawyer here, right?
yes,
Mr. Lewimber, right?
yes,
Good guy, great lawyer, right?
yes,
He's even sitting on the side of the state, right?
yes,
Because just like you, you're on their team today, right? You're on
No.
their team, aren't you?
no, I'm here speaking for myself.
You're testifying because they called you to testify, correct?
Oh, yes,
And you've made statements before, haven't you?
yes,
But today you sit here with the weight of the world on your shoulders.
yes,
I think your sister testified that she had the weight of the world on her shoulders. You'd agree with that, right?
yes,
Because she did nothing wrong, did she? And
Can I
yet,
get that answer?
oh, no, she didn't do anything.
she remains with a chain around her ankle too, isn't that correct?
Yes,
And only they can take that chain off, correct?
yes,
And they know she did nothing wrong, right?
yes,
And they know you did nothing wrong, right?
yes,
Yet there you sit, right?
yeah,
Yet there your lawyer sits behind the state for the first time in his life, right?
I wouldn't know that.
Jalecia Smith. She's your cousin, right?
Yes,
Now, you testified yesterday that you two are close, correct?
yes,
That's not true, is it?
no, it is true.
When you talked to the state earlier, when you talked to the state a couple of weeks ago, and they asked you if you two were close, you answered that, to be honest, we used to be, but now I don't really fuck with her like that anymore. You remember saying that?
Yes,
So you used to be close, but you don't fuck with her like that no more, right?
yes,
That's what you said then, right?
yes,
That's different than what you said yesterday, right?
yes,
So what you said yesterday was not true, is it?
referring to as like my relationship with my cousin, yes, we was close at one point.
Well, the question you were asked yesterday was not were you close at one point, was it?
No,
The question was, are you too close, correct?
yes,
And your answer was,
yeah, we are.
that isn't true, is it?
As of right now, no, because
Jalecia Smith never planned an armed robbery, did she?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, you need to rephrase.
No one ever told you that Jalecia Smith ever planned an armed robbery, did they?
yes,
I'm sorry, someone told you that she planned an armed robbery?
yes,
Isn't it correct that on that February 15th day, that day you were sitting with that chain around your ankle in that interrogation room for almost 8 hours when you were asked directly about Miss Smith planning or knowing about a robbery, your response, that wasn't the way you responded, was it?
don't recall.
Your response was, well, you sort of motion. You sort of motion with your left hand, and then you sort of motion with both hands, and your response was, yes. You don't recall that?
No,
Ron, for purposes of impeachment, I permission to publish the portion of that interview that was provided to me by the state in discovery.
Do you have that marked as an exhibit?
I'm sorry.
Are you marking that as an exhibit or
This would be
1039 at all?
defense exhibit one.
All right, DS.
Defense Smith exhibit one.
Right. That's fine.
Judge, to the are we just playing a clip of the interview, or to the extent you're gonna play, we should just play the entire thing?
We can take that up under rule of completeness if you need to.
Playing a portion, but purposely going to do so.
Right.
Well, my preference would be, I would object to that. If we're gonna play, we want to do the entire thing.
All right, well, we can, for now, we'll start with the portion he has and we'll take that back up during redirect if you have some other parts you think are relevant.
Yes, they saw this sort of that's where I get this map.
Are you set?
Just a second, Mr. Reagan, pause for a second.
Yes.
You can continue.
And to be clear, I'm going to ask the question. You were asked by the detective in this case, and I want to get his words as accurate as I possibly can. Jalecia knew she was the one setting this motherfucker up to be robbed. You recall that question?
No.
And your response was, yes. We need to be allowed.
All right, and do you know your account name? All right, if we could add S. Rogers as a co-host. Did we get an answer to that question?
We did, we
Okay,
did.
all right. And now we just,
Oh, we didn't. I'll ask it again. Jalecia knew she was the one setting this motherfucker up to be robbed. Do you recall the question?
No.
And your response, I guess, you recall that?
No.
The sound is not on.
And we can play it from there, that's fine. I just wanted to play it.
You want to, you want to. It should work.
And Jalecia knew she was one of us setting this motherfucker to get robbed.
Let's start the
on her laptop, she needs to mute her microphone. There you go.
Mute your computer.
Okay, I just muted it.
No, nothing. I need to see your It's muted. That's muted. Let's stop sharing. Now let's share.
I have audio, but not the video of this part.
Are you playing something? It's just.
We're off the record.
Thank you. The video is muted. The video is muted. Yeah.
All right, we're back on the record.
Okay. We'll be playing from 4 minutes and 48 seconds until 4 minutes and 50. 4:49, 54 to 4:49:01.
And Jalecia knew she was the one that was setting this motherfucker to get robbed up.
I guess. Were you able to see that?
Yes.
Your response wasn't yes, was it?
No.
In fact, if you look at it, and we'll play it again. Let's play, can we play it again slower?
We can move on from that, Mr. Regis. You can
Okay.
ask and answer.
When you looked at that video, you saw yourself motion with your left hand and your right hand, correct?
Yeah.
In a manner as if with your palms upward, correct?
Yeah.
In a manner as if to say, I don't know, right?
Yeah.
And then not only that, as you answered, you moved your head from left to right. Did you notice that as well?
Not really.
You didn't notice that part. You doubt that you moved your head left to right.
No.
So when you're asked on that day, you didn't know, did you?
Everything that I know is what I've been told.
Now, the only thing different, or a main thing different between what you said on February 15th of 2025 and when you sit down with the state a few weeks ago is that now you've had the benefit of seeing discovery. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it correct that Jalecia Smith has never told you one thing about setting anybody up for a robbery?
No.
She's never told you that, right? She's never told you one thing about knowing about a robbery, correct?
No.
What she told you was that Mr. Willis, you know the name Mr. Willis, correct? You've learned the name Mr. Willis, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Willis and she had been communicating and he was going to bring her phone back, right? She told you that, right?
Yeah.
And then she said that he was at a store, a liquor store, and called her and asked her, what does she want, right?
Don't recall all that.
You don't recall when she said, he asked what I want, he said he had Hennessy and he had some weed, but he was the one asking what does she want, right?
Yes.
It wasn't her calling him to get him to bring over weed and Hennessy, correct?
Yes.
And in an interview with police or the government, you told them that they were going to rob Mr. Willis of weed, right?
Yes.
Hennessy, right?
Yes.
Phone, right?
She was, yes.
So let's discuss those things one by one. The phone was hers, right?
Yes.
And they'd already talked about her getting her phone back from him, right?
No.
I'm sorry. She didn't tell you that she and Mr. Willis had talked about him bringing the phone back?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, let's talk about the Hennessy. He called her about the Hennessy, right?
I guess.
So your testimony is that well, withdraw that, she was going to rob him of the Hennessy he was bringing to her.
Yes.
And your testimony is that she was going to rob him of the weed he was bringing to her.
Yes.
And when you talk to law enforcement about the weed and the Hennessy, you didn't mention anything else that she told you anything about getting from him, right?
I believe I did.
Believe you did? But you don't know, right?
Can't recall.
One second, Your Honor. So I think it was your testimony that a week or so later that Mr. Oliver came and knocked on your door and essentially said, I got a story to tell, right?
Yes.
And when you talked to law enforcement or to the government, you told them that your sister was there at the time. You recall that?
No.
You said you don't recall saying that you two went in the closet, but your sister was still in the room. You don't recall that?
No, I don't recall.
So what's your testimony now? Was she there or was she not there?
I was in the closet with the door closed. I don't know who was on the outside.
Was your sister at home?
When he told me,
Yes.
yeah.
He was at home when he told you this.
He?
I'm sorry, she was at home when Mr. Oliver told you this story.
Yes.
You didn't record it, did you?
No.
You have a phone, right?
Yes.
You have more than one phone, right?
Yes.
You know how to record, right?
Yes.
You recorded that conversation presumably a week or so later, correct? A week or so earlier, correct?
Yes.
You didn't record that call, that conversation.
What, when me and him, when he told me what happened?
When you say he told you what happened.
No, I didn't.
So as you sit here right now, you have no information that Jalecia Smith set up anybody for a robbery, correct?
Just what I've been told from Jeremiah.
You have no information that Miss Smith even knew about a robbery, correct?
Don't know. It's just everything I've been told.
And isn't it correct that even if Mr. Oliver and Mr. Sosa knew about a robbery. You have no information that Ms. Smith also knew about it, correct?
I mean, I can't read her mind.
Because you do know that when your sister and Mr. Oliver had that fight, Ms. Smith wasn't even there, right?
I was in my room.
When you sat with law enforcement, with the government, I believe that was what, about 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah,
They asked you if you recall having made that statement at the jail. They asked you if you remember that, right? They asked you if everything you said previously was true, correct?
yes,
They asked you if there's anything you want to change about what you said previously, correct?
yes,
And your response was, everything I said was truthful, right?
yes,
There's nothing I want to change, right?
yes,
And that's inclusive of you not knowing whether Jalecia Smith set anybody up, right?
yes.
No further questions.
How much time do you think you need on redirect, Ms. Charles?
So Judge, there was several pieces of Mr.
Just ballpark number.
Say at least 30 minutes.
Anyone need a break? All right, let's take 5. We're off the record. Be in recess for 5 minutes. Mr. White, if you need to step down and use the restroom, you can. And what else too? And yes, anything that was admitted, even if it's physical, whatever, needs to be here, not on the cart.
No,
Yeah.
today.
I know. I know, but we've got everything now? All the guns, bullets, all that. That's here? Okay, great. All right.
I wanted to, well,
No, well, if you are, then we'll wait until everyone comes back. You have some kind of motion?
just I wanted to talk about the entirety of the scene.
We'll handle that when they come back. Sir, you have something for me?
She emailed them to you.
Not yet,
Okay, so they're forthcoming.
if you say so. All right.
Oh, I was getting nervous. You sound looking funny. You sound looking funny. I was like. That's how I'm looking. Shit, that's what that is. You said what? Nice to meet
Oh, yeah.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I didn't notice that I was even.
Of course, a man. You just know.
Yeah, there's nothing to hide.
You stay giving me a hard time. Yes, please, I'll be great.
Also, you want these to stay?
What?
No, you can. All right, thanks. Attorney Regis?
Pardon?
Oh, it's. Yes.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Say, 29 and a half years, I've never seen a defense bullshit. He does everything. I look for an opportunity to move on, turn out. Text me when you send that, like, more to your influence.
Yeah. Cause he might tender more too. Okay. This is first. Well, for me. We're in life.
Yeah, I'm trying to be wary of that.
Thank you. Sure.
That was one of those cases that kind of left real quick. That's why I wanted to get.
What happened next door?
All right, we could get to right, but a lot of weed.
Yeah.
So we were.
And what? So what?
Yeah.
They happen?
Yeah, no, yeah.
And everything's good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the heads up. All right. Well, yeah, I think we can go ahead and bring him out, and we got to take something up before we can bring the jury out. So.
Let me get everybody.
I'm gonna walk behind the table.
There you go.
All right, ready? All right, we are back on the record. All parties and counsel are present. And before we bring the jury back from a short little break here, I believe Ms. Charles had a matter to take up before her redirect. Ms. Charles.
Yes, Judge. In counsel's cross, there were several statements that were either taken out of context or the quotes were sort of cut short. For example, when he says, "I guess," there were more words beyond the "I guess." Actually, Mr. White was read his Miranda rights. There was an inference he was chained like an animal, and all of those things, I believe, in order to solve, it's not me going piecemeal and refreshing. The simplest way, most efficient way to solve my redirect would be to play the entirety of the video. It's 20-odd minutes long, and let the jury see the entirety of the context of his conversation.
So I don't think that would be necessary. I think if there's specific instances, specific phrases that you think provide the proper context, certainly I think those are admissible now under the rule of completeness. If he, on this Miranda issue, if you just want to replay that portion, playing the wider context of his response to the "I guess," certainly that makes sense. In terms of the chaining, I guess if there's some visual you want to show him, I mean, that seems to be more of a oratorical metaphor. I'm not really quite sure what statement he makes that may contradict that, but
Just to show he wasn't chained like an animal.
I don't know if we really need to be getting into how animals are and are not chained. Anyway, Mr. Regis, anything you want to respond to there?
Would you-
So,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I think it's still.
No, we're just thinking, my co-counsel was just mentioning whether, the fact that we'll be able to bring in Detective Maskis.
I got,
The fact, my co-counsel was just mentioning the fact that we could bring it in for the lead detective. If we do it now, it just saves some time going through it again.
well, I don't know if actually you could bring in the whole thing to the lead detective because it would be hearsay unless there's a specific thing he was contradicted through or,
So many things, Judge, I just think.
yeah.
Well,
Let me-
so many things, it's not.
I'll get the specific portions.
I agree with the court. I think that you can't play the video because. And if there are specific portions that the state contends will shed light on something that the jury may be left with a false impression of, they can play those portions. I would simply ask that before those portions are played before the jury, that they're played before the court, so that we can discuss whether they are indeed relevant and whether Alabama will allow those statements in under the rule of completeness. It's not a blanket to get everything in.
I mean, if you have some alternative theory, Ms. Charles, of why you think the entire statement should come in, you can raise that. But if it's solely to provide the context for the statement, then I think that's where we need to focus.
And also there's a prior consistent statement. There's a lot of talk said about what he said when he said it. He's been very clear what he said. The defense have put a lot of words in his mouth as to when it was said. And so it is a prior consistent statement made before any charges, before being detained, before being, rearrested. And so again, under the rule of completeness and the fact that it's a prior consistent statement, And it's sort of 20 odd minutes long.
Okay. All right. So if I guess now they're tendering the entirety of the statement under rule of complete, or not rule of completeness, as a prior consistent statement. If anyone wants to be heard on that.
Well, still, they still, that rule does not, even a prior consistent statement doesn't allow them to play the entirety of the statement in. Now that just becomes a matter of bolstering. If there is something he testified to that's inconsistent, they can play specific things, perhaps, but that doesn't open the door for the entirety of their interview. And if there are specific statements, I would ask that they alert the court and parties to what those specific statements are, and then we can address those specific statements rather than, again, playing the entirety of the statement. The length of it does not impact the rule, and the rule doesn't allow it.
Was there any kind of a transcript made of this, either formal or informal, of this 20-minute interview?
I do. I have one, Judge. I can email.
You both have.
The actual, not with him, is not.
I don't, this is off the record. Yeah, they're amongst themselves. Oh, yeah, I just have this, I don't know, maybe you can email that. Yeah.
Really talks about stuff. Yeah, all that.
But you asked about the 20. We brought it up.
What?
You talked about the Airbnb,
I never asked about for.
the Airbnb
Never.
situation.
You're confusing his three stories.
No, it's-
This isn't on the record.
The twerking was at the
He has a
Airbnb.
great story too.
I never
Alright.
asked about such, so I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't ask about it.
I love a good twerk, but I ain't asked about one.
Because that's,
I didn't ask. about
no, I'm just saying, no, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm saying I will redirect him on that. You alluded to it.
I did not. I did not. That's the conversation you can have, but I never alluded to twerking.
At the Airbnb?
I
No?
never said
Maybe it
Airbnb.
wasn't.
I can't speak for.
Yeah, no, we need
I
that.
never said Airbnb.
Okay, fair. No, that's.
We not.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know. All right. So, Ms. Charles, I think where we are at this point is that Mr. Regis's argument was that even if portions of this statement be considered prior consistent statements, not all of it, it shouldn't be necessarily played from start to finish. Any response to that? Again, not having listened to it, not knowing what's on it. I don't, and the party's not really directing me to what portions may be irrelevant or prejudicial or what's wrong with it.
I thought the court was reading the transcript.
I forwarded it to Ms.
I
Smith.
don't have it yet.
I'm
No.
sorry, I didn't have your directing this. I sent it to you, so. Yes.
She's very busy.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
she's the court reporter. You should
Okay.
send it to maybe the litigation manager
Okay.
or
Sorry.
anybody else.
Yes, Judge, right now.
But while you're doing that, perhaps you could summarize or at least
Rough draft
provide
is
some
a rough
insight,
draft.
that would be great.
It's not pretty. But in context is that.
What is?
What is asking for like some timestamp?
I do have it in my transcripts. I have it completely
Well, no, I
timestamped
don't timestamps.
No,
He's
mine
saying,
is-
what timestamp do you want it?
from four.
Yes, they're talking to each other.
I have it in my transcript, which I just forwarded.
So what section you want it?
Yes.
Did you include party? Did you include us? Like,
That's on your computer. I just sent you a copy of the transcript.
Okay, so just to be clear, not everything that's going across tables is getting transcribed because she's considering those kind of private conversations. So to clarify where we are, it's now I'm hearing the state maybe just wanting to replay specific portions of this. And so do we have those identified?
Yes, I was doing that now. I was wanting to do
Okay.
the entire thing, but now I'm going back through to give the specific timestamps and I forward the copy to defense.
And just can you characterize generally what you're focusing on when you identify those clips?
When he was impeached on the I guess portion, I would like to play just before that to set the context. And then when he was also confronted with, he never said the word closet. So he never said it. But the context was, he told me, those were his words, he told me he shot.
Okay, I think both of those clips are appropriate. And so,
And also there was an inference that Miranda was never read. I want to refresh recollection because Miranda was read.
all right, Mr. Vegas.
Well, I don't know where the inference of Miranda not being written, if that's an inference.
Let him do that.
That's what
From your
he said.
colleague.
I
said-
said, that doesn't involve me, Well, as far as the clips, to further explain the, I guess, I would like to hear those clips, because we would probably have different ideas as to what is relevant to explain that. So I would just ask if they can play the exact portion they intend to play for the jury, if they play it for the court and for the parties.
Yes, because I also, I'm looking through the transcript that you just provided by the state, and I don't see, he told me highlighted anywhere.
If you go back, let's do control
I noticed.
find.
All right, why don't you just publish those, Ms. Charles? And note the timestamps. You can.
So Judge, at 4 hours 44, it starts. Well, let's go back to the context. 4 hours 44 exactly, Kamara begins.
Well, just play it.
Oh, just play. Oh, sorry. Let me share my screen.
So that situation, the same dude here ran up with her phone, her ID and all that stuff. I guess she was still texting him, talking to him, and she was like, "Oh, we supposedly get her stuff back." But she told me he called her and he was in a store or something. So like, what you want? I guess he got a bottle of Hennessy and some drugs and weed, I guess. I'm letting myself I guess go ahead like a little plan to.
Who's that? Joanne and who are the other two people?
The other two people, like same dude in there.
Okay.
And he got a cousin. But I don't know, like his cousin.
He was on the shot, right?
His cousin.
Did you know that he shot?
Yeah. You know what brings shit? Because if I can live until he told me where he shot her.
Where did he shoot at?
He told me his leg, and then either like the back of his neck or his head.
Okay.
If that was what brings his name, he tell you everything you know. But yeah,
Where was that guy at?
see that's the only part that I don't
Because
know.
that's my question, was that the gun that magazine that was in your room was?
I don't know. I was alone. Everybody, the whole room happened, I was alone.
Were you there with him that night?
No,
You didn't try to get your cousin out?
no, I wasn't
The
with
guy that was on you on that video, I think, didn't think that this person was trying to commit a murder or robbery. I think the person that was on the side of the female, who was Jalecia, I think he was just trying to get his cousin out or something like that.
You know,
What I'm saying is, if you tell me this right now, and I don't have to find out about it, and I'm gonna say, if you're not, it is what it is, but don't think you're getting yourself in trouble necessarily if you just tell me the truth.
no,
That was the context for the I guess,
Okay, so that you started at 44-minute mark and went until
46.
4:46.
I don't see that as being relevant or
All right.
explaining, clarifying in any way that question that I posed or played, or that portion of the audio I played for the jury. I don't see that as being clarifying in any way.
All right.
Talking about a gun and various other things, so that's just not relevant to what was played already before the jury.
We'll come back to this. I want to first know the universe of what you're going to be playing. So what's the next clip?
It was going to refresh his recollection. It doesn't, I don't have to play it, but I want to see if we remember being given Miranda and just have him to clarify that point. And the other point about the pee, sitting in his own pee, there was a point where he was talking to him and said, he decided not to knock on the door to ask to go to the bathroom, and he sort of talking out loud explained basically why he peed on himself. And there was a lot made about that. I just wanted to clarify that the law enforcement didn't just leave him sitting in his own urine. He is saying, I'm not gonna knock on the door or pee in the bucket, and then he just peed. So
I guess you can ask him about that. I don't know if you necessarily need to play it, but all right. But having listened to this clip,
and then there was something about the Airbnb I wrote. Let me just go back to double check.
And again, for the record, I never mentioned anything about Airbnb.
you did not, but
Oh.
it came up, I think, with Miss Fagan's cross.
I think Ms. Fagan was mentioning a situation that happened at an Airbnb, and Kamara did talk about that situation at the Airbnb, talking about what might prompt Jalecia to be at odds with Mr. Willis, stemming from the situation that occurred
Sure.
at the Airbnb.
And if I can just make the record, and I don't know if the court was listening, but at that point, the question was, when you were speaking with police, you told them about an Airbnb story, you told them about this story, but you never told the jury this story. That was the question. That's not the story that he said.
Sure. And so I think she's wanting to follow up on what that meant exactly, an Airbnb story. And I think that's fair game. In terms of the two, I know you didn't, but she's now following up to have him clarify what Airbnb story is and what that means. And
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
clarifying, does that mean asking questions or playing video?
It depends on how he responds. I think she can, I think she has she'll start with the questions, I presume, and then we'll see where it goes from there, depending on his response. In terms of that 2-minute clip though, and again, we may be splitting hairs here. I think there's this exact 2-minute clip, I think, is providing context to what was raised on cross, to many of the issues that have been raised. I think that even if the portions aren't coming in under rule of completeness, that they're implicated under prior statements, rules as exceptions to hearsay. So I'll allow and preserve the objection.
If I could add one more thing, the court is ruling on 444 to 446. That's not the clip that was played by Mr. Reyes.
I understand. And I think there's even an argument, again, this time the state's not doing it, but I think they might still be trying to introduce this entire recording through the detective. And we may have to be talking all about this again, but at the minimum right here, I think these 2 minutes do provide not only the context, but would be admissible as a prior consistent statement. Anything further for the record, though? The objection is preserved. Yeah. All right. Anything else, Ms. Charles?
No, Judge.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Fagan?
Yes, I would just request that it's played with in its fullness, not with a transcript.
Oh, sure, I'll
provided
take
by
that part out.
YouTube.
Yeah, I'll take that part out.
All right. Anything, Mr.
Let me just get the Airbnb.
Oh,
Briggs?
yeah, I joined that. I didn't know there was a transcript.
Okay, I think that's conceded. And so if we could go ahead and have Mr. White come back in as Ms. Charles is getting that ready, we will have the jury come back and go from there.
Yeah, no, me too. Yeah, no, me too. Yeah, yeah, no, me too. It's good for the story. Yeah.
Hold on, gotta get it.
I think the reality is the jury probably felt bad for this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Redirect examination by the state.
Mr. White, defense attorneys asked you whether you were given the Miranda rights. In fact, they implied that you were not.
Yes.
All right. Were you read your rights? We told you had the right to remain silent, the right for the attorney present.
No, I just got arrested that day.
Okay, so you don't recall? Would listening to your portion of your interview refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
I would object to improper impeachment. The answer was no, not that he didn't recall initially.
And if it's refreshing recollection, that's not publication at this point, at least.
No, I'm not public. Let's see this memory. Can you refresh?
But the question was, do you recall being Mirandized? The response was no, and not that he didn't remember. The response was no.
You said no, you don't remember.
No.
Okay. At this point, Judge, I still would tender and publish into the record a portion of Mr. White's statement, starting from the 4-hour, approximately 40-minute mark.
This is on that same issue.
Yes,
This is on that same issue, the last question.
yes, Judge.
Okay.
I'm misunderstanding. 4 hours and 44-minute mark?
40. 4 hours, 40-ish. It might be different on your one.
So, okay, so for the purposes of impeaching your witness?
So we're looking.
That's what it was.
No. Four was fourth.
So just to confirm, the purpose that the state is publishing 439 is for purposes of impeaching their own witness.
As they are allowed to do under the rules. That's
Yes, sir.
right. You can proceed, Ms. Charles.
Thank you.
And you say will be used in court as evidence against you. You're entitled to have it.
Just get,
Objection, Your Honor, to the words. Thank you.
there's no, I'm just getting there.
Your last name.
Oh, White, WFT,
Date of birth.
7/15/2005.
And you live at 1960. Read this over to you. You have the animals.
Just for the record, it started at 438.
All drug right now. Do you want, you hire drug right now?
Oh,
Okay. What's the high school level of schooling you provided?
10th grade.
Okay, so you read and write the English language, you're speaking to me, you're comprehending all that kind of stuff. When they took you out of the house this morning, they didn't like tase or spray you or anything crazy like that, all right?
No,
Okay, cool. And you don't have any like diminished mental capacity issues, like you're not like autistic or anything crazy like that, right? Okay, perfect. All right, I'm gonna read you this. Let me know if you have any questions. I'll read it over for you again, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you. You're entitled to have a lawyer now and have him present now or at any time during questioning. Now, for the lawyer will be appointed for you without cost. He may be present at all times during your questioning. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand the rights I've just said to you?
yes.
With these rights in mind, do you wish to speak to me now? With these rights in mind, do you wish to speak to me now?
Oh, no, I'm not speaking.
Okay. What went on this point?
The record at 4 hours, 40 minutes and 20 seconds. Mr. White, so you were in fact read the Miranda rights, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me stop sharing. Okay, now you were also asked on cross-examination about a situation at an Airbnb. Do you recall what you told Detective Mousker on February 15th of 2025 about that situation?
Yes.
Who was involved in the situation at an Airbnb?
My cousin, Jalicia.
Can you tell the jury a little bit more about what you meant when you referenced an Airbnb situation?
She had got into a fight at the Airbnb. Her friends had set her up, get drunk. And after she left, she had got a ride from the victim.
And what, if anything, of her did the victim take?
Her phone, purse, and wallet.
Oh, what did you learn about that situation? Who told you about this Airbnb situation?
My cousin.
Now, you were also asked on cross about the robbery, and I think a clip was played to you about you guessed. Do you recall how you described the robbery and how you came about it to law enforcement?
Not exactly.
Would seeing a portion of the clip? Refresh your
Yes.
recollection? Okay. Just bring that up.
I object if it's for the purpose of refreshing recollection. This will not be the proper way to do that.
Sure. Well, he said he didn't recall, so I wanted to first see if he could testify to it on his own, and if not, I'll just play it.
It's admissible, but this is not
Okay,
coming
I'll
in
just
as
play
a
it. It'll be
refreshed
easier.
recollection.
Okay, fine, I'll just play directly. It'd be easier. So when counsel played a clip for you earlier, it sort of stopped at "I guess," correct?
Can you say it one more time?
When you were talking to defense attorney for Ms. Smith, Mr. Rakers, he played a clip for you and it sort of stopped at "I guess," but there was more words that you said, correct?
Yes.
So starting for the record at 4 hours, 43:57.
Then, next, you go to the 20, okay, boom. So that situation, the same dude here ran up with her phone, her ID and all that stuff. I guess she was still texting him, talking to him, and she was gonna go meet him, supposedly get her stuff back. But she told me he called her and he was in the store or something. So like, what you want? I guess he got a bottle of Hennessy and some drugs, some weed, I guess. Yeah. Cool. I'm in the house there. I guess they had like a little plan to rob him.
Who was that? Jalicia, and who were the other two people?
The other two people, the light skinned dude in there.
Okay.
And he got a cousin. But I don't know, like his cousin.
He's the one that shot, right?
Right. His cousin.
Did he tell you that he shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Matter of fact, did y'all know the rings check? Because if I can literally tell he told me where he shot her.
Where did he shoot at?
He told me his leg, and then either like the back of the neck or his head.
Okay.
If that makes
For the record, stopping at 4 hours, 45 and 17 seconds. Now, Kamari, on cross, you will ask a lot of questions about modifications to your story. From the time you spoke to the detective on February 15th of 2025 to today, has your story ever changed?
No.
You were told about, you were sort of crossed on the conditions that you were sitting at the time when you were making a statement. Did that have any influence on what you told the detectives at all?
Can you repeat it one more time?
You were asked about the fact that you peed yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that you didn't want to knock on the door and you didn't ask to go to the bathroom?
I did. No, I knocked on the
Knocked on the
wall.
Okay, on the wall, but not the door, correct?
I couldn't reach the door. I had a chain on my leg.
And so you end up peeing yourself, correct?
Yes.
But did that influence what you told the detective once he came into the room?
No,
And why not?
it just didn't. I asked him, could I use the bathroom before? And I was told no. I asked, could I go put on shoes? I was told no.
How long before, when you were arrested, you'd asked if you could put your slides on, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then you still spoke to the detectives and you made a statement telling them what Jeremiah Oliver told you, correct?
yes,
And then after, in March of 2025, you met with Detective Mascis and another member of the state attorneys, right?
after
When you were
March.
arrested in March of last year,
March, yes,
okay? And you made another statement to Detective Mascis and that other ADA, correct?
yes,
And you turned over the audios and you turned over the ring,
Yes.
correct? And your story that you told then was consistent with what you said to Detective Mascis in February of 2025, correct?
yes,
It's also consistent with what you said today when you testified, correct?
yes.
1 minute, Judge. Now, you also asked on cross about whether the statement you were given to the state a few weeks ago was your own independent memory or what you had read in Discovery. Which one was it?
My an independent memory.
So not what was in Discovery, correct?
No,
And when you mentioned the light-skinned dude over there, who were you talking about?
Jeremiah.
Now, Kamara, just for my understanding, what is the closest store to your apartment?
Dollar Tree.
Okay, how long will it take you to walk there and back?
For me, literally a minute because I walk fast.
Okay, and if you don't walk fast, if you're just walking normally, how long would that take?
About 8 minutes.
8 minutes or so? Okay. 1 minute. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
We crossed on those points.
For purposes of impeachment, I'd like to play 15:18 of his proffer until 15:30. Would the court like to hear first or just what?
You have a good faith basis. You can proceed
Yeah.
unless there's an objection.
No objections. Yes.
All right, Mr. White, do you know what impeachment means?
I know what it means, like a presidency.
Like, if for presidency, so if someone gets caught lying, right, under oath, right?
Yeah,
And the state just impeached you as their own witness, right?
yes,
Okay, and so meaning proving you to be a liar, right? Do you know that?
no,
Right, because what you know is you need to stick to the story, right? So the state's like, your story never changed, correct?
yes,
Because you have to stick to the story, right?
yes,
And even when we took that break, you sat out in the hallway with your lawyer. Oh, you got your second lawyer here. Your first lawyer left. Now this is your second lawyer, right? Mr. Fortune?
oh, yes,
All right, but during that little break that we just took to go to the bathroom, you sat out there with Luemba, right? Luemba's since left.
yes,
And so you know that you're not allowed to change your story, right?
yes.
The last question the state asked you is whether or not your story hasn't changed because it's personal recollection or the discovery, correct?
Yes,
All right, do you recall saying this? I'm starting at 15 minutes into your proffer with the state about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Now, how much of this, Kamari, is what you recall independently of what happened at the time and how much you have read in the evidence of this case?
I seen majority of the stuff, Discovery.
What'd you just say, sir?
I seen majority of the stuff in the discovery.
Right. And so when they say your independent recollection, this conversation you had in the closet, you just heard Miss Charles' voice, right?
Yes.
She said, well, how much of this do you actually know from your independent recollection versus the discovery? She said that to you within 15 minutes of sitting with you, right?
Yes.
And instead of saying, I know this from my independent, what I know, you said, I've seen this in the discovery, right?
I thought she was asking like, what have I seen? And I said I seen most of the stuff in discovery.
And so all the things when we're like, well, what about the weed? That was in the discovery, right?
Yeah.
What about the bag? That was in the discovery, right?
Yeah.
What about the phone? That was in discovery, right?
Yeah.
You know what wasn't in discovery? Her phone. Did you know that?
No.
You know what wasn't in her discovery? Her purse. Did you know that?
No.
You know what wasn't in her discovery? The wallet. Did you know that?
No.
So you would agree that this information you received comes from your discovery, right?
No.
Right, except for that stolen gun that was yours, right?
Yes.
And you know, as a 20-year-old man now, you would agree you don't know the law inside and out, right?
No.
Whether or not you were Mirandized, you felt like you weren't allowed to have a lawyer, right?
No.
Whether or not you said that that's when you were arrested. Are you aware that's not when you were arrested? That's not your arrest, right?
No.
You weren't arrested that day, right?
No.
And when you sat there for those 8 hours, you weren't. The state's like, well, you were allowed to use the restroom. You chose to pee on yourself. That's not true, right?
No.
When you sat in that room, you felt like an animal, right? No?
Kinda, but
You pee on yourself all the time, man?
no.
All right, and you would agree that you have to stick to the story. You can't change the story, or both sides are gonna impeach you, right?
Yes.
Because once you're impeached, then nobody has to believe anything you said.
That's not, move on, Megan.
You would agree that when somebody tells a lie, that you can't believe everything they say, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that in the last 2.5 hours that you've been on the stand, there's been a couple times that even the state proved you lied, right?
No, it's just I couldn't recall certain things. It's been a year.
Because this is your opportunity to prove your innocence, right?
Yes.
Because you're hopeful today. What are you gonna do today if they don't dismiss your charge?
Objection to asked and answered at this point.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
What are you gonna do today if they don't dismiss your charges? Do you think they're dismissing your charges today?
I just came to testify.
But you hope you don't go to prison for something.
Yes, I hope not.
And so, and you believe it's, I mean, tell me, maybe you don't, but don't you think it's wrong what they're doing to you? Are you afraid that if you answer that question, maybe they won't let you go?
No.
So don't you think what they're doing to you is wrong?
In general, like it's wrong. I'm not supposed to be here in general. I was supposed to ever got locked up. So if you ask me, all of it is wrong.
Not in general, not in general, specific. In general, we aren't the reason you're here, right?
Of course not.
In specific, they are, right?
When you say they, who do you mean?
The government, the state, Fulton County.
I mean, yes, I got arrested.
Now, let me ask you, you heard that minute and a half or so audio, video actually, that the government played for you, right?
Yes.
And you heard where said that Ms. Smith told you that she had been in communication with Mr. Willis, correct?
Yes.
Heard where there was talk about him having taken or kept some of her things, right?
Yeah.
It was a phone, it was a purse, it was a ID, wallet, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about this armed robbery that you guessed was to happen. Among the things to be robbed was a phone, right? To be taken was a phone, right?
Yeah.
And a purse, right?
Yeah.
And an ID, right?
Yeah.
And a wallet, right?
Yeah.
Her stuff, right?
Yeah.
So there was nothing in this armed robbery that wasn't already hers, right?
Yes.
And there was nothing in this armed robbery that he wasn't planning on returning, right?
I wouldn't know that.
Well, let's talk about what you heard. You heard him say, you heard you say that she told you about him returning her stuff, right?
No.
You didn't hear that? Okay, all right. What about, did you hear the part where she said he was at the store and he called me?
Yeah.
And he asked, what did I want, right?
Yeah.
And he was going to get some Hennessy and some weed, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about this robbery. The robbery was for Hennessy and weed, right?
Yes.
So there is nothing to be robbed other than the things that Mr. Willis agreed to gift to Ms. Smith, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, can Mr. Weiss sit down? Charles? Can you be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can step down, sir. Mr. Charles, did you have one of the shorter witnesses available?
We have one.
Okay, we'll see if we can fit one more person in before breaking for lunch. As we wait, off the record, if I can get Detective Lord and Detective Hanson. Yes.
I was going to write the name.
Ready? All right, we're back on the record. State may call its next witness.
They called Lieutenant Investigator Shay Corso.
Right? You swear for the testimony matter this case, you certainly.
I did.
Please, so you're there for the court.
Shay Corso, SHAE, last name CORSO.
Good afternoon, Investigator.
Good afternoon.
Were you employed at the Fulton County DA's office in April of 2026?
Yes,
In what capacity?
as a lieutenant investigator.
And so generally, what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
Can you say that again?
The mic up. Generally, what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
Part of my duties is to follow up on any leads or any investigative requests that may come from our ADAs.
Okay. And were you asked to conduct a follow-up investigation regarding the surveillance cameras at Brookside Apartments?
Yes,
And what specifically were you asked to determine?
to see if there were any additional cameras that may have caught the incident.
And as part of that assignment, did you contact the Brookside Apartments?
I did.
And did you speak to a representative responsible for safety and security there?
I did.
And who did you speak to?
I believe his name was David.
And what was his role?
He was the director of the security.
And following that communication with the Director of Security, what information did you receive regarding the presence or not of cameras on the building in 1960, 96? Without telling me what was said, what information did you receive?
Rephrasing.
Yes. Without telling me what was said, what information did you receive regarding the presence of cameras on the building in 1960?
Hearsay.
Going in the dock.
All right, and it's not for the truth of the matter, so it's
Yes.
non-hearsay overruled.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Did you receive information?
I did.
Okay. And what information, what were you advised?
I was advised that there were cameras, however, they were not operational.
Okay. And was that for the period of January 29th of 2025?
Yes,
Okay.
And based on that information provided by Brookside Apartments, was there any additional operational cameras or any other leads regarding the presence of cameras that you were able to discover?
I believe that they said that there were cellular.
No, don't say
I'm
what
so-
they.
excuse me,
sorry.
sorry. There were cellular cameras. However,
Question. So, Ms. Charles, I think you just need to proffer, what is the purpose of this testimony?
Were the cameras operational at the Brookside Apartments on or around January 29th of 2025 that you're able to confirm?
there were cameras.
Were they operational?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Investigator Corso, so, your very limited involvement in this case was not fruitful, right?
Correct.
You really don't provide any evidence in this case at all, right?
You could say that.
You don't have any evidence that an armed robbery was planned and committed, correct?
My duties were to investigate, see if there was any additional cameras.
The answer to my question is no, right?
Correct.
And in your involvement in this investigation, you have no evidence to disprove or negate a justified shooting, correct?
To answer your question, no,
And you don't know Jeremiah Oliver, correct?
I do not.
I'd like to call this David guy. What's his last name?
Believe it's Johnson or Jackson.
David Johnson. You have a report?
No,
When'd you call him?
I believe back in April of 26.
In April of 26. You believe his name is David Johnson or Jackson?
I believe so.
You believe so. And what's his phone number?
I don't have it with me.
Where do you have it?
I don't have it written down anywhere.
No, you have it nowhere.
Mhm.
Where'd you get it from?
When I was there at Brookside.
Oh, you were there. Okay.
Mhm.
What's his title?
I'm sorry.
What's his title?
I believe he was the director of safety and security.
Do you know if he still works there?
I don't know if he still works there today.
But it's your testimony that there's David or Johnson or David Johnson or Jackson guy. You believe David, you believe Johnson, you believe Johnson would be the person I would contact to confirm what you said.
Correct. He was a director of security.
Now, while you were there, you take a look around to see if there are any ring cameras around.
No, I did not.
You knock on any doors.
I did not.
Did you ask David or Johnson or Jackson if he knew, the director of security, if he knew if other people had ring cameras
I did not.
or similar type cameras? I don't want to limit it to just ring cameras.
I did not.
But you do know that cameras are ubiquitous. They're everywhere, correct?
I do sometimes. Depends.
And with them being everywhere, sometimes it depends. Sometimes it can be helpful to knock on doors and ask. Isn't that correct?
Could be.
You didn't do it, did you?
I did not.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
You can redirect.
No, Judge, that's all I have.
All right, you can step down, sir. Was Mr. Root available?
No, I could call him.
If he's not outside, then I would say the answer is
He's not
no.
outside,
Okay.
Judge.
Is there anyone else outside?
Not at this time, Judge.
Okay. All right. Then I think we've reached a stopping point for lunch. Let's come back at 1 o'clock and we will resume the state's case. Don't discuss case with anyone. Don't do any research. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anything to take up from the state before we break?
No, Judge.
Still anticipating, was it 2 more witnesses? All right. Anything, Ms. Fagan? 1 o'clock. Anything else up from, on your part? Anything, Mr. Regis? In recess till 1 o'clock. Thank you.
See there, Michael, Janet, Jermaine, Tito, Marlon, and David. But the thing is, he only played tambourine, so he didn't get no shot.
Hey, Judge, did you receive the order?
I think I did, and I think we emailed it back. I'm confirming that we emailed it back. Should be good to go.
Exhibits in here,
Yeah.
so that I know I have it in the
All right.
technical form. Do you know?
We just
Do you know if we have all the exhibits now? No, you don't, because you haven't done a, double check.
I haven't looked at.
I need to make sure we have them before Lee Detective gets them. He's not what?
Vincent and,
Oh, yeah, I need to, no, I need them for today. Yeah, no, I need them today now.
Not today.
Not
today.
Remember telling us, we got.
Oh, wait, I was different the text message. I missed
Nobody's
that.
taking the evidence today.
Oh, yeah, yeah, can we have it over before his detective gets up there?
It's right there.
It was it,
But it's there now.
It is
It's been
in
there
there?
for at least 2 hours.
but you don't make it, you ain't done it.
Yeah.
No,
All right, be back when they done.
I wasn't
aware
aware
that
that
it
it
was
was
bad.
Don was dead and I'm like, lean over, whisper to Vincent.
Yeah, I was saying it's not your fault. But that's why you put it off, I know whether or not it's on there yet either. It's all. Wait, the shoes are in the box. That's why I couldn't find
She
it.
was the one that.
No, they weren't in the box.
Correct.
Yes, please, make a note.
It's gonna be a high risk, I gotta be there, you take my. Cool.
I'm gonna call.
White.
I don't know what's wrong with it.
Okay.
Actually, the one that says,
Oh, what was the verdict?
no, it's guilty all the way.
On all counts? How many counts was it?
Oh, that, they told me it was guilty all the way down, so.
Was he, probation? Oh,
But it was mainly his baby mom was but the whole family was scared. Usually shows up and then the upside family. Like, oh, it's gonna be a mess
yeah.
but he saw so many of us showing up.
Oh, so that's why you had to leave us?
Huh?
That's why you had to leave us? That's why you had to leave
Oh.
us? Leave here?
Oh, no, I say,
Oh, you were-
I gave the judge a note.
Oh,
So I went to use the rest for myself.
oh,
Pay
okay.
myself.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, he said, I know.
Was he surprised?
Huh?
Was he surprised?
No, I'm not sure. You talking to judge or the guy?
The,
Defendant?
yeah.
I didn't even see him. Yeah, they had him downstairs.
You know, like sometimes when they read it, they like,
Good job. Yeah. Both of them together. Yeah, they do a good job. Both of them together, take both of them together. All right, I'm gonna hang out here. Gotcha.
So are you gonna lock the door?
No, I'm gonna leave it open since y'all gonna be in here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna leave it open.
Yes, thank you.
Are you never in the courtroom? You always
I
stay?
never do. You get me 24/7.
Oh, wow. You're the first. I thought it was just me.
You know, usually there's so much to do,
Yeah, I know.
trying to go out and even go back to my office. I usually don't.
Yeah. I like to stay on top of the exhibits.
Sorry?
I said I like to stay on top of the exhibits.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what happened yesterday with that.
He came and he took them from me. And he says, I always take them after every trial. That's what I know.
That'd be at the end of the trial, though.
But that's the first time I've ever had an investigator took the admitted exhibits from me. And I was fighting him, but he said no.
Well, you said you were.
I'm not physically fighting him, but I was like, because I was trying to explain to him that they're
use for inmates to make phone calls?
So inmates can make phone calls from the jail. They have an account when they're booked into the Fulton County Jail. They have an account and they have a unique ID assigned to their account. And from there, they can make calls from tablets, and they can also make calls from the general area of the cells or the kind of day room. And those calls are maintained and provided and logged by a company called IC Solutions.
Okay. You just mentioned it, they're recorded, correct?
All the calls except privileged phone calls are recorded. So calls made to an attorney on the outside are not recorded. But calls made to a mother, a brother, a friend, those calls are recorded.
How about calls going into the system? Is there a way for somebody outside the jail to call an inmate inside the jail?
No, all the calls are coming from the jail to someone on the outside.
Okay. Is there some kind of a prompt that informs the people that the recording is going to begin?
So before the first thing that the caller from inside the jail and the person called from outside the jail hear, it's about a 1-minute prompt, includes information, and some of that information includes that the call is being monitored.
Is there a way for you or someone who's working on a case to obtain these calls?
Yes, certain people in our office, including me, we have access to the database maintained by IC Solutions, and so we can go in, listen to the calls, and then if there are any calls of interest, download the calls to an audio file for use to give to another attorney, to an investigator, or for use in court.
Let's talk about this system. Have you been trained in the usage of the system?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about the training that you have undergone in order to be able to use this telephone recording system?
So when I first started working here, up until about 2 years ago, the phone calls system was maintained by a different company called Securus. And so when we transitioned to IC Solutions, it's a different system. It looks different. Logins are different. How the calls are maintained are different. How the system, how an end user uses it is different. So we had various webinars and calls with the account people at IC Solutions to learn how to use the system, what features it had, what features it did not have compared to the previous system.
Who can log into this system?
Only people with access. So that would include a handful of people in the DA's office, and then people, some deputies in the sheriff's office, and then also other law enforcement officers around the county.
Do you have a unique login or some kind of way that the system knows that it's only you or as an authorized user?
Yes, it's tied to my email.
Can you tell the jury how you download or record the recordings?
You just, once you find a call of interest, you just click the download button and it downloads to my computer.
Once the call has been downloaded to your computer, can it be altered in any way?
You can't edit it to add in content. You can edit it to remove content, to redact anything. But in this case, I did not edit the files or calls in any way.
Okay, we're going to talk about this case, but have you downloaded calls in other cases before?
Yes.
You give the jury a sense of how often this might come up in the line of your work?
Comes up at least weekly. I've downloaded calls in at least 100, well over 100 cases.
Have you been able to verify through your experience that this system works as it should work?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about how an inmate actually uses this telephone system. Can you explain how the phone system works so that an inmate can go and place an outside call?
Yes. So again, they have an account. In the booking area, they can make certain free calls before they have an account. But once they're booked in and have an account, if they have money on their account, or they can make collect calls, they dial the number they want to dial. It does that prompt. Once the call is accepted, both parties hear it. And then once the prompt is over, notifying both parties that the calls are being monitored, then they can have the conversation. The current system, you can make the maximum amount of time for each call is 20 minutes, but then you can make another 20-minute call after that, as long as you have enough money on your account. And then once the call is finished, it's saved to the system, and then we can, people with access, including me, can log on, listen to the call, and download the call.
Sir, is there some way that the inmate is notified or made aware that the calls are being recorded?
Yes, that roughly 1 minute prompt at the beginning of the phone call before they're able to speak openly.
And does the receiver of the call or the person outside, are they able to receive that same type of notification?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain how you might use the system to search for a particular inmate's calls?
Certainly. So you can search, there's a bunch of search boxes on the login or on the system, and you can search. The two primary ways I search is by the inmate's name. So you can search by just the last name, you can search by the full name, but sometimes names are misspelled. So you can also search by that unique ID, and that's tied to that person. And then once you're able to search by either name or ID, it shows where they are in the jail, what specific location and cell they're in, so that you can verify that potentially if there's multiple people in the jail with the same name, you only want to be looking for that person with that name and who's in the correct location. So I do both just to make sure.
Okay. If an inmate, for example, places 400 phone calls, are you able to search through that 400 for a particular number or a particular individual that they may be calling?
Yeah, so it'll also show, when you search, it'll show the details in addition to where the call was made from and the time of the call and the date of the call. It'll also show what phone number was called. So if they dialed, 404-555-5555, it'll show that number.
Okay. And you can search just for that number?
Yes.
Did you become involved in this particular case?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what work you did for this case?
I've reviewed the case file, looked at surveillance video, and also listened to and downloaded phone calls.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 446, 446A, 446B, 446C, 446D, and 446E. Just ask if you can take a look at those. And if those are familiar to you.
Yes, I recognize them.
Okay, and what are those items?
So 446 is a USB drive containing the phone calls of interest from, forget the exact number, about 18 calls, but from Jeremiah Oliver, Kamari White, Jalecia Smith, and Nardesha Tucker. And then 446A is a CD. It's phone calls made from the jail by Jeremiah Oliver on June 2nd, 2026, and a call made on June 5th, 2026. 446B are calls made by Jeremiah Oliver from the jail on February 17th, 2025, February 18th, 2025, and then a call made on May 31st, 2025. 446C is a call made by Jalecia Smith from the Fulton County Jail on August 16th, 2025. 446D is a call made by Kamari White from the Fulton County Jail on May 30th, 2025. And then 446E are two calls made by Nardesha Tucker from the Fulton County Jail, one on March 27th, 2025, and the second on March 28th, 2025.
Okay, and as to each and every one of these exhibits, have you deleted any of the material from the phone calls?
No.
Some I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 446, 446A, 446B, 446C, 446D, and 446E.
If I could, just know how many phone calls the witness is saying there's actually on the exhibit?
On the USB drive, 446, I believe 18, but I may be wrong. I forget. 446A, the calls from June 2nd, June 5th, I believe there's 3. 446B, I believe there's 8. 446C, there's 1. 446D, 1, and then 446E, 2.
2,
2.
32 in total? Well, then I'd request a break. It was my understanding there was 15.
No,
What his answer was?
446 is all of them, and then broken down further on 446A through 446E. So 446A through E are not duplicates of 446. Yes.
And I'd request a break just so that I can, I was told.
Were you provided these calls before?
Well, that's why I want to confirm. I'd just like to plug in the exhibit to confirm how many
Okay.
calls.
If you retrieve the exhibit and just show it to her so she can see what's on there?
Does 15 sound correct?
Yes.
No objection,
No objection, Your Honor.
just the 15 calls.
All right, so 446, which contains 446A to E, is admitted. As I understand it?
I'm
Or is it separate?
moving that they all be
Right.
tendered into evidence. yes.
Those are all admitted.
All right, thank you. Sir, thank you for being here today. I don't have any additional questions. My colleague.
Thank you.
Mr. Rude, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, when did you get on this case?
We're in June, I think late April,
Okay, so about 45 days ago?
a little less than that, maybe 40.
Okay, so 40 days ago, you get on this case because Ms. Charles calls you?
Yes.
And Ms. Charles calls you and she asks you to review the entire case file?
Not the entire case file, but part of doing is to review the case file.
And you indicated to this jury as part of your involvement in this case, you reviewed the case file, you reviewed the surveillance, and then you listened to jail calls and collected jail calls, correct?
Yeah, just to be clear, I have not reviewed the entire case file or watched every single piece of surveillance video.
There's
but-
only one, right?
I haven't watched the whole thing.
Okay, so when you testified to this jury that you reviewed the case file, what did you review?
Incident reports, video, the jail calls, obviously, portions of interviews. I think that's about it.
Lead detectives report
Yes.
and portions of interviews, meaning Kamari White's initial interview?
I don't think I reviewed his.
Okay, what about his proffer?
I did not review that.
Were you present for his proffer?
No.
What about, and the proffer was like 2 weeks ago while you were on this case, right?
Yeah, I have also lots of other stuff to do, but yes.
And well, of course you have other stuff to do, but that doesn't mean the importance of this case, right?
I'm just saying I was not at the proffer 2 weeks ago or whenever it was.
Okay, and Ms. Tucker's initial interview, did you review that?
I believe portions, yes.
And her proffer?
No,
And were you present for her proffer?
no,
And that was also about 2 weeks ago, correct?
I don't know that.
And so you reviewed the interviews and then the interview portions that you reviewed, did you compare them to the jail calls you listened to?
No,
Okay, so you don't know whether or not they're consistent?
I was just listening to make sure the calls are made by the correct people.
Okay, and so when you were asked to listen to jail calls, what were you asked to do?
listen to the calls, find if there's any information relevant to this case, and then download the calls.
So how many calls did you listen to?
Total, probably 25 to 30.
25 to 30, so 10 to 15 calls you deemed weren't important to put on that USB that you listened to?
Correct.
And then how many phone calls were there in total?
I don't know the exact number.
Well over 100 and 200 and 300, right?
Yes,
Because we're talking about over a year and a half, right?
correct.
Calling his mom, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you had to listen to those calls, right?
I've listened to, I can't exactly remember exactly everyone who's been called, but yeah.
And so when you listen to the calls, you had enough knowledge on this case to be able to identify what was important?
Yes,
Okay, and so you identified what you believe fit the state's theory, right?
that's incorrect.
Okay, well, you have hundreds of calls to provide to be the full picture, but you decided on the 15th, right?
Relevance to the trial, so as not to belabor the jury with hundreds of calls of unimportant material.
Hundreds of pictures of nothing. Did you look at all of those?
Pictures of from the jail?
We have blank pictures in this case. Did you look at the case file at all?
Yeah, I wasn't concerned about blank pictures.
Right. Which the jury shouldn't be either.
I don't,
Rephrase or move on.
Your involvement with this investigation was over the last 40 days, right? And in those 40 days, you would agree that you didn't have any actual prep in this case or spoke to any witnesses, right?
no, I didn't speak to any of the witnesses.
Okay. And from your review of the case, you know the only person saying armed robbery is Kamari White and lead detective, correct?
Yeah, from my review, that sounds accurate.
No actual evidence that indicates an armed robbery, right?
Well, I would dispute that.
From the evidence that you reviewed, right?
Well, a person's
Is that
statement is evidence.
Kamari White?
Yes.
Right, so Kamari White and lead detective, right?
You asked if there was evidence. That's the evidence.
Of Kamari White and lead detective, right?
Objection to that's an answer.
It hasn't been asked.
I mean,
Answer.
all right. I think he's answered that. You can ask your next question.
Now, ultimately, you don't know Jeremiah Oliver, correct?
That's true.
And you're limited. The only thing you disagreed to me about was that the evidence being Kamari White and lead detective, right?
Can you
If it's an armed robbery.
can you rephrase that, please?
Well, you would also then agree that none of the evidence disputes a justified shooting, right?
My review of the evidence does not, if you're asking my opinion of the justification, if there is any, it does not appear to have any justification.
What evidence do you use to have that opinion?
Surveillance video?
Surveillance video of a gentleman trying to get a girl out of the car that's being abused?
That's not what it appeared to me. If you're asking for my interpretation of the surveillance video.
The girl that was supposed to be luring a man in for an armed robbery takes both of her shoes off and then just leaves them?
She wasn't running away.
Or she doesn't run away? Is that your testimony?
That's my review of the video.
But you work with them, right? You want them to win, right?
I would not characterize what I do as wanting one side to win.
Well, you work for the DA's office,
Yes.
correct? And so you're team DA, right? You work for the government.
I work for Fulton County, but I would not characterize as winning and losing what we do.
Conviction or acquittal conviction is what you want, right?
And certainly, I want to put up evidence that would allow the jury to convict the defendants.
And you would agree there isn't any evidence, no?
No, I disagree with that.
Because your evidence is Kamari White and lead detective. right?
I disagree with that.
It's an answer.
Yeah,
It's
this
also
is-
badgering the witness. It's also argumentative for 3 or 4 reasons.
Sustained on all those grounds. Mr. Regis.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good seeing you. It's been a while. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for asking. I'm curious, you have a year and a half, thereabout, of jail calls to listen to. What's your filtering process?
In terms of looking for specific calls?
Yeah, you don't listen to every call, whomever you're looking for the last year and a half, do you?
Of course not.
What's your filtering process?
So if there is a process, one is look at calls made relatively soon to when the person is arrested, look around court dates, and then as evidenced by the calls pulled from just a few days ago, look at calls made closer to trial.
Can you do a keyword search?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So it's just essentially guessing, looking at certain time periods, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
So you have calls around the time of arrest and calls close to court, correct?
Yes,
And a lot of in between, we don't know, right?
correct.
But you have a system that allows you to access every call, correct?
All the calls that are recorded, yes.
And with that access to that information over the course of the last year and a half, you have, I think, 15 total calls, right?
Yes, on this exhibit.
And just one from Ms. Smith, correct?
Yes,
Defense, we don't get access to that, do we?
we provided all the calls to you.
But we can't search the system as you can we?
I don't think so, but like, again, we provide the calls that we have to you.
But if we want to hear not just the calls at the beginning or the calls at the end, we can't just plug into the system or whatever it looks like and say, give us all those calls. We can't do that, right?
You can't, but I mean, you could ask us and we'd provide them to you.
All right, thank you, sir. No more questions.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Step down, Mr. Ruth.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
State may calls next witness.
State called Detective Luke Malskis.
It is pretty. Oh, the app. No, this is just saying, information for customer. Like this is, that's not that. Yeah, double check that. What's this one? Instagram? But this is a full, this is gonna be an issue, just like the public. You know what I mean? Just split, like pull out the G, you know? So it's, you know, next one. Alright, doctor, cool, no business record on. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do. Sure, my name is Detective Luke Malskis, Lukemalskis.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure, my name is Detective Luke Malskis. I am a homicide detective for the City of Atlanta Police Department, and I'm currently post-certified with the state of Georgia to do so.
Okay. And how long you been with Atlanta Police Department?
So I've been with Atlanta since 2017, and then I was Clayton County Sheriff's Officer for about a year before that.
Okay. And how long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
I've been there since April of 2024.
Approximately how many homicides have you investigated?
I've been assigned 18 cases with the homicide unit. That includes homicides, special investigations, as well as other aspects we're tasked with the homicide unit.
And approximately, can you give us like your general duties and responsibilities? Can you tell the jury what that looks like?
Sure.
day-to-day?
So as someone who's assigned to the homicide unit, we investigate homicides, suicides, as well as officer-involved shootings, as well as special investigations, which is generally a fancy term for somebody that's been shot or had an injury occur to them in what would be a homicide, but they haven't died yet, or they're brain dead or something similar to that nature.
Okay. And where do you get information sort of as during the course of your investigation? What sources do you use?
So I use a variety of sources. Some of those can come from witness statements. Some of that can come from actual hard evidence, such as like video footage, as well as through the use of search warrants going and using social media requests, such as like Instagram or Facebook, et cetera. There's a variety of sources that we can utilize to gain information for this investigation.
Okay. Now, in January of 2025, were you assigned to the investigation of Latrell Willis?
I was.
And how did you become involved?
Sure. So I was in the homicide unit for the City of Atlanta. There's a rotation of about 16 investigators. Whoever is the first up on the rotation gets assigned the next homicide that occurs. This was mine. And I was advised on the date of the incident that a homicide had occurred and that I would be the lead detective for this case.
Okay. Now, Detective Malskis, when you arrived on scene, how long after you'd received the call did it take you to arrive?
Less than a half hour.
And when you first arrived, what did you observe?
Sure. So I was able to see that Mr. Willis, while life-saving measures had been performed on him, it was able to see that he had already become deceased on the scene. Due to that fact, Grady personnel left him on the scene as to not further disparage any sort of crime scene. I was also able to see that there was a silver or grayish in color Nissan Murano that was on the scene with the doors open, as well as several other smaller items of evidence, such as some drugs that were on the floor, as well as a blood trail, glasses that had been left next to the decedent, and some other things.
Okay. At that point, do you know who had killed Mr. Willis?
I hadn't had it confirmed by the ME yet, but it was likely that it was going to be a gunshot, as we were able to see that there were what I believe to be bullet holes coming from his leg as well as from his head as well.
Did you know the identities of anyone who was involved besides the name of the decedent?
No, not at all.
Okay. Now, from the neighborhood, what information did you develop as a result of your canvass?
Sure. So we had other investigators with the homicide unit come out as a group. They were able to speak with the 911 caller, who advised that they heard gunshots. They heard one singular gunshot, then a pause, and then a secondary gunshot. They were also able to state that they saw individuals running from the scene and possibly what they were wearing. In addition to that, there was a individual that went to was able to state that he had video footage of the incident, but was afraid to come forward on scene right then and there, but that he would be reaching out at a later time.
Okay. And did you eventually receive the surveillance footage?
I did.
And from whom did you receive that?
Mr. Michael Dean.
And what did the footage show?
Sure. So it's a video footage of the vehicle that I just previously described, the Nissan Murano. It shows two individuals walking past on a sidewalk.
Evidence speaks for itself.
Yes, yes. You got it up. Bring it up.
Can you put in your calls?
Mr. Wright to co-host.
I forget to add Mr. Wright as a co-host.
Thank you. Let's bring the video up and then we'll walk through it together.
Sure.
Thank you. Judge, he's still not yet a co-host.
We need to add Mr. Wright as a co-host. Mr. Wright.
Now, the video that you reviewed, was there vehicles on scene as you were reviewing?
Correct.
Okay. What was your, what did you observe the demeanor of the persons who passed by to be?
They looked calm, like they were walking normally, not like there was any sort of alarm or anything really going on.
Okay. And that video captured audio, is that correct?
It did.
While the males were walking past, did you observe any audio, anything audible?
No, I did not.
And was there a period of time in between them, the first pass and them coming back?
Correct, there was.
You know roughly how long that was?
A couple of minutes.
And in the interval of them walking past, was there anything audible on the video that you observed?
Some faint road noise, but other than that, nothing.
Now, while the two persons who walked past off screen, what else is going on in frame?
You can see that the decedent's vehicle, or the vehicle that he was driving, is going to be the vehicle backed in the far back of the video. You can also see some movement, albeit slight, from the passenger compartment up front.
What are the lighting conditions like?
It was dark.
And then we see two people approach the car, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe their demeanor as you observed them?
Again, slowly walking up, not really showing much cause for alarm.
Okay. Did this video,
For itself, and there shouldn't be, these are factual questions for the jury to decide.
correct.
Overruled. You continue.
After the gunshots, what do you next observe?
After the gunshots, I observed the individual who I believe fired the gun running back towards the playground area and that little field area over there.
Where was the decedent located before he was shot?
Before or after he was shot?
Before he was first shot, where was he standing?
He was standing right by the driver's side door.
Okay. And after he was shot, where was he located?
He was located behind the vehicle on the, if you're looking at the vehicle or the video on the left side of the vehicle, between the front and rear passenger doors.
And did this video help you identify the events leading up to Mr. Willis's death?
It did, yes.
Did it help you identify every participant?
It did not, no.
Now, did you obtain Mr. Willis's cell phone?
I did.
Why was that important?
Cell phones with the decedents are important for our investigations because it can show us what events were leading up to it, why that decedent might have been there or doing what he was doing. These days, cell phones are not like The old days where you make a couple of calls, a lot of people's lives are on those cell phones.
Okay. Were you able to access the phone?
I was.
And when you accessed it, how did you access it, first of all?
Sure. So I conducted an interview with the decedent's family. I believe it was his brother who was actually able to.
Overruled.
I was able to gain that information, gain a passcode. So I was able to unlock and access the device. Then I was also able to get a search warrant and then was able to conduct a forensic extraction of the phone, which is basically taking a image of that cell phone and then basically re-downloading it onto a device where I can view it as well.
And what information did you locate in in your review of Mr. Willis's phone?
Sure. So I was able to see several items of note. The first was that he had downloaded a voice over IP app, also known as TextNow, similar to like Google Voice. And in that he had been conversing with an individual right up until the time of his death. And in those text messages, it was a cause to wanting to hang out. And in those text messages, he provided the understanding that he would provide a sum of money. He was given a cash app by this individual, and he was also asked to bring a bottle of Hennessy and then possibly some Taylor Port, as well as a similar amount of drugs, and that they were going to come out, go to 1960 Rambling Lane. He was provided that address, and that they were going to hang out together in the vehicle.
Okay. What, if any, concerns did you note in Mr. Willis's communications with the person?
Sure. So several times throughout that text conversation, Mr. Willis questioned whether or not something was going on with this other individual, stated that they had not left each other in the best of ways the last time, and he was iffy and unsure about whether or not he should continue with this meeting.
And your review of the messages, did that provide you with a new investigative lead?
It did, yes.
How so?
So that cash app was provided to me, and that cash app was Cash App where the money sign Nardasia 2. And I was also able to look that up into Cash App, see that it had a female's face as the profile, and was also able to provide gain search warrants to get files for that from Cash App as well.
Okay. You're at this time still would tender into the record pursuant to state business record application, the Cash App records obtained by Detective Vasquez, it states 451.
451 is admitted.
Now, did the review of the Cash App help you identify the shooter?
It did eventually. The shooter, no, but it did.
Okay, so what information did the Cash App provide you?
Sure. So Cash App provided me the ability to see eventually that there were transactions that did correspond to the transactions that were on Mr. Willis's phone, as well as provided some identifying information for the owner of that Cash App as well.
Okay. And did the Cash App assist you in identifying an individual? Because you had a handle.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ultimately learn a name?
It did. Unfortunately, with a lot of times search warrants, while you can write the search warrant and then provide it to a place like Cash App, those things generally don't come like immediately. It can take some days and even sometimes several weeks to get that information back. But knowing that there was a Cash App, because I was able to look it up myself because it was a public profile, and it's the way you can look things up on Cash App. I then went to the apartment complex, noting also that in those messages, it brought that individual, Mr. Willis, to 1960 Rambling Lane. It was likely that that person actually lived in the apartment complex. Because of that inference, I then went to the apartment's leasing office to see if there would be any identifying information there on the leasing, to see if anybody recognized that name. And
what information did you learn at the apartment complex?
Sure. So I was able to actually go to the apartment complex and speak to management there. And then I was able to see that 1960 Rambling Lane in apartment 621, there was a Nardasia Tucker that lived there, which is obviously a very unique name, and was able to show that there was a connection there at 1960 Rambling Lane with that apartment connection to that name as well.
And who else did you discover was associated with that apartment?
Sure, I was able to also see that Mr. Kamari White was associated with that apartment complex, and that a Nicole White, who later turned out to be deceased, was also on the lease as well.
And so did you seek out search warrants as part of your investigation?
I did,
Approximately how many?
probably 10 to 15.
Okay, and what did you get search warrants for?
Sure, the victim's phone, the victim's Instagram. I got cell tower records for that incident location, which would provide for me every device that was connected to a cell tower and then had a incoming or outgoing call during the time of the homicide for the cell tower that services that location for all three major carriers. I was also able to get Cash App records for that Nardasia Tucker or Nardasia 2 Cash App that I had previously discussed. In addition to that, I was also able to get Pinger records, which is the actual company name behind TextNow that service those records. And I was able to get it for the individual that was texting with Mr. Willis. I was able to get those records on the other side of that conversation as well. I was able to get a search warrant for the apartment. I was also able to get cell phone records or call detail records for Ms. Tucker as well, which would show location data, who she was calling, who she received calls from, et cetera, as well as devices, people that had come cause to become arrested. I was able to seize their cell phones and then for certain portions of it, be able to do an additional forensic extraction of those devices as well.
Now, what, if any, information did you obtain in the Instagram records that helped advance your investigation?
So for some of the Instagram records, I was able to see, again, jumping a little bit forward, I was able to see that Ms. Smith had an Instagram that Mr. Willis was following, and that on the day of the incident, he had gone and texted both Instagrams that she had an association with that day or the day before the incident happened.
Okay. And did that help you identify, did you have a name for the person who was communicating with Mr. Willis at that point?
At that point I did, and it
Okay.
further corroborated testimony, or not testimony, but statements that were given to me throughout the process.
What was the name of the participant communicating with Mr. Willis on?
Jalecia Smith.
Okay. Now, Detective, when you reviewed Mr. Dean's surveillance footage, how many males were there?
I saw 2 on the video.
Was that significant to you, the fact that there were 2 males and not 1?
It was.
In what way?
It showed that there were multiple people there, and it also corroborated some of the 911 callers' testimony. And it showed that there was a group of people that were coming together and that it wasn't just one singular individual.
Were you ever able to obtain any identification of the second male?
I was able to attain identification of the male that shot. I was not on the second male, no.
Okay. And once you obtained the video, did your efforts to investigate continue?
They did, yes.
Okay. Did your investigation focus solely on identifying the shooter or something else?
No, the goal in any investigation like this, when you have multiple parties, is to identify as many people as possible.
So after identifying apartment 621 as a location of interest, what did you do next?
Sure. So noting that there was an apartment of interest here, I wanted to contact them and see what was going on with this and who was in that apartment. So I actually went to the apartment physically, walked up to the door, knocked on the door, stayed there for a couple of minutes, didn't hear anything, didn't get a reception at the door. So I left my business card, which has like my name, who I'm associated with, as well as a phone number and an email.
And approximately when did you go to the apartment?
Sure. I believe I did that on February 7th, the first time.
Did anyone answer?
No.
And did anyone later contact you from the apartment?
No.
Now, did you go back to the apartment after February 7th?
I did.
And when did you go back?
February 12th.
And what did you observe when you went there the second time?
Again, I observed that my card had been taken out of the door frame, showing that somebody probably went into the door and out of the door. It wasn't an abandoned apartment, and did the exact same process over again, knocked on the door, loudly announced myself, Atlanta police. tried to, again, talk to the individuals who were located in the apartment. Again, nobody showed up to the door, nobody contacted me, so I again took out a different business card, same business card, put it into the door frame, and then left the location.
And did you continue to attempt to locate the occupants?
I did, yes.
And did you eventually obtain a phone number associated with Ms. Tucker?
I did, yes.
How did you do so?
I actually utilized the phone number that was associated on the leasing agreement and was able to see that she had left a phone number with the leasing office.
Okay. And when you obtained that number, what did you do next?
I called it several times, introducing myself on the voicemails, being like, hey, my name is Detective Malskis. I need to talk to you about a case that I'm working, and provided them a way to call me back.
Okay. Did there come a point that someone called you back?
Yes.
And what happened when they called back?
So I was able to see on my office phone that it was somebody that had the caller ID of Nardasia Tucker. I answered that phone. When I answered the phone, I introduced myself as Detective Malskis. The phone number then immediately hung up. I attempted to call back several times, but then it went immediately to voicemail like I had been blocked.
Okay. And did another investigator return to the apartment after that interaction on the phone?
They did.
And what happened when the investigator went there?
They went there to go check on the door. They saw that my card was no longer in the door jamb as well.
Okay. Now, before seeking a search warrant, did you attempt again to make contact with the people associated in apartment 621?
I did.
Okay. And were those efforts successful?
They did not.
Okay. So did your investigation stop because those efforts were unsuccessful?
No.
Okay. What did you do next?
So, because I wasn't getting success there, I went and wrote up my findings and provided that as a search warrant for the location of that apartment complex, and I was able to then execute it at a later date.
Now, when did you execute the warrant?
I executed it on February 15th, 2025.
Okay. And who was present during the execution of the warrant?
Mr. Jeremiah Oliver was present, Ms. Nardasia Tucker was present, and Mr. Kamari White was present.
And during the execution of that warrant, were any devices seized?
There were. So there were 4 cell phones that were seized that belonged to Mr. White, Mr. Oliver, and Ms. Tucker, as well as a tablet that was seized in a common use area.
And then you said you submitted the phones for to be extracted. Correct?
Some of them I did. So Mr. White's phone was given back to him at the end of his interview, as well as the tablet. Unfortunately, we didn't have the process and ability to conduct that forensic examination. So that was just then entered back into evidence.
Okay. Now, after talking to Mr. White, why did you give him back his phone?
He had provided a statement to me, and that statement, as well as other statements that were given to me that day, showcased that I was not going to take him into custody, and that I may need to have follow-up conversations with him. So the best way to do that would be to provide him with his phone so I could actually call him.
Okay. Now, during the search warrant, what other items were recovered?
Sure. We were able to recover several items: a Glock pistol that was a 40 in caliber pistol, a Taurus magazine that held some 9mm ammunition. There was a missing round in that Taurus magazine as well as a Cash App card that had that same Cash App handle of Nardasia Tucker 2 that was found on the floor. In addition to that, we were able to show photographs of a bottle of Taylor Port, which was mentioned in those text threads that we talked about, as well as I saw both my business cards. One, I think, was on the floor. The other was on next to a trash bag. The other one was, I think, on a bed as well.
Okay. And where was the Taurus magazine located?
It was in Kamari's room.
Why was that significant to you?
Again, it showed that Mr. White probably or possibly had knowledge of it. The Taurus magazine was for the same caliber of the shell casings that were located on scene.
What was that caliber?
9mm.
How many shell casings were located?
2. And it showcased again because there was familial connections there, romantic connections there, that everybody had, easy access to the rooms. It wasn't like a rooming house where there would be locks on the doors that people wouldn't have easy access to.
Okay. And did your investigation stop after the search warrant?
No.
Okay. What did you do next?
I continued to interview witnesses and review evidence, as well as continue to receive information from all 3 that were present there.
Okay. Now, did there come a time after February 15th, you had the initial conversation with Mr. White, that Mr. White, through counsel, indicated that he wanted to speak to you again?
They did, yes.
And approximately when did that take place?
Probably March 2025-ish.
Okay. And did you meet with him?
Oh, we did.
Okay. And what information did he provide? Well, did he provide information, first of all?
He did, yes.
Okay. And was the information that he provided consistent with his first statement on February 15th of 2025?
It was.
During his interview, did he identify to you who the persons were involved in the shooting of Mr. Willis?
He did. He stated that Mr. Oliver was the individual in the video.
Did he identify the person?
He did.
Okay. Now, during your first contact with Mr. White, what, if anything, did he provide you as far as additional evidence?
He provided a written signed photographic form that showed a photo of Mr. Oliver as well as a photo of Ms. Jalecia Smith, where he signed and dated it, stating that these were the individuals that were involved in the incident.
Okay. And in the second interview, what information did he provide in the second interview?
He provided a statement that was consistent with the first one.
Overruled.
Did he provide any other physical evidence?
He did. He provided digital evidence in the form of ring camera video as well as a audio recording that he had.
Okay. And did you review the ring videos and the audio recording as part of your investigation?
We did, yes.
And did you find them to be relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
How so?
The ring video showcased the individuals leaving from the house after the incident had occurred. It showcased individuals known as well as unknown to me at that time, as well as the audio recording statement showcased who I believed was Mr. Oliver, having heard him and also spoken to him previously, discussing the facts of the case after the incident had occurred.
And you also reviewed the audio recording?
I did.
And how did that audio impact your investigation?
Very much so. It further corroborated Mr. White's statement stating that Mr. Oliver.
Are you want to respond to that, or
Oh, no, it's not.
you're going to rephrase?
I'll rephrase. So was the audio important to your investigation when you reviewed it?
It was.
And it said it was published for the jury, states 313 is already in evidence.
Shut the fuck up, hold on, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Get off the phone, bro. You a bitch. You know not gonna get me out to go. You mad to go, bitch ass nigga. Nigga, that shit on you. Take it. You shit for me. I can go out here myself. Hold on, nigga. You ain't do shit for me. But you moving too fast, nigga. We all agree with him. You ain't do shit. What you supposed to shoot, dickhead? Look, man, so I'm gonna smack the dog shit out you, bro. You don't have to keep that business.
Now, was this the audio recording that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you able to identify the primary speaker on that interview audio?
I believe it was Mr. Oliver.
You just
Do you
want
know if it was Mr. Oliver?
Having heard Mr. Oliver's voice and interviewed him previously, I believe it to be Mr. Oliver's voice.
Now, Detective, did your investigation rely on one witness, the sole testimony of Kamari White?
It did not.
What evidence did you rely on?
So in all law enforcement investigations, whether it's a murder or, a larceny call, you're going to look at the totality of the circumstances.
You can just lean forward, sir. Make sure you're speaking
Sorry.
into the microphone.
You're going to look at the totality of the circumstances. It's not just one interview, one witness. It's going to be all the things that we collected to include the witness statements, but also the video and the social media warrants and information we were able to collect, as well as the other search warrants that were able to be fruitful and beneficial, such as like the pinger information and all that stuff as well.
And did the investigation continue to evolve after January 29th?
It did.
Did you ignore any evidence?
No.
Was there some evidence that you collected then that was not material to your investigation?
Sure.
Can you explain what that evidence that you thought was not material to the investigation?
Sure. There's going to be issues where when you don't know what the case is going to turn out, you're going to collect everything you possibly can, and some of that's going to provide fruit and some of that's not. For example, that would be the Hennessy bottle. I had fingerprints attempted to be collected from it, as well as the vehicle. And in addition to that, also had DNA evidence taken from the rim of the bottle.
Let's go one at a time. Let's
Sure.
look up at the DNA evidence that you collected. Is that routinely collected in your homicides?
Correct.
And does every item in a homicide is it tested for DNA?
If it can be, we try to, yes.
Oh, why is that?
As far as testing or collecting, now collecting, yes. We try to collect as much as we can at first, because again, in the early stages of investigation, we don't know what's going to provide fruit and what isn't. And we also don't know exactly what the story is going to be and whether or not this is needed or not.
So how about testing? Is testing always done?
No.
Why not?
Because again, if there's DNA evidence is trying to provide an answer to a question you're having. The question that we would have gotten from that DNA evidence had already been answered by multiple other people, and it didn't necessarily provide the fruit that would have been needed.
Now, how about, you said there was some prints also collected?
Correct.
And again, it's routine to collect those prints, correct?
Correct.
And were they preserved?
They were.
Now, is preserving different from testing the evidence?
Yeah, so with fingerprints, we attempted to collect fingerprints. It was my understanding that none of those prints were of value. And what that means is the fingerprints were so degraded, or they weren't able to be collected in a point where they would have been even able to be run through a system like McAfee's. So unfortunately, while we attempted to collect them, they weren't able to be actually utilized in a fruitful way.
Let me ask this. If the DNA of, say, for example, Ms. Jalecia Smith was under Mr. Willis's fingernails,
Mhm.
will it help you identify who had shot him?
No.
Why was that?
Ms. Smith, from multiple witness statements, there was no question that she was in the vehicle. And again, from other aspects of evidence, such as the video, it's pretty clear that Ms. Smith was not the person that shot Mr. Willis.
Now, how about latent prints?
Mhm.
What is the significance of latent prints? Was it done in this case?
Again, so latent prints is, generally speaking, just a print that's found on an area where we're able to try and collect it through the use of like a fingerprint kit, which we did on the vehicle before we had anybody identified. And again, we attempted to collect those fingerprints, and those fingerprints, while attempted to be collected, none were of value where we could have entered them into like an APHIS database.
And but could that fingerprint help you identify, or would it help you identify the shooter in this case?
Door was already open from what I remember from the video, so I don't foresee the shooter having touched anything that would have been material to that vehicle that would have given us that ability.
And the Hennessy bottle, you said it was collected
Yes,
and taken and stored?
correct.
Now, you testified earlier that there was several guns found in the apartment and maybe a couple magazines, is that right?
We were able to collect one firearm that had a magazine, and then an additional magazine that did not go to that firearm, but no firearm for that magazine was located.
Was a weapon consistent with the casings found at the scene recovered?
No, it was not.
Now, so without a weapon that is consistent with the casings, are you able to do a comparison of ballistics testing?
No, and in fact, a 40 caliber firearm would not have been able to fire the 9mm rounds that were found on scene.
But does the absence of a weapon sort of hinder your investigation?
Not necessarily, no.
So do you continue developing evidence for other ways?
Correct.
Now, while on scene, you recovered one angle. This is surveillance footage from Mr. Dean.
Correct.
Did you attempt to locate any additional video evidence?
I did. So I believe it was the next day after the incident, and that day as well of the incident, I was able to speak with the property manager, as well as, I believe, a security person on scene. They stated that they had cameras there, and that they were going to attempt to provide me additional areas and angles of video footage. Through the course of conversing with them over a period of time, they stated that unfortunately no video footage was able to be recovered, and that their cameras were not operable at that time because they were switching over, I believe, from one project, property management ship to another at that point.
But did your inability to locate any additional footage stop your investigation?
No.
Now, if the cameras on the buildings were inoperable, how about on the units in the location? Ring videos, maybe additional videos like Vivint.
Sure.
Did you search for any of those?
So I attempted to look for other video cameras that would have been in the area that would have captured the incident. Unfortunately, where the incident took place, there's a playground and a field right there, so it's very difficult for any, and then also with the way that the apartment complex is actually located, the apartments are inside underneath covered walkways. So you wouldn't have actually been able to see a lot of that. We're actually very lucky that we got the video footage we did for Mr. Dean because he had a video camera facing out of his back window, facing towards his vehicle.
Now, of course, identifying the shooter is important in an investigation, correct?
Correct.
How about understanding why someone shot? Is that important?
Yes.
How so?
Again, the why is just as important as the what. In the state of Georgia, we have justifiable homicide. We have the other different reasons why these actions can occur. The why can determine what the actual charge is and is not going to be.
I'm sorry, Ron, he's sailing off. I can't hear.
You could repeat the last answer, sir.
Sure. The why can determine what charges, if any, that I, as an investigator, decide to make.
So did you attempt to determine why Latrell Willis came to Ramblin' Lane?
I did.
Did you review his phone?
I did.
And you reviewed his communications?
I did.
And that gave you an insight as to why he arrived at Ramblin' Lane?
Correct.
Did your investigation attempt to determine how the persons communicating with Mr. Willis at the time and the participants in the video were connected?
Yes.
So with the information you had developed at the time, did you consider any alternative theories of the case, any different possibilities?
I consider multiple different possibilities, but again, at the end of the day, I try to just go where the evidence leads me and see what's going on that way.
So in your experience, do witnesses always agree with each other?
No.
And why is that?
People's statements and people's views and people's, for lack of a better term, to use a new age word, their truths are going to be different based upon what they believe and what their recollections are going to be, and as well as ulterior motives of what they want and what they don't want.
And did videos, do they always answer every question?
Absolutely not.
And do phones answer every question?
No.
But was it your job to accept the first explanation that you heard?
No.
What was your job?
Again, my job as a law enforcement officer, and that's been the case throughout my entire career, has been to assess a situation of the totality of the facts that I have and I'm able to collect. And then based upon those totality of facts, make what makes the most sense and then go forward for what the evidence actually suggests.
Detective, and after you made your arrest in this case, you continued to work at the DA's office, liaise with the DA's office?
I did.
And in part of your liaison with the DA's office, you're able to review several jail phone conversations, correct?
I was.
Can I please sit for this portion? So together, we're going to review some conversations that formed part of the investigation of this case. the people that you were able to review the calls from, who are the individuals?
They would be Ms. Nardeja Tucker, Mr. Jeremiah Oliver, Ms. Jalecia Smith, as well as Mr. Kamari White.
Just from memory?
Yeah.
So how many people did you review jail calls for?
So Kamari White, Mr. Jeremiah Oliver, as well as Ms. Jalecia Smith, as well as Nardeja Tucker.
Thank you. And from what time periods did you look at their communications?
I believe it was from a couple of days after the arrest all the way up to June 5th.
Of this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, and for the record, state will publish what's already tendered into evidence that states 446A, begin with 446A1. And for the record, that call is 21 minutes, 51 seconds. The state will start at 4 minutes, 58 through 6 minutes, 13. The detective, are you familiar with coded language in your experience?
I am.
And why, in your experience, do persons involved in certain cases use coded language?
Well, you can,
It's in his experience.
yeah, why don't you explain I guess you can talk a little bit more about the experience and then re-ask the question.
What is your experience, just to briefly explain to the jury, that your experience with persons who use sort of coded language during the course of the investigations that you've conducted?
Sure. So before I was a homicide detective, I was on SVU. Before that, I was on burglary. Before that, I worked several assignments as an officer to include gang, guns, and drugs investigations on our field investigation teams.
English. Sorry, go ahead.
Through almost every investigation, I've had cause to at least sometimes look at jail calls. At every single jail call, if anybody's had the displeasure of listening to these for hours at a time, it's going to state, your call is being recorded, anything you say, obviously. And every single time that call happens, there's going to be a reminder there. So because of that, it's par for the course that you're going to typically see defendants when they're trying to discuss things about the case, utilizing coded language or curtailing their language in some aspect to that way not allow for that to happen.
And starting at 4 minutes 58 and going through 6 minutes 13.
My main concern is you. Like I said, I just heard it run down a little bit. I saw her on McAfee's like interview you also. Kamari not so much. Unfortunately,
Or he just need to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him more. So he was talking about it. Like I said, you will see when you see everything like that.
Another thing, don't say too much, don't define no damn gender or nothing like that. My three just college, they still in the same place.
You say what now?
My three just college, they still in the same place, don't confine gender or nothing like that.
Your free hairstyling?
They still in the same place?
Free hairstyling.
Yeah. The Tiger's Breeder, I know, they still in the same place?
You said what now?
The Tiger's Breeder, I know, they still in the same place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, actually the hairstyle is moved. The hairstyle is freaking moved. I need to call her and see about this too, actually.
Yeah, you need to call them.
Detective, during the course of your investigation, what work did Jalecia Smith do sometimes?
She braided hair as well as did hairstyling. In fact, she made mention of that to Mr. Willis in the text now conversations that she had that night.
Playing 446A2. which for the record is 21 minutes, 18 seconds. We'll be starting at 4:29 through 14:53.
And everything like that. Yeah, they want me to have, so, you know, they have my phone and everything.
Yeah.
The detective was gonna give it back to me. He said he was gonna give it back to me, but he he told me that to come there at 8 p.m. on the 25th to get my phone back, and then right when we were leaving out, he was like, don't forget that meeting. And I said, a meeting? Oh, there's gonna be a meeting? He was like, yeah. I said, specifically, it's gonna be a meeting. He was like, yeah. But he was trying to like slide it in. He said when I was getting into the car, when we was gonna head home, I don't want to walk into no meeting alone. You know, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
So, that's why I'm trying to find one for me. I just want someone to come inside their meeting with me. That's all.
Right.
And then my main concern is you. Like I said, I got her to run down a little bit. And that's all I'm looking for. But you also smart enough to make, with no purpose, you know.
Well, he just need to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him more. So he was talking about it. Like I said, you will see when you see and everything like that.
Another thing, don't say too much, don't confine no damn gender or nothing like that. My three hairstylists, they still in the same place.
You say what now?
My three hairstylists, they still in the same place, don't confine gender or nothing like that.
Your free hairstylist?
They're still in the same place?
Free hairstylist.
Yeah.
Moving on now to 14:20. Let's see.
Listen, I've been seeing that for the longest, like.
That's literally all it is.
Yeah.
Without whoop they have nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's why they want to have a meeting, and that's why they want to without whoop they have nothing. With you know what I'm saying, with the shit on Instagram, without that, they have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it is that one.
One thing that I told you on Instagram, clear up, this thing, bro.
How long you think this one goes?
You like that what?
How long you think this one goes?
Yeah. It depends on the cases. So I mean, mine's a little different, but I do know that I go to a little bond here in what's it called? Little country.
Stepping at 15:16. Moving on to the next call, which would be 446A3.
The time is 10:56. Be careful of tomorrow hour.
Just for the record on this one, this call is 21:18 and starting at the 4:40 mark.
Be careful of tomorrow hour moving outward. And you know what's crazy? We had this conversation, and I didn't even lie to you. Me and you got to take the L with this. I ain't know, because we really just had a conversation. We were like, you know what, we need to talk to Kamari. We literally just said it the other day, and I'll be done.
Yeah, don't take too much on your phone over here. It's okay.
Yeah. Oh, we don't look at it.
Oh no, boy, I got no business.
I was going to say, did I listen to people, or?
No, they got them motherfuckers in interrogation. They took them motherfuckers.
Stopping at 5:18 and moving to 14:20.
got the Airbnb and shit like I said.
Yeah, that.
Cool. That's cool. And let's see, where is it? The picture, he bad as shit. I thought he was skinny. He bad as fuck. But it was.
Yeah, it like that.
Yeah, that nigga was so sick of me. Boy, he was sick of me. He was so damn mad at me. He didn't brush back in the room, took his hat off, slammed the papers down. I was just like, bro, you pissed off at me, ain't you?
Man, I was like, what the hell? That nigga had blew me, bro. I was like, let me show you that time I say, bro. Then he come back in there. He come by, so yeah, he was like, yeah. He was like, well, now my date. Hey, I don't want to talk to you. Get out. He said, what? He came back in and he was like, yeah, no, they just said this dude, look, you know, he had first played me crippled and shit. I was like, alright, okay, anyway. And I was like, man, how the fuck that work? But, you know what I'm saying, we ain't gonna talk about the case on the phone, so I was saying too much. I was like, how the fuck that work? You know what I'm saying? Everybody was inside, so, you know what I'm saying? How the fuck that even was possible to say? I don't know. But I was like, alright, whatever, cool. So, he came back and he was like, yeah, and I know our days are saying the same thing. I'm like, but that nigga, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Like, it's hello. I don't want to talk to you.
I heard when I ain't gonna like when I heard you yelling and I go down front again. I'm like, come on, why is he being loud?
Yeah, me and him in there arguing. I'm like, bro, like, yo, you get that from paper.
What y'all? Come on.
Yeah, but no, we just arguing. He just talking and saying this and that. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about, bro? Like, I'm like, you stupid as hell. Nigga, you don't even know me. You don't even know who I am. You just got my name because I gave it to you. Nigga, like, the fuck? What the hell are you talking about? You just trying to put something on somebody. Nigga, you don't even know me, son. It'd be different. You know what I'm saying? It'd be different if you knew who the fuck I was and like, you was just like, yeah, I'm watching you.
Stopping for the record at 16:27. Moving on to 446A.4. For the record, that call is 12 minutes and 35 seconds long. We'll start at 1 minute and 6 seconds approximately.
Give me your idea. What's wrong?
That's how, no, I can't even let me.
Scale it.
Huh?
Scale it.
Scale it.
Yeah, 1 to 10.
10. I'm back home.
Huh?
I'm back home.
Why?
Yeah. Mm-mm.
She's going crazy too.
Somewhere, yeah.
This about my stylist?
Huh?
This about my hairstylist?
Yeah, she's included too. Well, now your hairstylist, she just puts me out doing crazy about your hair, saying that goddamn, don't be her, we need her, she don't need us. We always shoot along or don't how sometimes we'll be able to payment plan. And sometimes get her weed and stuff like that and say how evidently you would treat her like this before, and would be funny, be acting funny and would be smoking weed, but then like when you her and her other person and her other person that braided up on her, person that braided up on her for papers and shit like that. Just I don't know. That's just
You want to use who to what?
What you say?
He said, Bex the one to use her to what?
You, her, and the girl that she worked, and the girl who worked up on her, the other girl that worked up on her, sent out some use them for like papers and lighters and shit like that. So for right now, I'm just letting her talk about this shit and her to do
I mean, you understand that her ass will go straight to her school?
Like I said, and then
she don't understand that her ass will go straight to her school, right? Like you got an exam to put, she's going straight to her school.
I knew her
And then,
that.
and then another thing she was telling me like, I'm trying to be a ride or die, girlfriend. Y'all basically like the hair appointments and she ain't got shit to do with me. It's just because I'm trying to be a ride or die girlfriend because I fucked you, but me and you started bingo, I stuck with. You fucked with me, you started bingo, I stepped away because you toxic and all.
What I got to do with her? Is she good?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like she's good. Like up to fuck.
Oh,
Like, I'm
is
trying to be a ride or die.
this the issue?
No, it's another thing, but I'm just telling you one.
It's another thing.
Yeah, but it's another thing like a note. Like the other thing is just a team.
Is the other thing dealing with a person?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it dealing with the other stylist?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the stylist had asked you something, and I was telling her basically like she was asking you like, how do you want she was asking basically like how do you want the hair to be? And I told her like, see, you want that motherfucker going all the way around.
What time is it right now?
What time is that? Can you see right now?
Huh?
I'm trying to see. 8:23.
8:23.
8:23.
8:23. Yeah. So the stylist said what?
The other stylist one time had you put with your hair done. The other stylist had texted me and asked me like, you know, was you gonna get your hair done? But they didn't say like was you gonna get your hair done. I think she was like, you know, she was gonna get some braids, and I was like, yeah. You'll probably have to watch the other one because you ain't going all the way around and you're trying to see what that look like.
So so the other one kind of braid in a different way off the funny shit.
Yeah, they brought it to my attention, and you know.
So the other one might try to work one when when somebody get her braid into her basically.
Huh?
So the main stylist or the second stylist?
Alright, so the second stylist, when you was getting your hair done, you can get your hair done. The second stylist had texted me and asked me, was you gonna get your hair done? But they had asked for like, is you gonna get some braids or something? And I was like, yeah, you can trying to, but since you might want your braids going all the way around like in a crown, she might have to check that out. But I'll let her know. But she had texted that to me, and I had just thought about it, and I wanted to tell you.
Oh, she texted you that?
Yeah.
Back then?
Yeah.
Name?
No, I ain't things like all get their hair done looking like that. I was just like, yeah, trying to, but I was forgetting that everybody else was trying to get their hair done too. So I was just like, yeah, trying to get their hair done.
Talk about that more. That's the 10 thing?
Yeah, because it's because she was a little more in detail and everything. It was still, yeah. Because I got a question I need to ask.
Okay. Why the fuck she acting like that? Like, girl, what the fuck?
Literally, like, just came out the blue. Like, everything just all cool. And then I'm still stuck on the ride or die girlfriend. So we fucked with and we started being our separate ways. And what the fuck you talking about? You just met? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck do you know? You know, we started being our separate ways. So much I always overlook when you, she said something. I took a picture of it.
I know she's not talking.
She was like I was overlooking. She been telling me stuff, but I was just overlooking it until I can't overlook it no more. And that's the only reason I'm into is because I'm trying to be the ride or die girlfriend. And because I stayed around when we started being on second ways because you toxic and I'm like that.
I know this is not talking.
Being dedicated and nobody helped her with her weed, her hair, her nails, her somebody she's up there over here trying to dope ways. Somebody she's putting in on weed and plates and this and third looking at the and I had to put her saying, hey, come on. I'm like, bro, what?
She putting in on weed.
Somebody she put in on weed and plates and shit.
And third.
Plates, like your food and shit. Last time I thought I was paying for everything.
Leave that shit alone. Leave that shit alone, okay?
Yeah, we just, staying on the good level of stuff, We just let her talk. Yeah, I understand where you come from.
Just leave that shit alone. You know what I'm saying? So what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm even like I said, I'm just saying on course ground, you know, yeah, I understand where you come from, shit, is that you feel like, you know, I'm just saying like, you don't feel like that. I ain't even got
Yeah,
time.
bro, like, yeah, okay. So, I mean, well, let's just put it this way. Let's put it this way, okay? With all love in my heart. If the birds don't make sure she can bring right, her ass don't get kicked out of hair school, and she don't want that. I don't know what she thinks this is, but I'm telling her how the bird world works. She needs to really 100% understand that 100% if she don't burn this shit right, she's getting kicked out of hair school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then she come out from what she was gonna do this shit. So speaking of hair school and shit like that, she was telling me like, she was saying like she was gonna do shit on her own anyways, but then we got intervened and shit like that, and you know she had shit on her own, you know all that shit. But
She's there. Hell no, you need to talk to her for real.
I am.
Yeah, you need to really reality check her ass and let her know she don't bring this shit right. Fuck.
After this, after she get out of, sorry, Poppy. After everything, I didn't talk to her right now. Like I said, I'm just straight to the ground shit. I understand. So I'm just basically letting her talk right now. I was even talking to my folks about it and everything like that, and they was like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, they was like, fuck her, fuck her. So yeah, I'm just letting her talk right now. Shit, yeah, I said something. You right, got her. I ain't. Like I said, I need her to make sure she still do her hair at the end of the fucking day.
Yeah, let her talk. But then after she gets done talking, make sure you overly express to her. Like, look, I get what you're saying, nigga. But if you don't bring this to get that ass, nigga, not even being funny, not even just that I want my hair right. If you don't bring this shit right, you fuck.
You fucking
You need to know that. My hair is fucked up. She's fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think she sees that, and she's stupid. Because everything, she needs to understand that if she don't bring this shit right, they're going to start questioning her fucking braids, and then they're going to really know why the fuck she can't braid correct. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Make it dumb.
Yeah, I need to, but I really need like really.
It's okay. I ain't tripping. She gonna do the hell right, but you know what the hell right. So you just need to make sure she understands that she needs to make sure she practices her style. That you make sure she understands.
But I need to stop. I need to,
Yeah, that needs to be the main thing you express to her, because she don't want to get kicked out of hair school. She knows she don't want to get kicked out of hair school. She not having fun too much.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I get ready to stop you.
This time, she will not be able to do it.
I need time out.
And at this time, so we'll stop at 11 minutes and 37 seconds. And Detective, based on your review of the case and the audio recordings, who did you understand Mr. Oliver and Ms. Tucker to be referencing as the hairstylist?
That's Jalecia Smith.
Moving on to 446A4. A5, sorry. For the record, that call is 19 minutes, 44 seconds long. We start at 4 minutes and 8 seconds.
They got 3 damn kids, so like, come on, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Ain't trying to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? I need to go ahead and talk them for me. Leave the fuck alone, bro. Like, come on, bro. That's why I said, nigga need a lawyer. So a lawyer going there and be like, come on, look at the camera. Look at the camera. This nigga had all basketball shorts in the house. He just walked down the stairs, went to the car, got her, and went in the house. Get the fuck on.
I mean, okay, so how you wanna, so let me ask you, how you want this to go? Do you want your, so you wanna wait until Friday, to see if you talk to your public defender, so if you don't talk to your public defender this week, so next week, that's when you wanna like move forward, like, that's why I'm here.
This is for me, right? I wanna, fuck. I don't know, man. I wanna get a run on it, but I guess we can wait till Friday. Talk to my mom and talk to Jay and see what they think about it. Cause that nigga on the one.
Moving on to 1508.
Okay. Alright, so, let me see, I got this house happened outside of my apartment building, and they accused me of actually being in the car with the person that's deceased now, and fortunately I wasn't able to give him a apology because it was a false identity. Jeremiah was inside of my house and heard the gunshot and came downstairs to come and get me. All that was on, what's on the after that?
Actually, I didn't hear what the call said somebody shooting out there.
Oh, damn, okay, okay, hold on.
But no, I mean, like, it really don't matter. When I caught wind of the gunshot, I went to go get you because you was outside. Basically, to put it like that. When I caught wind of the gunshot, when I heard it was shooting outside, I went to go get you. Sometimes. Cause nigga didn't know. You don't think a nigga didn't know you was outside. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, niggas trying to get in there. They gonna see on what's the call. I came out a little while after because nigga didn't even know you was outside. Nigga went outside to get you. Ooh, came in. You know what I'm saying?
He was inside of my house and we heard it was a student outside. He came downstairs to come and get me with us.
I'm saying, yeah, he came down.
Okay, what are you trying to say, sir?
He came down to get me, and we both went back up there inside, or we both were basically in front of the camera of the apartment. He was, you know what I'm saying? Basically, to let you know, like, they got the wrong nigga, basically. We could tell her that basically he's asking for help from y'all, whoever he can get help from, because he really needs help on this one. These folks trying to accuse me, I'm not into it. Sure.
Yeah, I'm so tired now. I was telling her that he wanted me to explain.
Moving now to 1754, so.
You got all that?
Okay. Yeah, I just sent her the message. I'm gonna read it back to you real quick before I send it out, and then I'm gonna send her a picture of the one. I will make that say everything correctly. I said, hey, Miss Charlotte, it's not actually there, that's a reference. I'm on the phone with him there, and he wanted me to give you a background of the situation. I do want to say he's 100% innocent. An incident happened outside of my apartment building, and they accused me of actually my phone is accused me of actually being in the car with the person that's deceased now. Unfortunately, I wasn't, and the detective had to give me an apology because it was a false identity. Jeremiah was inside of my house, and when we heard it was a student outside, he came downstairs to come and get me, and we both went back upstairs, and we were both in front of the cameras in my apartment. He wanted me to explain to you all because he's asking for help due to the fact he has been falsely accused. Also, they had a warrant to search my home and possibly take me, but they put Jeremiah and my little brother also, but they're nowhere on the warrant.
Detective Moskis, there was a conversation about a false ID of Miss Tucker.
Mhm.
Why did you initially suspect Nadeja Tucker as part of your investigation?
Sure. So obviously the Cash App went to her, and she was the name on the lease at the apartment. I wasn't aware of Ms. Smith until after the warrant had happened. So because of that, I was thinking that she was going to be the female on the video at first. Then after the course of the investigation happened after the warrant, I was able to understand that Ms. Smith was actually, in fact, the person that was going to be in the vehicle.
Thank you. Moving on to 446A. 6. For the record, that call is 10 minutes 37, beginning at 1 minute 45.
Press 1 for English. Press 1 for English. Oprima el. Press 0 to make a I'm turning around. I'm just keeping my information. Don't take up because also with hairstyles. Yeah, hold up.
I'm so tired of hearing about my hairstyle. My hairstyle is so stress me the fuck out. My mother. That sounds stress me the fuck out, man.
Stopping at 2:16 and moving on to 8 minutes and 9 seconds.
Yeah, you see that at school break, right? Like, it ain't got nothing to do with it. Ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on. Let me see if this is verify with that. Don't hang up.
Yeah.
Okay, little boy. He said actually he can't talk to you over the phone because everything is being recorded. He can't say on the phone or anything like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna talk to him and maybe around 1:30 give me a call back and I'm gonna also
Hold on, okay, I love you. I love you.
Okay, and I'm gonna try to get the money on your mama's phone too.
Okay, baby.
Moving on to 44687. For the record, that call is 20 minutes, 31 seconds. We'll start at 1:33.
Press. Right here talking to your hairstylist about her braids being tight. I ain't gonna let your hairstylist instead of saying so. So your hairstylist instead of saying told her siblings.
Call her what?
Told her siblings and told her daddy about her wanting to be in hair school and shit like that. She was told them everything, the whole process, like hair school and all that. She was just like giving them a heads up, like they can, help out and shit, the particular her daddy.
Yeah, I wouldn't, yeah,
Her daddy, laughed, though. Her daddy laughed at it.
Why do you laugh at it? Her dad's on the west side. They fuck with you basically. Well, John fuck with you basically. And side. Well, yeah. Yeah, no, these ghetto ass motherfuckers, but no, I'm don't know about her and shit like that. I don't know her dad know. But her dad, she told her dad how, she do her hair and everything like that. And her dad basically fuck with you and everything like that. He was just like, whatever it is. Cool. Like, telling the family about her wanting to go to school and shit. But she didn't want to let him know in case, cause she lived there. Yeah. Yeah, you talk to her about getting the brains tattoo. She told nigga, hey.
That's what I was generally talking about. What I was going to tell you is, these folks that I just talked to, did you know these fucking lawyers going to YSL case?
You're stopping at 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Moving on to 1716.
Come on, man, what the hell, bro? These niggas trying to throw it at somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's what the word is. I believe they looking like they basically trying to put it on somebody. Or I guess what they trying to do is they need two people to go against you, two more people to go against you. They can't just go off one of this and shit. Yeah, no, I'm saying they trying. They what they gonna try to do is bro. That's what they're gonna try to do is when you come in that motherfucker, they're gonna try to play it like either you go against them or you get locked up. Yeah, I mean, that's what they did in the interrogation. They was like, you get to talk, I told her, I don't know this. They were like, you get to talk to her because of these, because, you know, he thought it was me. And he like, because these friends, like, you going down for this murder. I was like, hold up. Because that's what I was trying to do when I had seen, you know, what's there and everything like that. That's what I was trying to say. I was like, nah, I didn't talk willingly. I dead ass did it. It's simple and say, I mean, dead ass thought. Like, you know, I was inside of the car. Like, I really had no choice but to say something. But say what? I was saying that I really had no choice but to say something after I had, you know, the first one I had really seen, when I had first, you know, what you had said, they had told you and everything that, you know, we told, and I was saying like, no, for one, that's not true. I was saying, I first walked in there, I don't know anything, I don't want to talk about this, but then when he filled up the measures and I seen like they really thought it was me inside of the car and stuff, it was like I really had no choice but to say something, but I'm saying I still didn't say anything against you, you know what I'm saying? Well, what the hell are they talking about, bro? Yeah, no, dead ass, I did it. Well, when the 25 wake up, I'm gonna go ahead and get on that, I got a power with that today. But we can talk then about that thing. I need to talk to you about your hairstylist, she actually, be want to talk to you too about your hair and shit, because she, I know. Yeah, sometimes. But still, also at the same time, she need to go do some hair elsewhere too, because that ain't stop. Yeah, I know. Either she want to talk to you, basically. She want to have like a one-on-one. Yeah, that's cool. After that, she need to go do that somewhere else. Man. That ain't the stop. Yeah, that's not the stop. No. See what I was saying? Like, she was supposed to stop us again on the way. Yeah, I was like, that ain't the stop for us. Shit, the other stop was ain't the stop for us. You know what I'm saying? Well, like I said, this thing I said her other stop is her best stop because, like I said, you know, her daddy owned that stop. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, she is still not a minor, but her dad still is her legal guardian. You know what I'm saying? Her daddy can tell folks like, "Here, my kid can do your hair. Here, my kid can go to your house and do no hair." He still got that authority over her. Yeah, another thing going. Yeah. Yeah, so actually, if anything, she needs to be a week over there, the other one that her dad owned. Yeah. Because at least he can tell folks, hell no, my daughter ain't gonna go over there to do that. At least he can tell them that. Yeah.
Stopping at 20 minutes and 21 seconds. And for 446A, last call will be 446A.8. For the record, that call is 17 minutes and 22 seconds. Please enter your. And we'll start at 5 minutes 38.
Who, me? Come on, he did just go on the court. Oh, I don't know, because when we left, he was still inside the hotel. But you still know, right? Yeah, I think when he told me and her, he was like, I love y'all, but that's all, we on our own, so I don't know what that means. Yeah, teach making sure you got going on. Yeah, definitely so with my attorney, cause I'm here, cause no, my brother's power of attorney, can't say too much, but my attorney gonna come down and come talk to him, and then he's gonna get in contact with her attorney. Yeah, we're done, okay, cool. Yeah, cause him and your attorney gotta talk, about some stuff and blah, blah, blah. That's cool, yeah, try that, like, man, I'm feeling like that, right? I love you. I love him, but I love you deeply, which is why I love him. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me take this off my ear. When you get talking like that, I don't like that. No, I'm just telling you, I love you. I love him, but it's because I love you. And I love you very deeply. I'll do anything for you. So, what I also need you to understand is, I ain't gonna keep putting my hand out and motherfuckers keep spinning on it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, alright, yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't put fish to face for this. I don't got feet to my face for this. Just for a nigga to turn around and say, this nigga, you know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking, niggas from that stand on what the fuck they got going on. And everything that's up with it. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna keep saving it. Yeah. Okay, I understand. Don't piss what's on his phone because I'm already acting all these cycles and everything like that. But yeah.
Stopping now at 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Moving on to Ms. Tucker's calls, which for the record would be 446E, starting with 446E1. For the record, that call is 17 minutes, 59 seconds, starting at 3 minutes and 40 approximately.
The time is
Detective Maskis, what month was Ms. Tucker taken into custody?
She was taken into custody in February of 2025.
And when was Kamari White taken into custody?
All right, I think it might have been March. Let me, if I can refer to my notes.
whenever y'all be talking to Pam, whatever case may be, try to record them conversations. So like I was telling my lawyer, we basically just need evidence to show that like the family trying to put it on me because they mad about, legally and everything like that. So whenever y'all get on the phone with them folks, I always record the conversations, like just in case they want to slip up and say something. Like, if I would have known that this was gonna happen, I would have recorded Keita when she was like, they saying that everybody got to go down legally and this and the third, even though we ain't got nothing to do with it and everything like that. So whenever y'all talk to them, just make sure y'all record them conversations just in case. I know somebody bound to slip up to say something.
Oh, I got proof right now that's gonna do all this shit. I'm coming out right now.
You need to send that. You need to send it. You said, okay, what you got? You be careful with the paper. What you got?
I got a voice recording. You know what I'm talking about?
A voice recorder. A voice recorder who?
Who else?
My hairstylist?
Nope.
Pam?
Nope. You're right.
Hold on, please. Hold on. I don't want to say too much.
Detective, we testified earlier, you did receive a recording with the voice of Jeremiah Oliver from Kamari White?
Did.
And that was sometime in March of 2025.
Correct. And again, I apologize. It was, her arrest was in March, not April, not February.
Be careful, but what do you mean by that?
Admitting?
No. Okay, when you had, matter of fact, when you had text from yesterday, what he, text from the other day, what did he say?
Oh.
not say nothing? Text him, and what did you text him to say? I said they got you in there, and now they got a warrant for me, and I gotta come turn myself in. Yeah. Did you say anything how his court date went? No, he didn't say nothing about that. He just told me that. Okay. Cause I got $20 on the phone. Let me see. Dad, what time you leave work?
Stopping for the record at 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Moving on to point 2 of 4446E. For the record, that call is 13 minutes, 41 seconds, starting at 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Press. My phone was shared on, pay my phone bill. I got money on my cash app too. I think I got over $100 on my cash app. Yeah, I got over $100 on my cash app. Because all my stuff is shared on house. That's about the only way I'll be able to talk to you throughout the day. Talk to you throughout the day. If you get that phone and put the money on that phone. Yeah, but no, you shouldn't be able to talk to me in person phone because this shit gotta get over with. It's okay. I'm gonna call Skeeter back. It's alright. I'm gonna call Skeeter back. We just got to April 17th. It'll probably be and I'm turning myself in with all this evidence. I'm getting this shit over with. I'm saying though, cause I'm saying just hold on. Just give me a minute. No, just get everything situated. Cause like I said, I can get out on first offense and everything like that. I can get out on first offense. So that's a good thing. That don't mean anything. You still have charges on your name for something we didn't have no involvement. I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's why when I go to the preliminary, it'll get dismissed, is what I'm saying. That's a good thing. It's the same thing for you, too. You're a first offender. You'll get out. You know what I'm saying? Is that you, if anything, honestly, you'll be up there with Jeremiah because for the charges, you'll probably wasn't like, because the charges that they that what Malcolm told me is going to be the same charges Jeremiah got. You'll more than likely be on the same floor Jeremiah is on, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only good thing. You'll have somebody in there, everything, but that's a good thing. You can do your first offense, too. But I'm telling you now, this is gonna be over with. I don't need to argue anybody. Just no. Well, just hold on. I don't know why you don't be listening to me sometimes. I'm listening to you, but you gotta take this into consideration. Your freedom, my freedom, is both being jeopardized by something we had no involvement with. And I'm not gonna sit in jail for a week, a month, a year, for nothing I ain't had to do. I'm saying regardless, when you do turn stuff in, you have to.
Stopping at 3 minutes and 53 seconds. Moving to 446E3.
Press 1 for English.
For the record, that call is 20 minutes, 48 seconds. Start at 9 minutes, 10 seconds.
You know what I'm saying? Because I already said when I get out, me and somebody talk. So me and Kamar then told me some stuff, and I already knew when he said that Kamar, and then went to me and Kamar got arguing. Basically everything came out. He done went too far and told everybody. So Ty and everything about Jeremiah, me and Jeremiah. Yeah, right. This is what I mean when I say somebody need to get his head. When he moved too fast, he talked too much. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause what was the point he was saying all that? That was really unnecessary to tell him. I don't even know why. I don't know. Like I was saying, what was your point? What was your point even telling folks that? What was your point? And that,
Stopping at 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Officer, Detective Vasquez, by March of 2025, what probable cause had you developed to arrest Kamari White?
Due to the fact that he still matched what I would say the general description of the male that was on the passenger side of the video, and the fact that he was, involved familially and was on the name of the lease of the apartment that was directed to. Other several factors that showed, after discussions with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, that we were going to I was going to bring forth charges for his arrest, as well as other investigative avenues that had happened during that course.
Moving now. To 446C1.
The time is.
And for the record, that call is 15 minutes and 10 seconds, playing from the 4-minute-7 mark to 5:30.
I miss you.
Oh, good.
I miss you so much. But you know when I called you, you told me that she was with her agent, so my heart was like, oh my God.
Who you dealing with?
I know I was doing it like I'm locked up these days.
Dealing with whoever you dealing with in that talking.
I wasn't doing it like I've been locked up since March 21st.
Get the trouble, I don't understand so
What you say?
because I told you, you don't be listening. I've been trying to keep you out of trouble, you don't be listening to me.
I know. I mean, do you know I'm in here from? I'm in here because my cousin's boyfriend got into with somebody, and they got there put me in.
Damn.
Yeah, it's real. When I was.
Detective Vasquez, who's the female that we're listening to now?
Based upon previous conversations I had with her, Ms. Jalecia Smith is the person I recognize on that video call.
So how long?
It's a thing to get off around now.
Yes,
I been told you go back to your dad's house, like over there.
And then you know what's crazy now? My dad got a house, my mom got her own apartment, and my dad got a house, my mom got her own apartment.
I've been watching Dude Say because I was trying to see because you always post your stuff, so I tried to go on and see where you.
Stepping now at 5:30. And now moving on to the 2026 calls of Jeremiah Oliver. It should be 446B. Sign at 446B1. And playing from the beginning to the end.
The time is 4. Enter your PIN number. Press 0 to make a prepaid collect call or speed. Your account balance is 70 cents. The cost of this call will be 8 cents for the first minute and 8 cents for each additional minute, excluding taxes and other applicable fees. The time limit is 8 minutes. Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from.
Jeremiah.
This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
Hello. Yeah. What's up, bitch? What's up? Shit, what the hell you got going on? Hey, we got down, talk to Chad, and good together. What? We got that. You said what? Yeah, what? Chilling. I'm chilling. You said what? I'm chilling, man. Oh, you said you got something to investigate for with it? Yeah, man. Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Right. What the hell is that? Oh, yeah. What the hell that was talking about? Yeah, man. Where they called you? Oh. Well, you said what? My phone. Yeah. What the hell? What the hell you at? I need one of them days. I gotta start. I'm gonna have to go down. Yeah. You can just get that to me. That's one of them days, please. What the hell that's for? What the hell is for? I said, when, nigga? You said when? When? You said when? Yeah, when? Huh? When? WHEN. You said what? No. Oh, you said Monday? Oh, Monday. Alright. Oh. Alright. That's over at 8. Yeah. Alright. You understand what you hear that? Yeah. Can you hear from you? You should. I have to see what happened. It's for football and my brother to watch it for me and I have to go to work. Yeah, it's for actually, I have to pay $40 for a ball and my brother to watch it. I mean, and I go to work now and for reading life. And I got the bill to come through. We gotta pay out of practice. So I can urgent. You know what? So I said urgent. So I said, what the heck if it wasn't urgent? And so I said, what the heck if it wasn't urgent? He said, that's fine, but I have my license with it from the good rule. But if you need to try to EPC's trade, they be the ones paying for it. You said what? Yeah, young, but I have my life as well, not being rude. But if you need to talk to ETC, they be the ones paying for it. Man, tell her I said urgent. Tell her I said in all caps urgent. Say urgent. Yeah.
Yes, don't tell me that's not. Don't you?
Yeah.
Let's take him out. Yes, answer.
Say please, thank you, urgent. Yeah.
Thank you. That. Yes.
So I said 10 out of 10 urgent.
No.
Man, I heard all this. It should be man.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm telling you. Yes, I did.
Again, like, whoever you need to talk to or whatever the case may be, still, I haven't gotten paid yet. I get paid next week. So I said, once again, urgent. That's all I can say. What the hell? So I said, once again, urgent. That is all I can say.
1 minute remaining.
Stopping now at 8 minutes. And finally, the 446B2. And for the record, that call is 11 minutes and 14 seconds. We'll play from the beginning to 4 minutes and 20, and then 5:28 to 6:16, and then 8:11 to 8:40.
The time is 4. The time.
20.
Hold on a second.
Monitoring at any time. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. What's on? You engaged there? Yeah, going on near that. I'm just going to say this and leave it at that. If y'all want to put yourself in more issues, keep at it. Huh? Because everything you do, listen to me, everything you do has a trail. So I just want you to know that everything you do has a trail and will be used. So to me, the same thing I just told her, I would think that y'all would right now, especially right now, right now, the stuff that y'all even talking about don't matter. Y'all got so much going on in your life. There's so many things that need to be worked out in your individual lives. You know what I'm saying, son? I guess. Do you want to make it worse? Do you want to make it worse or make it better, baby? Yeah, make it worse how, Mom? Confused. Well,
you know, the way I see it, and I'm being a little limited on what I'm saying. I don't think it's the smartest thing. I don't think it's the smartest thing, Jeremiah.
I'm confused.
All right, well, then you're gonna have to take them, G, because I'm not gonna give them something to use against you, Jeremiah. So I can't say what I want to say. You already know that.
That's fine. I'm just saying I haven't done nothing rude or nothing like that. What's the issue?
I didn't say you did anything rude, but you're doing something. Stop.
What? Okay.
Stop.
All right.
I mean, not what you want to use against you.
Okay. What? I don't know what I'm doing that could be used against me. If I'm at. Oh, I don't get it. I'm not doing nothing illegal. I'm not saying nothing wrong to anybody. What are we saying? That's why I'm confused.
Again, I'm not going to share my opinion on this phone. I'm smarter than that, and I would think that my son is too.
Okay. I'm just saying you were saying something to me as if like I'm threatening somebody or something like that.
I didn't say, I never said any of that.
Okay.
I never said any of that. What I said is, I would think at this point, y'all would let everything settle. You got to get through next week and not keep giving people stuff to use. They're already using stuff on you that they have recorded, that they have taken.
Okay. Okay.
So to me, it just seems like I need both of y'all to use your heads. If they've already used stuff they've recorded or taken, don't you think they can continue doing it?
Okay, man.
Moving to 528.
You want to do it all this stuff.
Okay.
Everybody else, everybody else. Go ahead. Everybody else I communicate with, I probably text them or something.
I just want you to be prepared. I don't want you to be shocked when it gets pulled up. I don't want you to say my mama didn't tell me or didn't warn me or didn't say stop.
I get that.
Somebody has to have the common sense here and say, yo, chill. And see, I think that's what it is. You're not used to people saying, hey, chill, check yourself. And as your mother, that is my obligation to say, chill, check yourself. What you're doing is not intelligent. That's not intelligent.
Okay.
And then finally 811 to 840.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need you to be conscious of what you're doing. And I don't know why you're not conscious. It's like, what is he saying? What the hell? She doesn't have to say anything. What she's showing me.
What is she showing you?
Well, I'm not going to, again, do you want me to just give the police information?
Okay, Mom.
Detective Maskus, based on your review of the evidence you collected so far in conjunction with the jail calls that you reviewed, were you able to discover any evidence that pointed to a justification in the shooting incident of Latrell Willis?
None that I could find.
Now, you testified just now that you did an extraction, some extractions.
Correct.
And one of the extractions was Jeremiah Oliver's cell phone, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm handing you the numbers 442A and 442B. Can you take a look at 442A and 442B and tell me what you think of that?
Photo of Mr. Oliver looks to be photos that were taken from the extraction of his cell phone.
Did those photos appear to be altered or changed in any way?
None in any way that I can comment on as a detective.
Just briefly publishing for the jury 442A and 442B.
No objection to them being.
I'm sorry,
tendered
I
into
didn't tender
evidence.
into evidence, I'm sorry. You know, this is still with tender into evidence, states 442A and 442B.
Mr. Regis,
No objection, Your Honor.
442A and B are admitted.
Since off on the Zoom, I'll just do it the old fashioned way. Now, Detective Mathis, what was interesting to you about 442A and 442B when you reviewed them?
Sure. The shoes Mr. Oliver is wearing look to be of a similar type as the male that was on the video screen we first saw of the shooting.
What about the height? And anything else? Was that significant to you at all?
Again, the overall clothing style is similar to the type of clothing style that was worn.
Now, over the course of your investigation, you spoke to multiple people, correct?
Correct.
At any point, did you receive any information that would point to the shooting death of Mr. Willis being as a result of an action Mr. Willis himself took?
I think Kamari Wright said that he placed his hand in a bag, but other than that, nothing that was overtly stated.
And that bag was recovered on the ground?
Correct.
And do you recall what other materials were on the ground outside of the car?
There was a amount of marijuana that was located, as well as pills that were later determined to be narcotics that were found in the bag as well.
And was there any weapons located in the car?
No.
Any weapons located in the trunk?
No.
Now, Detective Vasquez, if additional footage had existed, would you have wanted it?
Yes.
Why is that?
More footage is always better if you can get it.
But the footage that we did have, did that change your conclusion and investigation of your case?
No.
Now, are you aware that typically during an autopsy, some blood work is sent off for testing?
Sure.
And can you describe how you're familiar with that?
I'm aware of the process. I attended the autopsy and was aware that a toxicology screen would be taken and then sent off to the GBI.
And in this case, were you aware that would the toxicology would have helped you identify the shooter in any way?
No.
Would it have helped you identify why the shooting happened?
No.
Did it help you identify who approached the vehicle?
No.
And who fired the gun?
No.
So Detective, after reviewing the crime scene evidence, surveillance footage, doing the witness interviews, reviewing the cell phone messages, social media records, and then the follow-ups, did you base your conclusion on one single of any items or one single thing or one single statement?
No, I did not.
What did you base them on?
Again, the totality of the circumstances based upon all the evidence that was collected through a myriad of sources.
And so, can you summarize for the jury sort of starting from the dates, how the dates in the significant dates in your investigation, how it sort of grew? Starting from January 29th.
Sure. So in January, the early parts of January or late parts of January 29th is when we first got the case. We were able to conduct initial round of search warrants of the decedent's phone. That's where we were able to collect going in through February, the Cash App, as well as learning that 1960 Rambling Road and that apartment was going to be necessary and an important part of the case. Through the course of February, was able to talk with the apartment management and was able to see who actually lived there, correspond that back to the Cash App. At that point, around that area in time, I was able to get back the text now notifications as well as the full list of what that transcription was able to confirm that with what the decedent's cell phone showed. And again, through late February going to March, was able to conduct search warrants on the house, provide additional search warrants of cell phones and other social media events, was able to identify the suspects going into February into March. And then going into from mid-March was able to finally make some of these arrests and was able to interview some of the arresting parties as well. And then was able to then bring it off to the district attorney's office. After that happened, we were still able to, in March, as well as in aspects later to that, conduct follow-up interviews, proffers as well, that some of that was a part of, to again further get more evidence as well as more statements from the involved parties.
Thank you. Your Honor, myself and Ms. Fagan have a small matter to review on the Instagram record, so I'd like to suspend my direct for now and turn it over.
Do you have any other issues you were wanting to cover on direct?
When I come back to it, I'd like to just pause before I go into the additional evidence, so I can work out with defense.
Right. Is that the last thing that you were planning to get to, or are there other things?
The last
too?
two things.
All right. Okay, folks, we've been going at it for a while. Let's take a little break and y'all let us know when you're ready to proceed. All right, I'd like to see if we can finish with the detective today. So let's just take a tight 5 and then we'll come back on the record and handle those issues.
Maybe 8.
We can do 8 as well. Anything else? We're in recess. Okay.
Yeah. 8 minutes. 8-minute break. 8 minutes?
Can we do 10 consecutive?
Oh, and here's.
Yeah.
Well, I won't.
Well, what are you talking about?
Thank you.
You go.
You go. Oh, yeah, but I'm all right. Later you get cold again.
Huh?
Later it gets cold again.
Oh,
You don't notice that?
yeah.
Morning time, I know everybody come in and you're gonna be all right. Then in the evening, it start getting colder, I feel like.
Mr. Ray, is that what's the kingfisher
Yeah.
that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's suckless.
Bye.
Sounds like I'm in trouble.
No, you're not in trouble.
Oh, Maria,
Yes.
Adam.
You're not in trouble. I have like exhibits. Insert, I'm trying to. And I think I can make what I have.
Okay, and just give me a look at it.
Yeah, and if you have a jump trial, I can also transfer PS one.
That jump drive, I have one on right now, if you can give it to.
I have the paper. Okay.
I follow you.
I'll bring it. I'll be right back.
So, and I know that case has a stand scouting coming up. Yeah. So.
I gotta go.
That's everything.
So just give it to Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, I mean, cause I'm supposed to return it after this transfer.
Okay, I was just making sure that we supposed to be, so you were retired.
No.
Okay, so
Cause I'm
Kevin-
done with it.
Okay.
Plus, I have digital copies.
Okay, I'll give it to him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely. I think she has something she wants to sign. Yeah, that's the deputy. Oh, yeah. One second. Yeah. You think that's Scott?
I can take care of it.
Yeah, he's gonna. Cause I referenced him in the email of Mr. King, but I was like, I'm not familiar with who Mr. King is, cause I didn't remember his first. Okay, yeah, so. And I told him that I mentioned to, I think I read your mentioned it for return, yeah.
Yeah, cause I told him about it.
Oh, you told Mr. Armstrong?
No, I told King.
Oh, okay.
That's why he was like, I think he kind of knew exactly what was.
Yeah. Cause you know, they never tendered any like gas can or nothing physical. It was just paper. Even, you know, like how when they tendered the bullets from the medical examiner, they gave us a picture. They didn't give us the physical. There was no physical. Just pictures. You see Deputy Scott?
Probably in the restroom.
Oh, let me get him.
He's right here. Alright.
I would never rush it. I was staying there all day to hold the door for you. I don't have a seat.
All right, and I was trying to get staff and go ahead and put the phones away and have a seat for them.
They're a little bit younger than us. But we're roughly.
All the way. Oh, come to order.
Deputy Scott.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it is.
So there is, what we is in standard like. Yeah, it's like the video. The emails come. Verified.
She was saying.
And so.
Yeah. Okay, I thought I heard one, but it was A1. Yeah.
Thinking it was 8.
Right. Oh, I got you.
Yes.
Right, we got them out. We're all good. They're talking. All right.
I don't know that at that point it's down this issue. I don't know.
But to me, it looks to me that it is purporting to say what it says.
I would and I'm not, I never hearing the word.
All right, we ready to get into it?
No, not quite, Judge. So the issue is.
Well, we're not on the record yet, so if we're, all right. No, I'm not meant with the jury. I meant to get into the evidentiary issue here. All right, so we're back on the record. All parties and counsel are present. State, I think you had an issue you want to bring up with the evidence you want to go into next.
So the messages that were reviewed by Detective Vasquez from the decedent's phone were also obtained from a VoIP, so the text now number called Pinger. When we received the records, there was a cover sheet that purported to come from legal compliance with a lot of like verified information. Defense counsel is objecting, saying that that isn't sufficient to say that they're certified records. There is something in the email of the records that I could print in addition, because what the email purports to show is that it's coming from the legal compliance team. It says all records have been produced and all the emails were verified, and it's from legal compliance pursuant to the search warrant directly to Detective Vasquez, which was then turned over to us. And so.
Do you have an exhibit number or identifying?
448 and 450.
All right, do you have a copy for me or something I can look at? Whatever essentially the challenges to the purported business record certification. Is that accurate? Okay.
And the USB is his whole.
Yes, the entire,
So,
and then the messages.
So same type of issues.
Oh, okay. Same.
The right
Right.
business search is an issue, but also if that USB goes in, anything goes in. But that's why that excerpt.
Let me be clear, I separated the messages out, and so that was the messages.
Do you have the certification? That's what I'm trying to take a look at. No, I mean, there's nothing in here,
Is it not
Right.
attached to it? I'm sorry. Is it the last page?
just the Pinger customer information
Right,
sheet.
that's what she's saying is the certificate.
That was what was on the cover sheet of the Excel spreadsheet that we received. Now, there's another email that's the body of the email that also contains the name of the person and them just confirm that this is responsive to your request pursuant to the search warrant. And so go back and print that, and in addition to what that was on the face cover of the Excel sheet.
You think this, and so you're contending that this is a business record certification?
I'm contending this is what we received pursuant to the search warrant, it's responsive to the search warrant, sent directly to law enforcement, and it came from legal compliance, confirming the information that's in
Okay,
containing the messages.
okay, and so,
Because it didn't appear to me that the standard T-Mobile or Verizon, that's how it appeared to me. But there's a sort of a body of the email that contains a name. I didn't interpret that to be, well, it could, if it says, this is all the records responsive to your request, this is the face cover sheet, and then the Excel spreadsheet, I'm not on this person.
okay, well, let's break it down first. So, if Ms. Charles were to lay all that out and tender this, what would be the objection? What would be a
Objection.
specific objection?
Objection hearsay doesn't satisfy the business record exception. It's not. It doesn't say kept in the order of business. Records made contemporaneous, the things that would normally be put into a business record certification are absent. And absent the required information, it doesn't get in because it becomes hearsay at that point, Ron.
I joined.
Okay, so just, that's a hearsay objection to both? All right. Okay, and what would be your response, Ms. Charles?
Judge, I would contend that, again, my interpretation of what that purported to be may be mistaken. However, there's an easy cure. If I just have a bit more time to run up, actually go to my desktop and get that additional information, perhaps we can all review together and see if that satisfies all parties. The alternative, I was proposing to maybe stop for right now and then bring it back up later. At this, this is what I propose. I don't know what the other options are at this time.
All right, so if the objection is to hearsay though, do you have an exception, a reason you think it's non-hearsay or some other way you think it's admissible?
As it relates to Ms. Smith, there will be her words. I will contend that we have subscriber information confirming the phone number. The content would be the words of the party opponent, and so that could come in on that way. Then we also have the words of the decedent, who is unavailable, and so I would say not testimonial because it'll be the words of the case. And then we'll still hopefully would be under the exception of a witness who's unavailable, being Mr. Latrey Willis, and then Ms. Jalicia Smith, who identifies herself in the messages, so we know the words purport to come from her. It would be a statement by party opponent.
Okay, and any response to that, Ms. Fagan? Or counsel, defense counsel? Just essentially saying these are the statements on the hearsay objection. These are, purporting to be the statements of your clients, and so they'd be admissible as party opponent statements.
Understood, Judge, but I guess then the objection isn't so much to the words that used, but is to how it's provided. So detective had other ways of getting these messages besides Pinger, and they're in his file. So I think that would be then more appropriate.
Judge, there are the phone messages in the file. However, the difference with the Pinger is the times. It's more in the phone, you just see the blanket messages, which can be read into the record, but the Pinger messages contain the actual date and time, which I think is relevant for the issues that we're considering.
That's the truth of the matter.
Well, I'm saying, but it does, it's a.
And that, at that point, it is hearsay and not allowed without proper documentation in terms of the business record exception.
Okay, so you're saying that the date and time stamps still remains as hearsay. That's your point?
And all of it does, but certainly that part, the date and time stamps.
Okay. And her response being that at least the content of the statements, to the extent that they are from your client, that those are a party opponent. Do you have a response to that?
It doesn't fall within the business record exception, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. I will take a look at that. You said you had something else that you were planning to present before passing the witness?
Judge, it was the Instagram information that we want to pull out a couple of the things that Detective Vasquez referenced. They're not very sort of germane to the case, so they're not something that we need to pause proceedings for. The bigger issue was the text messages.
And if it's not germane to the case.
I'm sorry, as far as now, I don't have to go as deep into it as the Pinger records.
Okay. Well, what I would think we should do in the interest of efficiency here is cover everything you need to cover except for the Pinger records. Maybe giving you some time to have your co-counsel or someone else get you everything you want to make your argument. We can begin cross-examination, see where we land after that, and then have a ruling for you on the Pinger. You can bring it up on redirect and recross to the extent you don't want to do that.
If I were to object as to that information being beyond or outside the scope of cross-examination, which that would be an entirely new area to be covered. I'm hearing that my objection is overruled, so that based on what I'm hearing the court say.
Right. Okay. All clear? So we're just going to cabin that to go around in round 2 of questioning, along with anything else that you would want to address. All right.
Handle the Instagram issue.
Well, I didn't hear what the concern was with the
I
Instagram.
don't know what it is yet. Well, it's the same as what we did earlier with the cell phones. So the state's asking to allow the entirety of an Instagram in, and now I don't know what specifics those are to know of particular objection.
Right. So do you have the specific things that you want to point out?
Where Detective Vasquez referenced the contact earlier.
All right. Have you seen the one page that they actually want to publish? Can you show that to counsel?
Get that printed, but I can do that another time. It's because he's already explained it was prior to the incident, it was the day before, and then we have the messages that came after that, which are more in depth than the Instagram connection.
Is that something you were just going to show on the screen?
No, I wasn't going to show. I just want to have it in for later,
So you were just going to admit it,
but not publish.
and then would that be something you were trying to send back to the jury where we need our own separate copy of it?
No, Judge.
Okay, then I would say we can do the same thing we did before, which is you're tendering it, and then I think you need to later provide a copy for the record of exactly the component of that you are actually admitting to the record. So it's not all of the Instagram records, it's just that one piece of it you're actually admitting.
Thank you.
Right? Okay, but I don't think, as long as, I mean, if that's just coming out through testimony, I don't know if we need that printout right now.
No, still what's coming out. Just that a specific handle comes to Jeremiah Oliver. I'm not sure what.
No, Detective Vasquez testified that the day before, Ms. Smith and Mr. Willis had a conversation on Pinger, and they were following, I'm sorry, on Instagram, and they were following each other, and then we have the Pinger.
So it's
subsequent-
Miss Smith's Instagram?
Correct.
Okay, so it's Miss Smith's Instagram.
And Mr. Willis.
And Mr. Willis's Instagram, and then what, that there was attempted communication by Mr. Willis?
And the day before, and then followed up with the Pinger message.
I mean, from what I'm as best I can understand it, it sounds like you're planning to ask the detective some questions about Instagram records and then admit part of those records, but not actually show it or do anything with it.
Correct, Judge. Not for the purposes of test, but just for testimony, to say he obtained the records, he reviewed the records, he noticed the connection the day before, so the time, the handles that he reviewed, and that was all I wanted. And we're gonna then go into the records after that connection. When did they next communicate? It would have been for text messages, and this is what they were.
And so then I guess my issue would be if we're not here to publish it for the jury, then it would, with the expectation to then publish it during closings, I guess, because I'm not.
No, I understand the concern is anything that's admitted is
Right.
fair game.
Right.
I don't.
So I think, Ms. Charles, if you've got a specific page or component of that Instagram identified, I think you can detail that here, come back after a break or tomorrow to perfect the record with a printout. Since it sounds like we don't actually have to have that printed out right now, and we'll just, with that caveat, I think we could proceed. Are we clear? Ms. Charles?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Ms. Fagan, are we clear? As best we can be?
Yeah.
Mr. Regis?
If it's just a page, we're talking about, I don't have an objection to proceeding with a direct based on what the court, I'm thinking, is allowing based on that page. Correct.
Okay.
As opposed to having us do a truncated cross-examination over things.
No, this is a different issue. This is Instagram. This is an Instagram record, not the pinger issue.
But I think we're still talking about delaying that until after. some
No,
version.
I'm just gonna ask the questions.
Okay, all right.
We're saving the pinger issue and doing what we can before we pass it and begin cross on all other issues. All right. Then with that, let's bring back the jury.
Not ready.
All right, hold up, Deputy Scott. Hold up.
I'm gonna to talk about the contents of the messages.
No, we can hold on a second.
No, I'm sure you are gonna talk about it.
Okay, right, I understand what this is. My question is.
What's that? Let's hold on. One second.
No, this is.
Okay.
There was no messages, but it's a follow.
Hey, Deputy Scott. Statement, proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, earlier before we listened to the jail calls, we were talking about communications between Ms. Smith and Mr. Willis, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things you mentioned in the first part of direct was an address had been provided to him?
Yes.
Okay. What other instructions were provided based on your review of the messages to Mr. Willis from Ms. Smith?
The messages indicated that he was to bring an amount of marijuana as well as a bottle of Hennessy, possibly a bottle of Taylor Port, as well as to provide a certain amount of money.
And where was he instructed to go once he arrived?
1960 Rambling Court, and he was instructed to go and back in and park behind where the playground was.
Okay. And once Mr. Willis arrived, did Ms. Smith immediately come to meet with Mr. Smith, Mr.
No.
Willis?
No.
Approximately, from your recollection, how much time had gone by before Ms. Smith allegedly entered the car?
Several minutes, maybe even up to like a half hour.
Okay. And what time did the 911 call come in?
The 911 call came in at approximately,
Is the witness reading something?
No.
may I use my notes to recollect?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Do you recall what time the call came in?
I believe it was around 8 o'clock.
Well, using your notes, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
I'm handing you a copy of the report.
Thank you.
And so when your memories get refreshed.
It's been refreshed.
Okay. What time approximately did the 911 call come in?
CAD call came in at around 20:56 hours or 8:56 PM.
Now, while Mr. Willis waited for Ms. Smith, did he indicate at some point that he may want to leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how did Ms. Smith respond?
She stated that she was currently with a client doing their hair, and that she was cooking some food, or that somebody was cooking some food, but that she would come down in a minute once she was done, and that they were going to vibe and chill.
Okay. Now, why were these messages significant to your investigation?
It showed that there was a relationship between the two parties involved, and it showed why Mr. Willis was there in that location in the first place. It also showed why there were some of the items found in the vehicle.
And there was a reference to something like a bad start. What did that mean to you when you reviewed the messages?
Sure. So when I was actually talking to Mr. White, he was able to explain that a little bit further. Prior, in a previous month, I believe around December, there was a dancing.
Don't say what specifically Mr. White told you, just what.
I was made aware through statements that there was a dancing contest that had happened, and that Ms. Smith had been driven to that contest by Mr. Willis. There was a fight that broke out at that dancing contest, and due to those facts, Mr. Willis had some items in his vehicle from Ms. Smith that she never got back, and there was a issue that snowballed from that.
So based on what you learned from Mr. White, what she reviewed in the messages, Ms. Smith became a person of interest in your investigation?
Correct.
And she's also ultimately taken into custody?
Correct.
One moment. Detective, from your training experience, where do most people keep a gun if they had one in the car?
Several major places, the glove box or the center console, possibly if it's a long gun in the trunk, if it's a sedan.
Okay. Did you discover a long gun in the sedan's trunk?
No, this was an SUV.
Okay. Did you discover a gun in the glove compartment?
No,
Was there a gun discovered in the center console?
no.
Was there anything in your investigation that led you to believe that Mr. Willis posed some type of threat to Jeremiah Oliver that night?
No,
To Jalecia Smith?
no,
And to the cousin Sosa?
no.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time?
Good afternoon, lead detective. Sorry,
Good. How are you?
I'm okay, except when you see me shaking my head and you change your testimony. You would agree that's happened while you've been sitting in front of this jury, correct?
I think that I can recollect certain things and remember certain things.
But when
I'm just asking the witness would
speak,
stay close to mine.
I apologize.
so you would agree there's been times during your testimony that you and I made contact, correct? Eye contact?
I look around the room to everybody.
And if I'm shaking my head, you changed your testimony, right?
No, I don't believe that's fair.
So you don't recall when Miss Charles moved on from the question and you still needed to correct yourself because you and I were locking eyes?
Again, I look around the room, but even then, if it's a germane fact that I recollect that was probably wrong and I recorrect myself, I want to be as truthful and honest as possible.
But you got that after you and I made the eye contact, right?
I think that I was looking around the room as well. Yeah.
Right. And I said, no, that's wrong. Right.
I think I saw you do that. Yeah.
And then you changed your your testimony, right? Now, during lunch, you spoke with Miss Charles, correct? Before you testified, right?
During lunch, yeah, I had a conversation with Ms. Charles.
And she gave you some heads ups on questions that you would be asked, right?
During lunch, no, there was nothing that was going to be questions about I was going to be asked. She was asking for further evidence and to see if there was a piece of evidence for a motion that was happening.
So you didn't have Miss Charles tell you they're gonna get you for treating Kamari like an animal. You don't remember that conversation you had with her 4 hours ago?
Are you talking about during lunch or are you talking about lunch
About
was?
4 hours ago. You remember
Oh, I
that?
thought you were referring to that. I don't remember. I think she was talking about how that there was going to be an animated cross defense.
About you treating Kamari like an animal. That was one of them, right?
I don't remember exact statements now.
About the fingerprints that never got sent off from the Hennessy bottle, correct?
We went and several times talked about the entirety of the case, but yeah, fingerprints were a part of it.
About the DNA swabs that were never sent out by your office, correct?
Again, we've talked about the entire case in its entirety several times since since she's been assigned the case.
About the blood sample that the medical examiner got that you never sent off, correct?
Again, as I previously stated, we've talked about the case in its entirety several times since she's been assigned to the case.
About the urine sample that was taken that you never sent off, correct?
We've talked about the case in its entirety.
About justification, right?
Again, we've talked about the case in its entirety and all the facts several times since she's been assigned the case.
About quote unquote, the totality of the circumstances, right?
Again, we've talked about this case in its totality, about the totality of the circumstances multiple times since she's been assigned the case.
So the answer is yes, right? Yes, she told me that you were going to say Kamari was treated like an animal, right?
I don't think she stated that specifically, no.
Yes, they told you that the urine sample was an issue, right?
Again, I don't believe that she specifically told me that at all, or not that I can recollect.
Okay. What about the Airbnb story that you just told? Did you do any work to even corroborate that?
So I spoke to Kamari. In addition to that,
Not my question. Because you only get it from Kamari.
Mhm.
My question is, did you do any work to corroborate that?
unfortunately, there was nothing that I could find that would corroborate that, no.
So, meaning you never found any communication with Miss Smith and Mr. Willis in his entire phone, right?
Correct.
You had her entire Instagram. You didn't find any communication between Mr. Willis and Miss Smith, correct?
On the Instagram, Mr. Willis did attempt to contact Miss Smith.
Willis chasing after that young girl, right? He hits her up, she doesn't respond. He hits her on another page, she doesn't respond. He finds the phone number, right?
Yeah.
And there's never anything. You have their entire phones, the entire Instagram. There's never anything about an Airbnb and a fight ever, right?
Nothing that I was able to collect, no.
Never anything about her items being taken from her and she needed to retrieve those items, right? You have no evidence of that except Kamari Wright.
Correct.
And you have nothing to prove that he was even telling the truth about that, right?
No.
Real quick on those jail phone calls. Now, we listened for a good hour and a half of jail phone calls. There's last two. The one with his mom, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And then there's one with the gentleman from Friday, correct?
Correct.
And besides that, every other phone call that you just played about from Mr. Oliver all occurred prior to Miss Smith being arrested, correct?
Yes.
Prior to Miss Tucker being arrested. I'm not talking about Miss Tucker or Mr. White's. I'm only talking about Mr. Oliver. All of those phone calls were prior to Miss Smith being arrested, correct?
Miss Smith, I believe so, yes. Miss Tucker, I would have to go back and recollect, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Recollect.
Sure. Yep, correct.
All right, so all those phone calls were at that point, only Mr. Oliver's in custody, correct?
Yes,
Now, you had spoken with Mr. White, right?
yes.
You allowed your team to go into his apartment with guns to his face, correct?
Warrant was conducted on his location, yes.
You allowed your team to then put him in a room for 8 hours, correct?
Correct.
You allowed your team to cuff him to a table, right?
I don't believe he was cuffed to a table. I think he was handcuffed though.
You don't recall that his leg was stuck to the table?
I believe in his room there was like a shackle on the floor. It was a bolt, but regardless, he was handcuffed. Yes, he was not allowed to leave the room.
Couldn't even get up to go to the restroom, right?
Correct.
Peed in his pants, and you let him sit there throughout the entire conversation you had with him, right?
I wasn't aware he peed his pants. No.
He told you 4 times. Do you remember that?
He told me once that he needed to go to the restroom, and no, but I then, after we were done with the thing we were doing, and then in the middle of, I then went and advised for another officer to then take him to the restroom, which he then went to.
He had already gone to the bathroom on himself at that point.
I didn't know that. He didn't mention it to me. Had I noticed or had he mentioned it to me, I probably would have done something different.
Okay, so you don't recall him telling you how he's sitting in his own pee with a damn handcuff tied to his leg. He told you that. Do you remember that?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. He continues to talk to you for another hour and a half after he told you his situation.
If he did that, then that may be something that I missed, but I don't recollect that. But I do remember him asking to go to the bathroom. And when he did go and ask to go to the bathroom, I then went and allowed for him to go to use the restroom.
Was that after the 8 hours? At what point in the recording do you ever see any of you guys come and help that young man?
I believe that the officer took him right after I was done talking with him about that specific issue, and that it was probably roughly around 4-something hours into the recording.
But you don't start talking to him until 4 hours and 38 minutes of him sitting there.
It was like
That's when
4
you
or 5.
start.
Yeah, it was something somewhere around that 4 to 5 hour mark.
Okay. Are you aware he doesn't leave the room to use the restroom? Maybe you're not.
I advised the other officer to do that, and then I stepped out to go to something. If I advised an officer to go out and let him use the restroom.
All right, so back to the phone calls. So the majority of the phone calls are prior to anyone being arrested, right? Except my client.
Correct.
And at that point, you had stuff from the scene, right?
Correct.
You had retrieved some of your search warrant information, correct?
Some of it, yes.
You had spoken with Kamari White, right?
Correct.
You have spoken to Miss Tucker, correct?
Correct.
When you spoke to Kamari White, he never said, I have a recording for you, right?
No, he did not.
He never said, Jeremiah brought me in the closet and confessed to everything.
He did not do
Never
that.
said that, right?
He did not.
And do you know that's what he's saying now?
I was not here or present for his testimony.
Do you know that's what he's been telling the DA's office when he has meetings with them?
Other than the first proffer, I have not been made aware of or been present for any of the other proffers.
So you would agree, as part of your investigation, knowing anything about a recording or some confession in a closet, you were unaware and it's not a part of what you did in this case, right?
Correct.
And so now I want to talk about just facts, right? So we know 911's called at 8:56 p.m., correct?
Correct.
We know that 911 callers indicated that the shooting had already occurred 5 minutes before that, right?
Yes.
That they didn't want to walk around the neighborhood. They wanted to drive by the car, right?
Correct.
And so that puts the shooting around 8:50,
Around there.
8:51. Now, your ring footage, you would agree, is all after the fact, right?
Correct.
None of that, you don't have any ring footage of Jeremiah and another individual leaving prior or anything that corroborates to the actual surveillance of Mr. Dean,
I do not.
But that would be important, right?
It would provide further clarity.
And you know they had the ring footage, but you didn't go and get it, right?
I didn't.
You had the ability to do a subpoena to Ring, right?
I did.
And you knew they had a Ring camera, correct?
Yes.
And you chose not to
Yes.
because the entire time you were focused on one theory, right?
No.
Okay. What other theories did you focus on?
Again, I didn't focus on a theory. What I did was I looked at the facts and the evidence of the case of what people were talking to me about and what the facts actually looked like, and then was able to develop a theory through that. There was no singular theory that I set out for and then made facts fit to that theory.
And when you say facts, you mean Kamari White, correct?
Among other things.
And for Kamari White, you would agree that he didn't tell you anything that I just said, correct? That was news to you, right?
You've said a lot
He
of
didn't
things.
tell you about a recording. He didn't tell you about a confession in the closet, right?
That night, no. The recording was provided to us for the first proffer that I was a part of.
And then you ultimately still arrested him, right?
Correct.
Because you believe he was the second individual that took Miss Smith out of the car, right?
I had probable cause to believe that at the time, yes.
And I mean, to this day, you haven't recalled your warrant, right? And you're still holding it over his head, correct?
Nope. After I go and make a probable cause charge through a EWI magistrate judge, and then it goes to the district attorney's office, they're going to be the ones that change or decide what happens after that. I have no power of that anymore.
Okay. In hindsight, do you recognize that you ruined a young man's life that's completely innocent?
Which young man's life are you referring to?
Kamari White. You know he's innocent, right?
Again, I believe that at one point there was probable cause to make the arrest. Ruining a person's life, I think, is effective as an ad hominem, but there's a process to go through a thing. When I go and put a charge on somebody as a law enforcement officer, that's not saying that person is guilty. That's not saying that person is beyond reasonable doubt. What that's saying is that I have probable cause to believe that an arrest must be made. And in addition to that, once that arrest is made, then this is what's going to happen, whether or not there needs to be a trial. And then after that trial happens, whether or not somebody can go and find him guilty or innocent.
Okay. So a 19-year-old man that you know was guilty for theft by receiving goods, right? I mean, you told him he had a stolen gun. He told you a lie about him buying it from a pawn shop, remember?
He said that he had bought it from a pawn shop, yes.
Right. And then you told him that's impossible. It's a stolen gun,
Correct.
right? And you still let him go, right?
Correct.
He's underage. He shouldn't have even had a gun, correct?
Correct.
And so instead of arresting him on probable cause for a crime that potentially he actually committed, you arrested him for murder for something that you knew he was playing video games for the whole night.
Again, the firearm being stolen, number one, he was 19 at the time, which he's allowed to possess a handgun inside his home, which would not necessarily make that wrong or illegal. Number two, the documentation about the pawn shop, regardless of whether or not I believe that story or not, there's a question of whether or not that would have been able to actually go forward through an EWI judge. I didn't believe I had it at that time. And I did have it for this other case.
So then you charge a kid for murder that you know he didn't do, correct?
Again, I think that there were further things that came to light after I had probable cause.
But you know that these kids, I mean, you know his grandma died, his mom died, he went through an entire list of deaths that he had recently lived through, correct?
Yeah.
And he explains to you about how, you know, when his mom died, how now they have this apartment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he told you how his dream job was what was his dream job? Do you at least remember that?
I believe he said he wanted to come into law enforcement at one point in time earlier.
You don't remember? He wanted to be an electrician.
Thought it was law enforcement, but it could
Not
have been
a
an
cop.
electrician. Could have been a different case. Again, that's why I said I thought.
Okay. You know that was wrong.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that again, when I say I think, I'm remembering, I'm possibly, but if it's not, I'm going to say I'm sure, then I'm sure.
Okay, so while you're under oath to this jury and they're supposed to determine your credibility of what's true and not true, if you say, I think, they should have a red flag.
No, when I say I think and I'm possibly trying to remember it, I usually give qualifiers prior to that saying I don't remember, but I believe something like this would have been the case.
But instead you said his dream job was to be a cop.
I thought it was, but I can remember because I speak to a lot of individuals. It's difficult to remember those things.
Well, how difficult is it for you to remember a 19-year-old kid that you charged for murder that was completely innocent, that can't get into school, that can't get to his dream job because he still has it over his head? How many of those conversations do you have of innocent young men that you arrest?
I've had 18 murders or murder investigations or some investigations like that. There's been several cases where I've had to unfortunately have conversations like that.
So out of 18 murder cases that you've done, basically you were wrong on multiple occasions. Is that what you just said?
No, I've had tough conversations with young individuals that have had their lives affected, is what I was saying.
That were innocent and were charged with murder? Because that's my question.
No, that's not what I was saying.
But that's my question, sir.
Oh, well, I
How many of
misunderstood your
those have
question
you
then.
had?
Hmm?
How many young men have you had in a room and let them pee their pants, completely innocent, charged them with murder? How many of those questions have you had where you were wrong?
This would be the first.
Miss Tucker, too. Is that your second?
Again, what were you referring to?
Got her in a room, ruined her life. She was going to Albany State. That's where she met that young man, right? She was going to school, trying to better herself, right?
Correct.
A young autistic son. You know that?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, while you sit there and question these people, whether or not they have any issues, you say, do you have any mental problems? Are you autistic or something crazy? Those are your words, right? But she has an autistic son. Do you know that?
Yeah, I knew she had a son. I didn't know she was autistic. Or they were autistic.
Severely autistic.
Okay.
And so you say these things to these people and got her in this room after you already had SWAT rifles all in their house. Now all their neighbors are talking about them, right? Section 8, which they don't have the ability to pay for rent. Now you get them kicked out of their home and evicted when they're innocent, right? But their lives aren't ruined. How many of those? So is that the second life you ruined of an innocent life?
Again, I believe still to this day, Ms. Tucker had certain indications that she was involved in this process. The indications that I still believe I had probable cause to make that arrest at that time. Now, what the choices of the district attorney's office are after that is not something that I can control, nor is that something that I am involved in.
And you're not willing to admit you were wrong? Have you ever done that? Have you ever just admitted you were wrong?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay. On murder cases, how many?
On murder cases, there is times where I get minor facts wrong on testimony. Obviously this is a large case where I'll go and say, oh no, I was mistaken on that. I did that today, in fact, where I said, hey, I think this happened in February. Oh no, I didn't. It actually happened in March. So I'm willing to say when I'm wrong.
But you're not wrong about ruining Kamari White's life?
Again, I think Mr. White unfortunately was involved in something, even tangentially, where these things were unfortunate that happened. But again, there is probable cause to make that arrest. And unfortunately, when I have probable cause and it's a case like this, that's what happens.
Now, you would agree that no surveillance shows anyone returning to the body after shots were fired, correct?
Correct.
And in no part of your investigation did you talk to any witness that said somebody returned to the body, correct?
No.
No, that's incorrect, or that is correct?
No, that is correct.
Now, with Miss Tucker, on January 29th, 2022, you were, maybe you weren't, were you aware that she had caught my client talking to other women on her phone, on his phone?
Ms. Tucker?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not aware.
Were you aware that on January 29th, 2022, Miss Tucker jumped on my client, beat him up?
Was not aware.
Were you aware that on January 29th, 2022, that after getting beat up, my client was going for a walk to the store?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware of the store being 1 minute away?
No.
Are you aware that on the way to the store, he turns back to save Miss Smith? Did you ever look into that theory?
On January 2022?
January 29th, 2025.
Oh, you were saying earlier that this happened on 2022.
Sorry. You know what I meant.
No, I actually didn't. So that's why I'm asking, because I was assuming you were trying to bring up a prior domestic issue between your client and Ms. Smith or Ms. Tucker that I wasn't aware of. So no,
There is none. Do you know how long they even knew each other?
again, that's why I was saying like none of that made sense, but that's why I was saying no, I don't.
Thank you for correcting me.
But if in those carriers, I knew that there was an issue. Ms. Tucker had advised that she was talking with her baby daddy, and that there was a incident or there was an issue between your client and her regarding that conversation with her baby daddy.
Okay, so you were aware.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you focus on that theory? Were you aware that after that argument, he went to the store?
I don't believe she stated to me that he went to the store.
Were you, because she was in the car on the phone, right?
Yeah.
She told you she didn't know, right?
Mhm.
And one thing that we didn't talk about, what direction was her car facing? Was it parked straight into the apartment or was it back then?
Believe it was parked in the apartment complex or the parking area directly like in front of her building, which would have been 1960 Railing Way. I don't remember if it was backed in or pulled in front.
Now, you would agree that Mr. Willis is found with all of his drugs, correct?
Sure.
You would agree that Mr. Willis is found with his Hennessy, correct?
Yes.
His Hennessy. Now, Taylorport, you focused on Taylorport because you thought that Taylorport was stolen, right?
My main cause for the Taylor port was the fact that I was able to find that in the location where I served the warrant at, and that there was a connection between the messages as well as the fact that I saw Taylor port in there as well.
Did you know they bought that Taylorport that morning?
Again, I didn't specify that it was stolen and I didn't make any things on paper that was stolen. Was that a possibility? Sure. I don't know exactly what Mr. Willis actually bought, but I do know that a Taylor port was suggested as part of it and that there was Taylor port found in the incident location.
Did you ever look to see where he went to buy the Hennessy to even see if he bought Taylorport?
I did not.
Now, all right, so the alcohol still in the car, right?
Yep.
His little man bag still there, correct?
It was on scene.
Drugs still in his handbag, right?
Correct.
Scale still in his handbag, correct?
Correct.
Credit cards, all that still in his center console, right?
There were cards located in the center console.
Phone still in his pocket, right? The same phone that you used?
Mhm.
None of those things were stolen, correct?
Nope.
Necklace still on his neck, right?
If he had some jewelry on, yeah.
No evidence of anyone rummaging through the car, correct?
Nope.
And for somebody who was sitting there to lure a man and plan for an armed robbery, she just takes her shoes off, right? That makes sense.
Again, I don't have anything that would have shown that she took her shoes off.
Well, what about the shoes that were still left in the car?
Mm-hmm. The shoes were owned by, or I don't know who the shoes were owned by. The vehicle, as I was trying to say, was owned by a female. So it would be likely that those were the owner's shoes.
You mean Mr. Willis's girlfriend because he was out cheating with another girl, right? That's what you're talking about, that female?
Again, the owner of the vehicle.
Who you also talked to, did you ask her if they were her shoes?
I did not.
So when you say, I just am thinking they would be her shoes, that's a complete assumption that you want this jury to take as a fact, right?
It is an inference, yes.
And I mean, even on his phone, when you were going through his phone, you were seeing that he was also in the midst of looking up prostitutes, right?
Correct.
Now, all right. Have you heard about this one? Did they tell you about this? Yes or no?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Great. Shoes,
Sure.
not indicative of an armed robbery, correct?
No,
Doesn't disprove or negate a justified shooting, correct?
does not.
Hennessy bottle. Shows that the Hennessy wasn't stolen, right?
Correct.
The one thing that you say was asked for, right?
Correct.
And so clearly not an armed robbery of a Hennessy bottle, right?
Correct.
And doesn't negate or disprove a justified shooting, right?
It does not.
A gun, not even used in this case, right? This is the gun that you didn't arrest Kamari for, right?
Correct.
The phone, Apple iPhone. Doesn't prove an armed robbery, correct?
Does not.
Doesn't disprove or negate a justified shooting, correct?
It does not.
And when you go through, did you go through my client's phone?
Mr. Oliver's phone?
Yes.
Yes.
You went through his phone?
I went through a forensic extraction and reviewed portions of it. Yes.
And you didn't find anything planning an armed robbery, right?
No.
You didn't find anything of anything prior to the shooting at all, right?
No.
No communications with Miss Smith, right?
None that I was able to document. No.
No connections to Mr. Willis, correct?
No.
In all of these phones, you didn't find anything about an Airbnb situation, right?
Correct.
You don't even see Miss Smith say, "Oh, I just got beat up," right?
Correct.
You never see her saying, "Oh, this old man just took my stuff," right?
Correct.
"Oh, this old man needs to bring me my stuff." She never says that, right?
That is correct.
There isn't even any communication between Mr. Willis and Miss Smith saying, "Are you gonna bring me my stuff?" Right?
Correct.
So that's just Kamari White's story that he ran with, right?
That is a statement that was provided to me by Mr. White.
All right. 40 caliber rounds that go to the gun that has nothing to do with this case, right?
I can't see it from here, but I take your word for it.
You would agree 40 caliber rounds have nothing to do with this case, right?
Yes.
Then you have ring camera with tape over the lens. So you have ring footage in this case, correct?
Correct.
Do you know when that tape got put on this lens?
No.
Did you look at any body cam from when the search warrant was executed?
I reviewed portions of it.
Are you aware your own officers put the tape over the ring camera?
I didn't review portions that would have seen that. However, that is something that I do know some law enforcement officers have done in the past.
Well, it looks really bad for a young man facing a murder charge, right? And when you guys did it, right?
Did what? And
Put tape over the ring camera,
mhm.
right? That looks really bad for a young man facing a murder charge.
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Either way, it doesn't prove an armed robbery, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't negate or disprove a justified shooting, correct?
Correct.
Two shell casings that you agree nothing was robbed, right?
Correct.
You know there's a shooting, correct?
Yes.
But this evidence doesn't disprove or negate a justified shooting.
It does not.
Magazine with 9mm, no connection, correct?
It's the same caliber as the shell casings on scene, but there's no direct connection.
No connection.
Direct connection, no.
Thanks. And then we have black holster. This goes to the 40,
I believe so, yes.
so that has nothing to do with the distance, right?
Correct.
All right, 9mm live round ammo. Collected from bedroom 2, Kamari's room.
Correct.
Right? Because all the gun evidence is from Kamari's room, right?
Correct.
The swabs that you had your team take that you never sent out.
Mhm.
Doesn't indicate an armed robbery, right?
Correct.
Doesn't negate or disprove a justified shooting, correct?
No.
All right. I'm not gonna go through 500. I'm not gonna do it. But, first of all, hold on. 44 to A and B are 3 weeks after the shooting even occurs, right?
Correct.
You know he got those boots for Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
You
I do not know that, no.
Okay, well, that makes these pictures completely irrelevant, right?
Possibly.
Then Cash App records for the $15, right?
Correct.
You know, I mean, in your investigation, did you, I mean, $15 for what? For some weed?
Believe that it was to send the money as well as to provide weed, as well as the Hennessy was there for party favors to meet with each other.
Right, because Mr. Willis wanted to have a good time with a young girl, right?
Believe the messages indicated both of them wanted to have a good time, or was at least purporting to be.
Not just chilling from a young girl, because isn't that what she said?
Mhm.
We can chill, right?
I believe both of them use similar language in that regard.
Do you need to refresh your recollection?
No.
Alright, so then let's go to the actual messages, because if you don't want to refresh your recollection for the truth, let's get to the truth, right?
I mean, I'll reserve my right to reflect more if further questions, but right now,
Alright, now you put these screenshots right into your report, correct?
correct.
Alright, so let's go to your screenshots. Alright, so on January 28th at 5:06, Mr. Willis said, hey, right? Wait, no, now you can't refresh your recollection. You gotta ask.
I said I reserve my right. May I refresh my recollection as we go through the photos together?
Okay, well, first tell me if you need a refresh.
May I refresh?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Tell me when you're done.
All right.
Mr. Willis said, hey, at 5:06, right? The day before.
Sure.
No response, right?
Correct.
And then 3:18, before that message, he replied to a story with 3 question marks, right?
Correct.
And both of those messages had invites sent, right?
Correct.
Meaning she doesn't follow him,
Correct.
right? Meaning that he was pursuing her, right? No,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your response.
Correct.
no evidence that they even knew each other before that, right?
No evidence from that Instagram, no.
No evidence except for Kamari White, right?
Correct.
All right, then. Okay. All right, so he reaches out to her, correct?
On Instagram, yes.
And then he contacts her, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, he's saying to her whether or not you want some liquor, right? She doesn't bring up liquor, correct?
I believe he said that he was deciding whether or not he wanted to bring liquor, and then asked her what she liked. I believe she initially said Don Julio. And then after that, she responded again through some messages that Taylor poured as well as Hennessy.
Well, she said Don Julio, and he's like, that's all,
Mhm.
right? Isn't that what he says?
Sure.
And then she says, I like Taylor Port, I like Hennessy. Tremiana? That one? Do you remember that's her response?
I remember that's her response, yeah.
And then he takes that response and he goes, oh, you like all the ones that have you on the fun type shit, right? That's how he's speaking to this young girl.
Correct.
Anyway, the only time, now you indicated something to the effect of, the only time that, I mean, he's drinking before she even gets to the car, right?
Believing the messages, he was saying he was going to, I think, some of the effect of pop the bottle.
I'm about to pop the bottle,
Sure.
right? Meanwhile, she's still doing hair, right?
Hmm?
Yes or no for the court reporter?
Yes.
All right. Now, from State's Exhibit 342 all the way until 440. So this is 98 pictures, okay? 98 pictures that all come from the search warrant of the apartment.
Correct.
You would agree, not one picture indicates any evidence of an armed robbery, right?
No.
You don't find anything of Mr. Willis's in that house, right?
I do not.
You don't, not one piece of evidence, those 98 pieces of evidence in front of you, not one negates or disproves a justification shooting, correct?
Correct.
67 through 166, so we have 99 pictures from the crime scene, right?
Correct.
You would agree all of his items are found there, right?
Sure. Yes.
No evidence of an armed robbery, correct?
Correct.
And no evidence negating or disproving a justified shooting, correct?
Correct.
All right, now we have autopsy pictures. Same thing. Nothing that indicates an armed robbery, correct?
No.
So this is 267 through 308. We have about 50 pictures there.
Sure, give or take.
40 pictures, and in those 40 or 50 pictures that we spent so much time on, none of this gives evidence of an armed robbery, right?
Correct.
None of this negates or disproves the justified shooting.
Correct.
Then you have the one picture that you showed of my client to Mr. White, right?
Yep.
Doesn't indicate an armed robbery, correct?
I would say that that indicates that the person we were talking about with Mr. White's statements who indicated an armed robbery and an unjustifiable shooting was in fact the person we were talking about, which was your client.
Kamari White, right? That's that evidence?
Yeah.
And then we have proffer agreements. You've never seen these, right?
No.
No. 911 calls don't indicate an armed robbery, correct?
No.
Don't negate or disprove a justified shooting, correct?
No.
Surveillance video, you see there's no armed robbery, right?
No.
And you don't know what was said, right?
I cannot tell specific language now.
You don't hear, give me all your shit, right?
I do not hear those words
You
now.
don't hear, get out of the car, right?
Nope.
And instead, Mr. Willis could have just drove away, right? Nobody was standing in front of his car, right?
No, no one was standing in front of his car.
Still had his keys, right?
Correct.
All right, body worn cameras from the 3 first responding officers. Don't indicate an armed robbery, correct? No evidence indicating armed robbery?
No on both accounts.
No evidence disproving or negating a justified shooting, correct?
Correct.
B? No. Okay, well, maybe this might be, Kamari's frame camera. Kamari's frame camera all is after the fact, right?
Yes.
No evidence indicating an armed robbery, right?
Correct.
I don't have any videos like, oh, let's go get this motherfucker, right?
I do not.
And no indication that a, negating or disproving a justified shooting, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree there's no evidence of individual on the passenger side that let Miss Smith out of that car even had a gun, right?
Can you rephrase that question? I'm sorry.
There is nothing in anything that you found in your entire investigation in the last year and a half that would indicate the person that was on the passenger side that let Miss Smith out of the car even had a fire.
Correct.
In fact, the recording that Kamari provided to you says you don't have a blick, right?
Yes.
What's a blick?
It's a word for a gun.
Okay, so meaning we were gonna go save that girl and you BITCH ran and beat the girl up the stairs, right?
He did say that he beat him running up the stairs.
Oh no, 315, 316, 318, and 319 was Kamari's videos. I don't know what 3 was.
The body camera,
Another body cam?
cocktails.
Okay, another body camera, same
Same thing.
appliances, right?
Yep.
All right, 442. Another sergeant. Okay, well, sergeant. I don't know, who's 442, you know?
That's
Yes. 442?
Tabitha White,
Tabitha White?
that was the extraction we did for the limited purpose.
Tabitha White, okay. All right, I don't know what this one is. Ring video of Duda. In your entire investigation, you don't even know who Duda is, right?
Correct?
Do you know who Duda is today?
I do not.
Do you know who Sosa is today?
I do not.
So you're still going off of the thought process that Kamari White did it?
No.
Okay, so you admit you were wrong?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So you agree that they should dismiss his case, right?
I don't make a habit of telling the district attorney's office to do their job.
But you would agree that would be their job?
Their job is to change, drop, or pursue any charges as they see fit.
Very well. State's Exhibit 4 is the CAD report. CAD report, you would agree, no evidence of an armed robbery, correct?
Correct.
No evidence negating or disproving a justified shooting, correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 9, Google Maps, same. Do you even know State's Exhibit 10? Do you know whose dog that is?
I don't know.
Couple more. All right, State's Exhibit 13 through 66 are just more crime scene. So there's another 50 to go to the other 200. You would have the same responses, right?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 314A, do you even know who that is?
No.
All right. Now, you would agree there's hundreds of jail calls, right?
In Fulton County,
Right.
just
Well,
for all
no,
inmates or?
Jeremiah Oliver, in
Yes.
the last year and a half,
Yeah, there's hundreds.
hundreds, right? And not one jail call does he say, oh, I fucked up, right?
Correct.
Not one jail call does he say anything about Mr. Willis, right?
Not directly, no.
Instead, he's concerned to make sure that other people do what they need to do, because at that point, so real quick, before you talk to Jeremiah Oliver, you talked to Kamari White first, right?
I did.
And as soon as Kamari White was willing to tell you it was an armed robbery, you ran with it, right? You didn't corroborate anything he said, right?
I believe I went after I finished with that interview directly to your client to then conduct an interview with him to then see what he wanted to say about that and also to see what his side of the story was. And he provided very little information.
Objection, Your Honor, improper burden shifting.
And non-responsive.
Mr. Charles, do you have any response to that?
Ron, I think I take the matter outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, all right. After this issue, Ms. Fagan, any estimate of how much more time you need for your cross? If you have more questions, we can come back to them, but I just want to make sure. Okay, all right. Members of the jury, why don't you step out just for just a moment, and then we'll see where we are. All right, be back with you.
Minimum wage. Well, that makes it hearsay for you. My objection is unresponsive.
Okay.
My question was something to the effect of, you talked to Kamari White first, and after you talked to Kamari White, you didn't do anything to cooperate that. Oh. I'm gonna say after it finished. That's. I don't care.
All right. Here, are you ready? No, I don't think so. I think I got it. I just need to confirm it. Are you taking this down? I know I got it. Can we start again?
You wanna go back?
Yeah. All right, so the jury is no longer here, and I think there was, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Regis. You asked to be heard.
Well, this is a caution, I'm objecting based on improper personship. The officer is now testifying about a specific line of questioning and whether Mr. White responded, not Mr. White, whether Mr. Oliver responded to that very specific line of questioning. And Mr. Oliver does not have to respond to anything. And at this point, what the impression he's put before the jury is that he went to Mr. White asking him, I'm sorry, he said the wrong name, Mr. Oliver. And Mr. Oliver did not respond as if he has a duty to, when the law says that he not only does he not have a duty to respond, he has a constitutional right to not respond. So in so doing, that is improper burden shifting. I object and move to strike.
All right. Is there anything you want to add, Ms. Fagan?
My objection, separate objection.
All right. So I think this is what the concession of the state that I would invite when the jury comes back, tell them just to disregard the last response. I would say that I think Mr. Regis objected in time before it went too much further. I didn't hear him actually making any kind of improper comment or any reference to an invocation of the right to remain silent, just saying that in response to the question of what did you do after getting Kamari White's statement, kind of proceeding to start saying that the other things I might do is approach the defendants to see what their side of the story was. But we did not hear him, as far as I can recall, feel free to correct the record if you'd like, that he ever actually initiated that contact, collected a statement, and that the right to remain silent was invoked. And that would be where we're getting into the danger zone. So anyone want to be?
Correct the record, I do think he a little bit touched it, but didn't go deep, but touched it. Because he definitely said he at least made contact with my client to get his side of the story.
Okay.
That's the extent of what I recall. But as far as my objection was, the question was a yes or no answer. Like, the question was formed for a yes or no response, and then to allow explanation on the back end. But it was unresponsive in the fact that there was no yes or no, because the question was, you didn't do anything to corroborate what Mr. White said. And then the response was, well, then I went to go see your client.
Well, I mean, is that not responsive? I mean, just because, I mean, again, this is a bit of a gray area. This has come up in motions for new trial before, which is when the extent and thoroughness of the investigation is being challenged, it is a investigative step to speak to the charged defendant. If the defendant then invokes their right to remain silent, there should be no comment upon that. Certainly no argument made that should create some kind of negative inference. Regardless, the request is to strike the testimony, ask the jury to disregard it. I'm willing to do that. And is there anything further?
Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And so from that, was there some follow-up you wanted, Ms. Fagan?
I wanted to answer my question that, well.
So you want to continue some questioning?
My question answered. You didn't do it. That's the question.
Okay. The answer, I mean, we can preview it here, but there were other steps that I think is purporting to have done. So do you want to continue answering what the question that Ms. Fagan is putting?
Sure, if I could frame it just so that way in abundance of caution. No, I believe that I did further steps. I interviewed additional witnesses. In addition to Mr. White, I interviewed Ms. Tucker. I also interviewed your client, and I also went and did other things in that investigation to corroborate the story, or attempt to at least.
No worries.
So that would be the answer. If you want him to repeat that in front of the jury, I don't know, you can promise you'll do it verbatim, but that's where it would go.
I will do my best.
All right. Unless
I object to the portion of that I interviewed or
Yeah.
whatever the
We didn't
words.
say it then.
What did he say? I interviewed your client. Whatever those words were, I object to that portion of it. I
Yeah.
thought that was the portion that was going to be stricken. I'm not quite.
Right, so.
it would be. It's their current request.
Then let me choose the question. Okay, I have a plan. I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll find out. We can retrieve the jury.
First, of course, I was sustained objection and.
That's fine. I would flag Does a co-defendant have the right to make that kind of objection for a co-defendant? So there might be a standing issue there, but we'll leave that alone. Yeah. All right. All right, thank you, Deputy Scott. All right, members of the jury, any of the response you may have heard to in answer to the previous question, I'll ask you to disregard that, and that is not admissible evidence for you to consider. And I believe Ms. Fagan has some additional questions before we wrap up for today.
Just a couple more. You would agree in your entire investigation, you weren't able to prove anything Kamari White said to be true, right?
There were portions of his testimony or portions of his interview that I was able to prove true.
Portions that you were able to prove of his testimony?
That's why I corrected portions of his statements that I was able to prove true.
And, but the plan of it being an armed robbery, you don't have any evidence of that being true, right?
No.
The reality is you don't have any evidence that would negate or disprove self-defense, correct? Justified shooting?
I think that the video, along with the statements that were made by multiple witnesses and involved parties, would prove alive.
Okay. You mean Kamari White?
Kamari White, as
We
well
just-
as the statements that I also further collected by other parties involved.
And we just went through every single exhibit in this case, over almost 500 exhibits, right?
We went through them, yeah.
Not one of them proves the theory of an armed robbery, correct?
In and of itself, no.
Not one of them disproves justified shooting, correct?
Proves or disproves, no.
Disproves. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your attention today, members of the jury. We are still on track. I'll ask you to come back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., same time. Don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. All right, sir, you can step down. And tomorrow,
If the witness could just be instructed not to speak to anyone while he's still on the jury. About his testimony.
all right, so well, let me first ask Ms. Charles, do you have any concerns with that or quibbles? Okay. All right, you can step down, sir. And so the plan would be to resume tomorrow morning. And Detective, we could see you back here at 9 to resume with Mr. Regis' cross-examination. Before we break, though, I wonder if I can actually provide an answer on this Pinger record issue. And now haven't had time to consider it a bit. So as I'm going to summarize where we are, which is apparently for States Exhibit 448 and 450, these are records that the detective obtained in response to a search warrant and or court order to a electronic communications provider of some kind. And they received a response back. And these are the responses that this is some kind of messaging app. And these are messages purportedly exchanged between the alleged victim and Ms. Smith. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Judge.
And the objection lodged from both defendants is that this document is hearsay. All right. Is that the lay of the land, Ms. Charles?
That's the lay of the land, Judge.
Okay. And so your response of why this document itself should be admissible over a hearsay objection would be?
That one, it is the statements that made by Mr. Lisa Smith. She's identifying herself in the video system as party opponent. And two,
Sorry, say that again. I didn't catch that.
the statements of Ms. Smith will get a hearsay exception because the statement of a party opponent, she's identified in the text message that she identifies herself. And so, but it was the exception to the hearsay rule. Secondly, state contends that Mr. Willis is unavailable to testify, and his unavailability was, it's arguable as the result of the Smith's actions. And so we would want to bring that in as well. And also, Judge, just as an additional step, the response from the legal compliance team, I do also have that here with me now. If you would like to take a look on council, I can take.
You can provide that to opposing counsel.
Second copy. Alice, this is the second copy. So the supporting documents, there's a third copy of the supporting documents.
This is how it comes.
Right, so
Yeah, is it a business certain?
It reads like.
Because all
It
these
is.
Must not be a
documents,
business.
It
cert.
says legal, Alex is in compliance.
Yeah, but you know.
Based on the information you outlined, all record is parties have been provided, including the basis of current.
Yeah, but it's supposed to say that it's kept in a certain or. No.
Additionally, his section of figuring.
No. Yeah, just put on the record. You're good.
one document. Together.
I don't think we were served a business notice either.
All right, so you had something you wanted to show me to supplement your exhibit here?
The entire packet, which is what we filed. This is the email from Pinger and their guidelines.
All right.
And a copy of the warrant, you needed that as well.
Okay, I mean, I don't think I need that. All right, so just breaking this down. So first off, you invoked kind of the unavailability of the alleged victim. And so looking at 804, that only triggers 4 potential hearsay exceptions, none of which I'm hearing apply here, meaning testimony at another hearing, or knowing his death was imminent, or a statement against interest, or something about his own familial bloodline. So I don't think the unavailability of the alleged victim has any role in this hearsay analysis. So you then turn to saying it's party opponent. And yes, the statements contained within these are purported to be from one of the defendants. But when we're looking at a document and considering that a document is hearsay, you're not focused so much on the contents of the document as to who prepared it, because the declarant in this case is Pinger. Pinger gave you this and said, this is true. This is accurate. So it's Pinger's hearsay that we need to focus on. And so focusing on Pinger, who is not your party opponent, this is why we usually have business record certifications, or we can see whether that exception applies based on the surrounding circumstances of the exhibit, which I can consider and see whether by a preponderance it meets the standards of a business record, even if you don't have that certification.
I would argue that it does, based on where it came from. It came from Alex and legal compliance at Pinger. It purports to contain all of the information as was requested. It purports to outline and state in bold all available records that Pinger is able to produce has been provided, including the basic subscriber information. It goes on into some more legal compliance guidelines. And then it also has some information about the IPs and all of that. And then it's signed by the Pinger compliance officer who provided all of this information. In addition, they provide a legal compliance guideline. They give the customer service information sheet. They have there that email that it was responsive to was verified. And again, Pinger is sort of like a text now application. And so in looking at it in context, it does provide indications of reliability that this was kept in the ordinary course of business. It was responsive to the search warrant, and they provided all the information that they had related to this text now number.
Except it doesn't say that it was kept in the ordinary course of business. I never heard that. And without that, foundationally, none of the rest of that even comes into play. It has to first stay kept in the ordinary course of business.
And just to add to that, the hearsay issue that we're identifying to the court is that the state's asking to use this for dates and times. We have no ability to know if this is UTC time. We don't have that type of testimony from a witness in this case. And so that's kind of the issue as far as what their purpose is and what our issue is with that purpose.
All right, and so I think we're narrowing down on the issue here. So we're looking at 8036, records of regularly conducted activity, and we, as alluded to by Mr. Regis, one of those several prongs here, made at or near the time of the described acts, events, conditions, opinions, or diagnosis. Where in the supplemental material do you get indications that these are contemporaneously collected? Is it Ms. Charles?
Oh, okay. Just when you compare the Pinger records to what's actually contained in the decedent's phone, they are contemporaneous with the phone. The exact information in the phone is contained in the Pinger records. The only addition in the Pinger records are the UTC times.
Ron, that's not quite responsive to the court's question. The court's question was, where do you show that the record was produced contemporaneously to the event? They could have produced that 6 months later. I mean, we don't have the answer to that.
Well, let me just pause here.
February 11th, 2025. This incident occurred on January 29th of 2025.
Right. All right. So that's more getting to that specific problem, but I just want to make sure I understand what it is we're discussing here. It's solely this column of date, time, UTC, and all of these, every single one of these messages is inside the alleged victim's phone that you've already tendered and is in evidence. What are we doing here?
Just because the timing.
And I think that don't look over here. I think it falls on all of y'all. I don't know why we're fighting about this. Like, why do you need the UTC?
To show the timing of when he arrived and then versus when the 911 call came in.